That's what I'm doing. Yes.
I'm attacking your fucking face because you're.
Yeah, I remember some of the
What is that?
Hey, Ellie, you are a pedophile. You are a fucking pedophile. I know pedophiles when I see them.
Hey, you know what? You bring it up in me.
Israel is the gayest country on the planet. And the most pedophile people on the planet.
I made that picture for George. Do you like it?
It's already recognized. The gayest country. Everyone with a freaky, crazy desire, they go to Israel.
But George answered the question.
Hey, people, we just don't murder.
Is that one of your girlfriends, George?
That is George.
Eradicate you soon
We're
enough.
not primitive barbarians.
I don't know. How did you feel that?
Make it the
I want to know, right? I want to know.
pedophile.
Yeah, see, I want to know. How did you feel as a man, as a father, when your son came out? So you just
Tell me this. How did he deliver the news to you? I'm going to tell you, if any of my sons or daughters were gay, I would love them just as much. They don't
I said bisexual. Turn your ears on, Rita. Turn your ears on. I said bisexual. He has no more.
I said okay.
Bisexual, not homosexual.
Normal.
Your son is bisexual.
Normal.
Your son is okay. You are the lowest form of human.
I hate somebody.
No. I don't support any gay men. I was just trying to make fun of them. I don't support that lifestyle.
I'm just making sure, brother. You know, we're on the same page. Because you said the claim about the white, I'm like, okay, what about the black and brown gay men?
Hey, brother. The country I'm from, listen. Okay, shut up. Shut the hell up. Shut up.
Getting your asses kicked and you just
shut the hell up. You're a pedophile white man. Shut up. I don't want to hear anything. I'm openly against anyone who supports or even
anti-Semitic, homophobic.
Yes.
Piece of garbage.
I'm dumb as fuck.
Oh, you have a daughter as well?
No one cares.
Yeah, no one cares what he has to say.
Title.
Do you have a daughter as well?
I like your chin, bro. Nice chin. And lunch.
Oh, you have a Charlie, yeah?
Where'd you get that chin?
No one gives a fuck what you think.
Is it Charlie? Is that right? You're a pretty my dad. You're a dear. You're a dad. Hold on.
Islam, Petty. Why did you put Charlie?
You keep attacking Islam, you bastard.
I'm asking you a question.
Two questions.
Why did you allow Islam to colonize your soul? What happened to you?
Why do you let
you go wrong?
Okay, why do you let pride and homosexuality conquer your soul, you fucking piece of
Why
shit?
did you allow Islam to colonize your soul? What happened?
Why do you not have any more support homosexuality and all alternatives? Why do you allow men to dress up as women and parade around as if they can have children? There's no evidence of that. You are a fucking piece of shit. You are the lowest. You are the lowest.
Racist.
You are the lowest. Listen, white man. You're the lowest form of a human being. You are fucking homosexual, white man. And I guarantee he's a pedophile. Someone
go drive your Uber.
Hey, look this guy's.
Go drive your Uber off a cliff.
I don't drive Uber, you fucking piece of shit. I don't drive Uber. I've never driven.
Do you rob banks with those guys?
You're an Uber driver with low rating.
Hey, my gun is legal.
You're a thief. Who are you to talk to?
Yeah, that's they support homosexuality. All the backwards,
all the low rating.
Hey, listen,
you're racist. You're anti-Semitic, and you don't fit in civilized society.
You're 100% right. I am anti.
You don't fit in civilized society. You're
anything that goes against natural. You are a secular liberal homosexual white man.
You in a civilized nation.
You are a piece of shit.
You enjoy
your piece of shit. You need to be supported.
Yeah.
We're supporting the jihad. The jihad is being supported by.
I hate this pedophile. Shut up.
Go drive your Uber.
He looks like he touches kids. He's talking about Uber driver.
Go drive your Uber.
Anyways, I think
sake of the nation.
we're gonna pivot from El Normo because he's just annoying, just like usual. Thank you, Norma. Thank you for leaving on your own. I don't have to move you down. That's it. Thank you. He'll be back in a bit. Anyways, I mean, we see El Normo's behavior on this app. He was attacking Mark. Mark is his Jewish brother, right? So Mark, if he would have pressed his button, he would try to, dox you and whatnot. He has done it to the Jewish brothers here and sisters. So just be careful. That's all I can tell you. Be careful with El Normo. He's a very, very vicious.
I will denounce anybody who supports.
I know, but brother, you made a mistake.
I was just trying to make fun of him. It definitely came. No, I was just trying to make fun of him. That's it. That's it.
I know. But brother, you got to be clear with the words white, brown, black, all give.
yes. No, 100%. I should have clarified. I agree with you. But where I'm from, listen. You don't go to jail. You don't go to jail. You go to the graveyard if you're homosexual.
No, I know it's wrong. It's wrong to kill people. I know, but it's wrong to kill people that are, the gays, LGBTQ. We can bring them right to the right path. So,
one thing we should.
I don't know if you guys know. Just 1 second, brother. I don't know if you guys know about this term called corrective rape. They do that in some villages in Africa, in India, Pakistan, whatnot. What this means is it's called corrective rape. So let's say if your son is gay or lesbian or whatever, they force one of their cousins to have sex, by force to make them straight.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? It's called corrective rape, and it happens in some of the villages. It's disturbing and disgusting.
Okay, Brother Amir, can I just say one thing? You know what you have to do on this app is you have to also educate people on the fact that no one is born as a homosexual or in love with the same sex. It is completely a choice. It is backwards. It's unnatural, immoral, and it destroys the community. It leads to pedophilia. 100%. We have to highlight that. No one is born gay. It's complete garbage.
I was born gay.
Oh, come on.
Why are you gay?
People.
Why are you gay?
Why are you gay? You are gay.
I'm as straight as they come, but I'm actually going to make an intellectual argument. It was anecdotal.
Go ahead.
When I was growing up, I don't ever remember sitting down one day and thinking, okay, I've got a choice. I can go for the ladies or I can go for the men. Which one am I going to go for? No, I just had a hormone tell me, ooh, I really like the look of that girl. I think I like women. And so I don't remember it being a conscious choice for me personally. So I don't actually know why it would be a conscious choice for someone who's gay. I imagine it'd be very similar when they were just one day, when they're whatever, 10.
Completely natural. In the natural world, you do not see homosexuality. When children are young, they are not inclined to, as a male is not inclined to dress up as a woman or see any kind of sexual urges or lust towards the same sex. It's the corruption, the things around the child that lead to that. There is no evidence scientifically proven that anyone has ever been born gay. It's complete garbage. So it is 100% a choice. If you're not born,
I'm gonna tell you, there is one gender I think you haven't talked about. It's called intersex.
Oh, that's different.
That's not by choice.
Yeah, that's different.
That's not by choice. That's actually natural born intersex, right? That's a different. So there's 3 genders that I kind of look at it as natural, but. To each their own, bro. Because I lived in Saudi Arabia, you wouldn't believe it. Even some of the Arab culture, some of the Arab society, bro. Some of them are gays.
Yeah, I agree with you, brother. I'm
no offense to any Arabs in this room. No offense to you guys.
As an Arab man, I knew
over there
right away I was gay.
Yeah, I'm not Arab, brother, but
Nergis, where you live, there's a lot of gayness over there.
As an Arab man, I truly realized that my love for men was just purely instinct. As an Arab man, I will confess to this, and I am very proud of it. 2 cups, I don't think you understand our feelings. Okay.
I don't. But you sound like a woman, so go ahead.
Brother, why would you call yourself 2 cups?
What's 2 cups?
Listen, Amir, I'm gonna back channel you about that.
Back channel me too. What the fuck is 2 cups, bro?
Yeah, I don't get it, bro. I heard.
No, but it's not
two
nothing.
women, 1 cup.
It's not nothing.
I heard
Pause.
that
No,
before, but I never heard this 2 cups.
Brother,
2 girls, 1 cup.
brother, you don't see any girls in the title or the name or nothing. It has nothing to do with that.
It's a coded language. It's
Respectfully, it has
Anyways,
nothing to do with
that alien character down in the audience is probably recording. Fuck you and fuck your mother, you little John Kite, whatever the fuck your name is, bitch. Right? You like to record my rooms, son of a bitch. I want to.
John, stop, man, John. This is ridiculous, bro.
He's an asshole. I have, you know what? He's got some pictures. Literally, he's got like 30 phones, man. Like, you know, you're such a lowlife. You got nothing else going for you? Disgusting. Anyways, what I was going to say was we have George here. I think by you hanging out with Nergis, maybe she changed you.
George is a changed man. I mean, woman now. George truly has high potential for change. I just want to say George is a completely changed woman.
I think you might as well get the gender change operation done so we won't have to hear about you talking about your, you know, the S word. Yeah, gay actually means happy, so.
He's still talking about the S word. Non-stop.
Okay, just call him a faggot.
He does, right?
You guys in
Yeah,
America,
it's
you
non-stop
like
at it.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Hello, this guy is confused as hell. But Mark, going back to you, you know, with the statement that when it came out, I mean, Netanyahu, he's probably pissed off at the White House that what kind of statement is this, because it was posted in time to read it. And if Netanyahu keeps it up, I think it's going to happen. The parting the ways, I think it might happen. Because there's even a limit to it, right? The amount of killings and the amount of attacks you could do.
Yeah, I mean, I think it came from that church that got accidentally bombed and 3 Christians were killed. And, you know, he came out and said, you know, whoops, that really was a mistake. We're really, really sorry. We're investigating it. And obviously some White House officials like, well, no, he's a madman. And
yeah, but he never apologized for the other churches.
As someone who values human life equally, I think it's kind of like there's a lot of other people who've been hit, you know, who aren't Christian, and you didn't hear a statement until 3 Christians were hit. So, and to be completely fair, I thought that was a little bit weak.
And they're attacked on the. Yeah, go.
Can you remember a couple of weeks back when they attacked Israel attacked Iran, and he used the F word, Trump did, to describe Netanyahu, and then 2 weeks later he's criticising him again, calling him a madman. So I think America getting a little bit sick of him at the minute.
Well, again, it wasn't Trump; it was a White House official. But but that was my point earlier, that there was a criticism, and yet at the end of the day, they were still right there with him bombing. You know, with Iran.
Yes.
With Iran, they were, he kind of criticized Israel attacking, and then a week and a half later, it was the U.S. dropping the bomb, you know? So that's why I wouldn't be too optimistic.
So can I ask you guys a question? Everyone in the UK, does the government of the United Kingdom, do they openly support Israel and fund their genocide in any way?
They conform to America.
Okay. Damn. It's crazy.
Yeah, but you know, people have been protesting. There's, I think, 80,000 or 50,000 people protested in the UK.
Yeah, the biggest protest we've ever had. That was.
Yeah. So when they do protests, it actually does, if some sort of. It's a matter of time, and it's a non-ending, protests that are happening every single day.
Also, the Irish people supported the Palestinian people. Let's not forget. Same thing with, I believe, people in Scotland who wanted their own country from the British. They supported the Palestinian cause. And we support Scotland and Ireland as a country. We want those people to have their own land and have their own identity. Because I know they're not British.
We're not going back.
I shared Epstein fly list before, right? I don't know if you guys got that. The Epstein is released after the lawsuit. I don't know a lot of people knew.
The last what, 3 years, we haven't seen him once in public or heard from him once.
He disappeared.
Completely disappeared off the radar. They don't even mention his name. He doesn't go to any functions.
So what does he do for entertainment? Does he come out at all?
But he definitely doesn't go to Epstein's parties anymore.
But do you think that he probably took a flight somewhere else? He lives somewhere else?
Yeah, King Charles took his money off him so that he doesn't get paid by the British taxpayer anymore. His pocket money was taken away.
Yep. Now, this was very interesting, right? There's been a lot of scrutiny. I mean, maybe you could say yesterday, they came out with a video, a propaganda video, that says they ordered people to, they ordered their soldiers not to do the attack. And that was kind of interesting that these people are trying to, change the narrative, but it ain't gonna work. You killed over 850 people at these sites. What's with this one video that, the commander is saying, don't shoot. That means they have to be told, don't shoot, otherwise they'll shoot. Like, do they not understand that the people are there to grab the aid? It's crazy. I'll put the link in the chat. I want you guys to check it out. This was in the Times of Israel. It says, very crazy, man.
Wow, that's crazy. That was a general. I think he was from either the U.S. or he was, and he said that the IDF are actually clowns. They're not a formal army. They just know how to oppress Palestinian people. That's what he said. He said that's why they're struggling against Hamas, and not only do they need training, but he said that they have no combat experience at all. They're just all they are is just cowards. They shoot unarmed civilians. That's literally what he said.
Right.
They're just kids as well. They're underage. They're not trained. They're underage. They're just forced. They're forced into going there by the poxy government. That's what it is.
Yeah, and with their propaganda, they have the audacity to compare that to like Pearl Harbor or like formal, army on army wars. It's crazy. But Israel is the most delusional place in the world. Like, you literally have to dumb yourself down in order to believe some of the shit that they tell their people. It's crazy.
Yep. Israel apparently is delivering medical aid to Syria, so whether the ceasefire appears to stick. It says sectarian clashes has surpassed 1,100 people dead. Some of these Jewish people, they cannot be trusted, man. They're shapeshifters.
Dre statement, Amir, you take it at face value? Never, ever.
No, I'm not taking the face value. This newspaper doesn't say that.
Yeah.
I'm making the judgment on this. Genuinely.
Yeah, it's just this character is a piece of shit. Just lying piece of shit.
Which character? Netanyahu?
No, the spokesman for the Israeli army.
No.
Israeli, yeah.
I'm saying this is from the Times of Israel. So, guys, this is coming from a Zionist source. I'm just thinking about the Jews. The Jews, they're serving at the checkpoints in the West Bank. A lot of these people actually are from Jewish community, and Jews, they're just I don't know what side they're on. They're freaking shapeshifters.
They are, yes, they're a strange bunch of people. But, some of them are actually so anti-Israel. Some of them are very, hardcore nationalists. Some of them view themselves as part of the Palestinian people. But they have a philosophy in which they say we just live and are loyal to the government, to the government that we live under. And in the 1948 and 1950, the Israelis kind of co-opted them and brought them into the fold. And their number is limited in Palestine. Some of them were, they were chased out, but a lot of them do serve in the army, and the Israeli army uses them because they speak the Arabic language fluently. They are, of Arab descent. They are a strange sect of Islam. Kind of, they call themselves Muslims sometimes, but they don't carry out a lot of Islamic things. Like they don't fast in Ramadan. I'm not sure they do the Hajj. They go to a certain place in Jordan and Palestine as their prophet. So they believe in like strange things.
They know.
But
Wow. That's insane.
You in Abu Bakr?
Oh yeah, I remember Shireen. She's a friend of mine.
Because I remember that's what got me first into angry about this whole situation, because I was watching it on Al Jazeera on the TV at the time when she was shot, and then at the funeral they stormed the soldiers, IDF stormed the funeral and started pulling the coffin and everything, and I remember watching that with my dad himself, how disgusting and horrible that was. And then October 7th came after it. I just don't know how they've got the cheek to turn around and say things like, they've got the hostages, because look at what happened to Shireen. Shireen was just a journalist reporting, and I used to watch her regularly, and I don't think she gets enough airtime, I don't.
Well, I've known Shireen since she was 10 years old, okay? I've known her father, I've known her mother, I've known her family, I know her brother. Yes, they killed Shireen.
She was an amazing...
Yeah, she was an incredible person, yes. And she had the most amazing father. I've known her father. I've known her since she was 10. I still remember her when she was 10 years old.
Aligning.
Yeah, they did murder Shireen. And she is, she's a journalist.
One other question to the brother that said he's Palestinian. Do you remember U.S. journalist? This was probably maybe 10 years ago. His name is Tristan Anderson, and they shot him with the tear gas gun, and he became paralyzed, and he sued Israel. Are you familiar with that case?
Tristan, what year was that?
Tristan Anderson. I believe this was maybe 2010, 2009, and pretty much told them you can't sue Israel. You really can't take any action against Israel. That's what they said. So he was protesting the settlers. He wasn't protesting the IDF. And the IDF turned, they first started with the tear gas, then they used live rounds on the crowd, but the Palestinians were defending a village. He was just there to protest and document some of the things. When they started firing the tear gas guns, one of the shells from the tear gas gun actually hit him so hard, and he was so close around that it hit him in his head, and he was completely paralyzed. To this day, he's in a wheelchair.
Nigger friend. So he gets offended by the word nigger.
Yes, he's also blinded. I believe he's blinded, yes.
Because it's the best word out.
And his family turned around and sued Israel maybe 2 weeks ago. You could just Google his name. The case does. Yeah, I remember just seeing that on the news, but it was just a small segment.
Don't call me.
It's different.
After Shireen was shot, the IDF, because Al Jazeera were running in the story, they then went and bombed the Al Jazeera headquarters in Gaza, I remember right, and brought the whole building down. And they were kind enough to give them, I think it was a 5-minute warning.
Yeah, that's crazy. They bombed.
Well, I think Justin was shot in Berlin and next to Ramallah. I think
for Southern California, it's the major station like Fox 13 or just in general, American journalists with credentials that was there with a visa and everything. He was just shot in the head and paralyzed. It's crazy.
The Israelis have something with for journalists. They kill a lot of journalists, and they target them pretty frequently.
Because they're showing the world and showing us exactly what's going on, and they don't like it when we start rising up against it.
Yeah, but Shireen was
Rose is hot for a lot. Put it back in the water.
Yeah, she stayed in the
You know you gotta put this back in the water, okay? Here. Put it on this side. Rose and caught for alarm. We're gonna put it back in the water. From Gaza.
So you guys actually sign up to win. Say, hey,
If you look at statistically, I think Gaza, they probably killed over 100. In the West Bank, they killed them very frequent.
You see that new logo? Chairman of Five. Yep. Surely somebody's got to be held accountable for that. That's almost
230
deliberately
journalists.
deliberately targeting journalists.
Yeah, they probably they killed over 200 last.
230 has been alone in America.
Jindib, just send the best wishes to the family for me, please.
Okay, I haven't seen him in a while. I mean, her brother lives is in the U.S. He lives he's an American. She was an American citizen too.
I don't know. I miss you.
Her parents owned a travel agency in the old days.
Oh boy.
They had a office in Denver. I still remember her when she was 10 years old, paying the back office of her dad.
Wi-Fi.
They're the most decent people I've known in my life. They were very good people.
Why do you think they like to be around women?
She was great.
Yep. It's crazy about we had the Shireen Abrockley, and then there was another one. What was her name? Rachel Corrie, right?
I mean, yeah, Americans should familiarize themselves with Rachel. Rachel actually was crushed to death in Gaza. She did spend some time in the West Bank, but she ended up living in Gaza for a while, and she was an amazing young woman who stood in front of a bulldozer trying to demolish a home in the West Bank, and they crushed her. The bulldozer crushed her to death. And her parents tried to, last thing includes, her parents are getting older now. But yeah, she's an American woman who Americans should familiarize themselves with. She was from Seattle. She was in Seattle, I believe, from Seattle. I think you can look up the Rachel Corrie Foundation.
Yeah, Rachel Corrie. Just look it up on Google, Scotty, and you'll come across a whole bunch of websites and whatnot.
it's crazy to think a government or like a police force, the IDF, because they claim they're police force, they just get away with this against international journalists too. So it's bad enough that they're doing what they're doing to the Palestinians, but then they also have a green light to do that to anyone that's in that area. That's what makes Israel crazy. It's insane.
No, I mean, no accountability, right? Now, I wonder if they were to take it to the international court and see if they can, if anybody want to come on up, just unmute your mic and come on up. If they were to take it to international court with evidence and whatnot, I think the international court might be able to come to some sort of conclusion that they did do it. And maybe, get some sort of reparations from these people because the money...
The international community, I mean, as far as where he feels like he needs to bond, he gives you a day for you to literally relocate your entire life. So this doesn't make any sense. And with the UN, I don't think the UN has any power over it. And then also the nuclear weapons. I mean, you guys do know that they illegally built nuclear weapons, meaning they are violating international law since I believe the 60s, if not earlier, I believe the 50s. They said we need nukes, and they kept violating laws left and right. They actually helped Pakistan develop their nuclear weapons, in a way. And also South Africa, a lot of people don't know. South Africa developed nuclear weapons because they didn't have any allies. You see, when you're a white European country, you can break international laws, okay? Because white people, the law, they feel as if they created most of these laws. So I think the UN and these different organizations, international organizations, they should be denounced to begin with if they're not active on Israel's genocide and anything else that's going on.
I'm sure that they're the only country that's got a nuclear weapon that's not part of the IAEA. I'm sure, is that right?
Yep.
So there is no evidence, bro, that they helped Pakistan to build nuclear weapons. Which other country did you search for?
That's what Mossad claims. So this is a claim made by them. I'm not saying
there isn't any proof that countries that did help, because Pakistan doesn't have diplomatic relations with that. Do you know that if you have an Israeli passport, you can't even travel to Pakistan?
They tried to destroy it. The Mossad was trying to destroy the nuclear bomb for.
That's what Netanyahu wants. He wanted to go after Iran, and then Pakistan actually got.
Even before that, at the time.
They didn't help. I think maybe it got wrong tracks here, but.
No, but it's something claim that Mossad made. They said,
No, we don't go based on Mossad. We go based on facts. You see what I'm saying?
There was an alliance between Israel and India for them to destroy the nuclear program for
Pakistan. I believe that. Also, South Africa, they said they helped South Africa. That I believe, because South Africa was, apartheid government, exactly what the Israelis are doing in Palestine right now, apartheid government. So I think, they're inclined to help someone who has the same kind of system as far as government goes. South Africa did have
South
6 or 7 nuclear weapons.
Like a Nazi Zionist collection of white people.
Yes, pretty much. And they came in, colonized, and they said this is our land, and that African American, not African American, just Africans in general in South Africa have no rights. And by the way, the South African tribes are like some of the oldest tribes in the world as far as people go.
100%, but they still don't have that. Hopefully it gets better soon after we show that part.
In relation to South Africa, yes, there's evidence available. You can pinpoint that yes, they did help them, but which goes against their own security.
That's a fact. So they're openly. We can all agree that they are there to openly oppress and put these governments and countries, these Muslim countries, down. So that way, we can't have another Ottoman Empire. Or remember back in the day when we had.
Yeah, but Turkey is pretty powerful, though.
Turkey's a part of NATO. I don't think they control their foreign policy. That's what we need to look at. Countries that have independent foreign policies as far as dealing with Israel.
Yeah, but it's a matter of time. So Israel
they tried
and
to get rid of Erdogan in 2016 by a coup. Turkey was like the most country that has coup on the planet, like over and over and over for 80 years. So being part of NATO is just balancing the balance of power. Trying to go through it.
So for example, the country I'm from Somalia. So we had independent foreign policy in the 80s, and we had resources the U.S. wanted. We were supposed to basically give them all our resources and receive nothing, and they destroyed our government from within. They funded different movements. One of my family members was in the government for over 27 years. So.
Do this, and we can get more into it when it's in the middle of the day and not like first thing in the morning like it is here. But we need to analyze all these stories that are coming out about Trump.
Oh, you guys lost no choice now.
That's stupid. They're not trying to kill themselves and have a bad career. Most of these people are being destabilized from the outside, and you see a lot of these terrorist groups and these different people that are just crazy. They're being funded, like they said, during the war, the invasion of Afghanistan and Iraq. There was actually a group of South Americans that were caught in Iraq fighting the U.S. government. They're basically CIA puppets, and they were basically inserted in there to just cause chaos. These people weren't even Muslim or Middle Eastern. It's crazy.
Yep. Hey, welcome, Nubian. Assalamu alaikum, man. How you doing today?
Alaikum salam. Long time. How are you?
Doing good. We had some people here from South Sudan, man. One person kept on supporting Israel. I gave him facts and data. I told him, I said, 2012, they kicked out asylum seekers, so hundreds of families out of Israel.
You know? South Sudan is not surprising. Yeah, those people are extraordinarily misinformed.
He'll hop in here. He does not have any self-respect. He acts like his name is Ghetto. You'll see him probably in Mahdi's room as well. Idiot.
So, Doctor, why do they support the Israeli government if they know they're wrong? You know, South Sudanese people, they should know.
Hey, what's up, Sai? If you want to come on up, or anybody else, just unmute, come on up. Assalamu alaikum, welcome, guys.
South Sudanese people, South Sudanese people,
Do they have an issue with just like, you know, governments that are led by Muslims, or what is their issue with the Palestinian people?
South Sudanese?
Yeah, the South Sudanese, because a lot of them support Israel.
They don't have an issue with they don't have an issue with they're a puppet. They're independent through Israel, so they're just a support. So that whole state is a whole puppet state. That's why they fought for their independence against us so hard for so long. And when they got it, then they became one of the poorest
countries. Yeah, but man, that lets me know, bro, that this shit is all like man-made. These governments that want independence and stuff like that. Sudan was a very powerful country, not just in Africa, but just in the region as a whole. For them to have a huge portion of their land just be divided and a whole new country created, I think that was foreign powers, man. Because you could never do that to a country like the United States.
Same thing with the gold in Sudan. We have gold sanctioning because we allegedly supported 9/11 terrorists. So because we allegedly supported 9/11 terrorists, then they put that sanction. But that sanction was more so to destabilize us militarily, because once they had their treaties with Egypt, they had no other major threats in the region other than Sudan. Because Sudan is like North Sudan, we're extraordinarily good science. If we had military capability, we would be probably in Gaza, along with Iran and Hezbollah and many other different organizations, or we would send our own proxy groups. But they destabilized us 20 plus years ago when they took our number one export. Then our other exports, our agricultural exports that make the country money, most of those were out of South Sudan. They created division between North Sudan and South Sudan by way of religion.
Look at that, and I'm pretty sure Sudan as a government, Sudan and Libya were doing really well compared to most countries just within the region. I felt like they were doing really well, and militarily they were powerful. It's the same with our country. Like in the 70s, we fought with Ethiopia because they openly supported Zionism, and then at one point they said they were communist, and half of our land is stolen by Ethiopia, so we went to war with them. The U.S. played both sides, gave us weapons, and then took all the weapons away from us. Values and or is a threat to Israel will be destroyed if it's an Islamic country, for sure. That's what people need to realize. I feel like that's the number one.
Israelis are playing a long chess game, and a lot of people are focused on the West Bank. But one of Israel's number one assets that they want control over is the Suez Canal. So destabilizing Sudan, demilitarizing Jordan the way they did already, and then trying to make quote unquote allies with Egypt. All these moves is for the greater Israeli plan. So once they finish off with Gaza, then the next move is for the Suez Canal. If they control the Suez Canal, then they control global trade in the entire region.
30%. Yes, 30% of all trade coming from Asia, particularly oil, and Iran's oil coming from the Strait of Hormuz is gonna end up going through the Suez Canal.
And that's Saudi is making good chess moves as well, because Saudi has their quote unquote Vision 2030, but Saudi's being very strategic. Instead of them investing in Riyadh or Jeddah, cities that are already developed, they're investing all the new cities that Saudi is building is on the Red Sea coast all the way north at the tip where that is. They have a project called the Octagon, which is supposed to be a seaport, one of the world's largest seaport cities that's going to be built right there to try to help keep a Muslim presence or a Muslim statehood presence in the region. I think it's also going to be proxy for military.
I have to disagree with that. The Saudis are puppets. They're controlled by Israel and the United States. They're propped up. They're the most disgraceful government probably in the last 300 years for Muslims. They're absolute disgrace. They are openly hostile towards Iran.
I mean, I chose not to.
Their fellow Arab Muslim brothers in Gaza and the West Bank, which aren't too far from wrong. But I believe that the Saudi government, not the people, Saudi government and the Israeli government work together. So I believe they're puppets.
I extraordinarily disagree.
Can you just say what
Saudi
is better than
Saudi doesn't have any reason to be a puppet. But the Saudi
I've got 2 PhDs. I've got 2 PhDs.
Most people would hope to see. Most people hope to see some militarily based systems. And most of the Gulf countries, their focus is on becoming global powers. And if they allow themselves to be dragged into war, then they will lose an opportunity. And their opportunity to become global power is based upon tourism. So their fighting is against the racism and the prejudice towards Arabs in our countries. And I see strategic moves have been made, slow-paced, not aggressive moves. As far as Iran, the conflict between Saudis and Iran historically vastly predate even the state of Israel's foundation. But I get your point, and I hear that argument a lot. It's relevant, but I don't think it's reality.
It is.
Saudis,
they're open. Again, they're open.
But you would have to get into war. Yeah, but you would have to go beyond
government, and then they're supporting.
Yeah, but you would have to go beyond the tabloids. Like I said, I'm talking about strategic military-based setups.
Yeah, no, there's about at least 4 military, U.S. military bases
No, I'm not
in
talking
Saudi
about
Arabia,
I'm talking about
where F-16s take off and bomb other Muslim countries.
That's not what I'm
Saudis
talking
are a complete disgrace. They're a complete disgrace.
Yeah, like I said, you have to go beyond tabloid and understand what Saudi government is actually doing. Not, what the U.S. is doing through Saudi. Because the U.S. is inside every single country in the region. So that's irrelevant. The point is what Saudi is doing militarily. And what they're doing militarily is they've been setting up new bases just for themselves all the way north of the Red Sea coast to in between Jordan and a bridge between Egypt. They're even building a bridge. They have a bridge that they're building called Moses.
Can I just reply to Dr. Doctor? I believe that you made some great points, but that is a cop-out. Having U.S., they aren't putting pressure through economic structure. If they wanted to, if the Saudis wanted to, with the amount of oil they have, with them leading OPEC, they would say, hey, we're going to move towards BRICS. The U.S. has to cut at least 20 to 30%.
They already did that.
Yeah, but it took them how long? With all of this, it took them how long to say, hey, we're going to go to BRICS if America does not stop openly?
BRICS started catching its momentum until the war between Russia and Ukraine. And then when America started putting financial sanctions on Russia's trade, that's when Russia joined BRICS, and then BRICS became a real thing. Because it's like, okay, we need major superpowers investing. Saudi Arabia is $1 trillion country, so you're not going to get their attention just by having a couple broke countries say, "Hey, we're angry." And Venezuela is for them to spend their money on Venezuela people up. No, strategic.
No, they need to strategically. Turkey's been doing that. Turkey has been displaying soft power.
Turkey is much more powerful than Saudi's government. Massively more powerful, and a stronger reputation, and more control on trade, energy. Like, what are you talking about? I don't think you understand the geopolitics.
I think the thing is, you support Mohammed bin Salman and the Saudi government, which again, it's your choice. But a sellout is a sellout, brother. You're arguing with reality. Reality says that this government is openly supporting genocide. They're openly supporting genocide.
Reality. It's just your lack of knowledge. It's not about supporting anyone or reality.
So Saudi Arabia is shooting down missiles headed towards Israel.
Brother, am I allowed to finish this sentence?
Go ahead, go ahead.
It's not about supporting Mohammed bin Salman, and it's not about any of the things you just said. It's about understanding what the Saudi position. And I think a lot of Muslims, what happens is they take, for some reason, they tend to forget that the House of Saud is the royal family of Saudi Arabia, not the kings of Islam, who's also standing with their hands, with their hand. So that same argument can be made for multiple other nations. If you're talking about Turkey,
I agree with you. I agree with you.
And more wealthy. The Saudi government is not the kings of Islam. They're the kings of their people and their country, just so most American dependent on military support. So a military campaign from Saudi is completely out of the question. Not to mention, as soon as the war in Gaza is over, and even before it began, a gun is at Saudi's head from Iran anyway. So teaming up with Iran to do much of anything is rare. The Iranian government has been calling for the fall of all Islamic kingdoms. All, and their interests, the people's interest of Saudi Arabia, is on the interest of the freedoms of Palestine.
Okay,
so he said he will support Iran's methods. But you have to make moves that you can make. People on the internet just call for missiles to fly.
I didn't call for missiles. Again, I will repeat what I said earlier. You can project soft power. No, this is all Saudi Arabia has to do. They don't necessarily have to give an ultimatum, but with their strategic, because they have one of the best resources in the world, which is oil. Strategically, they can enforce a certain amount of accountability towards the U.S. and Israel. Yes, they can. They're one of the few governments. That actually gets leeway from the U.S. Libya did it. The majority of those governments.
So I want to say this one thing, brother. So, doctor, when did you become a doctor, man? And second question is, didn't the U.S. the Saudi Arabia did.
What I'm trying to say is this: that if you control water and the rest of the world is thirsty, by saying I'm going to leverage my power on water, that doesn't make people bend a knee. That makes people kill you. This is not fucking monopoly.
Man,
but the oil they can raise the price in the oil, right?
They can strategically position themselves. Yes, Amir, brother, you're 100% right.
What happened to the Saudi king?
And doctor, you have to let people talk, because I want to.
Yeah, he got assassinated, right? But the doctor, they tried to do it during Biden and Saudi Arabia and all of these GCC countries. They knew from the jump that what's happening to Palestinians is wrong at so many levels, right?
Excuse me,
what they could have done
is Morty.
Yeah, one second. Morty, one second. Morty, one second, please, brother. So, doctor, my thing is, my whole plan was from the jump after 7th October, get together. I know they hate each other. The UAE, Saudi Arabia, all of these GCC countries, they hate each other. They could have got together on the table, right? And they could have said all together, collectively, look, we're not going to buy any arms. And, the oil business, we're going to stop it just for the time being until this problem is resolved.
That's facts. That's projecting soft power.
Hang on, two, brother, hang on. And they could have done that, right? All of them. Because back then it was just one country, right? Now, in today's world, they could have done that for the time being. That would have pressurized Biden. Biden would have to be like, tell Netanyahu, shut the fuck up, give them the state, and that's it, move on. So we could, have the oil supply, because we only get 7% of the oil in America from Saudi Arabia. It would have hit the global market. And it's a dangerous move for everybody, right? It would hit the whole market. All I'm saying, they could have done some of this shit, but they didn't.
He's 100% right. That's how you project soft power without taking military action. the UAE, along with all other Gulf countries, have a lot of influence in the region. The U.S. and Israel can never overcome the fact that these countries are strategically important to their region. So you can't come in and just force people because you have a bigger government. The world, they're going to make an even bigger impact on the situation in Palestine.
What collective? The Muslim country?
Yes, the Muslim collective. Yes, they're all Muslim.
It doesn't work that way. You have to build that up, and there is a whole bunch of influence and a whole bunch of destruction in the education system that's been built in the whole scenario.
I don't think the Gulf countries are uneducated. I think the Gulf countries.
The Gulf countries is nothing but a makeover for the colonizer client state in the region.
Yeah, they're puppets. I said that earlier. I know they're puppets.
No, it's not puppets. It's the steps. So you getting colonized. Mecca didn't get colonized because it would get an uproar. It was never conquered. That's why the placement of a Muslim country because of the shrines or because of the haram, and then a Jewish country in Palestine, and then a Christian country in Lebanon. This was the movement after decolonization from the land. So by doing this, it's all connected. Lebanon the way it is, Saudi the way it is, the Jewish state as a Jewish state. So for them to play into the balance of power, they have to move according to the time frame.
I don't know exactly what you mean by that. But like I said, the countries in OPEC, Saudi Arabia, but look, they have an influence in their region. They're very strategic.
No, they don't.
So they are basically, they're countries that are third world. That's what you're saying. They're weak countries that have
third world. It's not a third world. They're just extraordinarily American dependent.
Have they ever been bombed? Saudi Arabia.
Let me just finish the sentence. Can I just finish the sentence?
They wouldn't get bombed because they are under the coverage of America from day one.
Let me just finish a very short sentence. The reason why they're not third world because they have the money to make it look pretty, but they have not released colonial control. That's the point. That's what they're trying to do in the middle of this conflict. That's what the growth of all these mega cities are. That's what all this investment is about. It's about releasing colonial control. Of course, they're not going to get bombed. Just like Qatar is not going to respond to Iran dropping missiles on them because they can't. Doesn't matter how much wealth you have. They're still technically under colonial control and influence. They're just a pretty colonial country. They're trying to relinquish that through without you say, oh, we're going to take 30+% of the world's oil reserve and freeze it over a conflict. No one's trying to hear that shit. And when they do things like that, it only creates larger and larger problems. They're trying to do strength by peace. That's what the GCC countries have been trying to do.
Yes, but also some bullshit by
these guys are the way you explain what's going on right now is you just giving a cop out to the Gulf countries, but that's okay. That's your opinion.
It's not
they
like that.
Are in a position to make a difference.
They are not.
Do not tell me that the Saudi government, UAE, Saudi Aramco. Look up how much they're
freaking money launder, prostitution invoked.
I don't even know what point she's making. Doctor, I understand your point, but I don't know.
See, they did do it under Biden administrations. They asked Saudi Arabia to produce more oil, and they did not do it.
Yes.
Joe Biden didn't have gas prices on American homes.
I will read you out the statement. The Biden administration urged Saudi Arabia to increase oil production to lower global prices after the Ukraine war disrupted markets. In response, Saudi Arabia and OPEC, including Russia, did the opposite. They cut oil production, citing market stability. Child that you can lecture. So all I'm saying is it's possible. But, the thing, I think Dr. and Z are arguing, no, it's not possible. They did do it under Biden administration.
They wouldn't do it for Palestine. They do it.
It doesn't matter, Z, it doesn't matter. They've done it.
Okay.
That premise was never my point. And what you just read is not what you're asking them to do. What you're asking them to do is leverage their oil resources in military conflict. One of the longest standing military conflicts of the modern world. That's completely different than what Joe Biden was calling for.
I disagree. Again, I disagree with that. But I mean, to each his own. No, I don't disagree with everything you said. You know why? One of the things you said, you actually made a great point. You said that their economy is not diverse. I'm 100%. I understand that they rely too much on oil, and they're going to end up like Venezuela eventually if they don't diversify their economy. And then also you said there's other countries that are in the region that need to be held accountable just as for how little it is. It holds.
Which country in the Middle East has the strongest military?
That would be, of course, Israel. I mean, do you consider Israel?
It's actually Egypt. It's actually Egypt. Everyone's screaming at Saudi Arabia, and Egypt has the most powerful, most modern military, and has the least American militarily influence. And they're a military-controlled state. Their president is a general. So
I don't know. I think Egypt's a joke. Egypt's military has been buying. Saudis have been buying. They've been buying weapons, F-16s, F-15s for a long time.
Turkey has a decent military. I know what he did. He said he did not. In an interview after he returned from Saudi Arabia, he was asked, President Biden, did you ask Saudi to increase oil production?
Just asking.
Okay, Joe Biden does not want low oil prices for Americans. Okay, he wants high oil prices. Why? Because he works for us. What do we want? We want to own all the American homes. Okay, when gas prices are high for Americans, it makes it very hard for Americans to pay their mortgages. What happens when they can't pay their mortgages? We foreclose. Okay? So, I think it's about time everybody stops talking Turkey in this room and starts getting down to brass tacks. Okay?
I agree with that part.
Thank you.
You guys are just screaming that Turkey is the most powerful in the Middle East. Turkey's not even in the Middle East. Again, Egypt has the most powerful. Egypt is, if you type in Egypt is considered militarily part of the Middle Eastern militaries. And it's well known that Egypt has the most powerful military in the Middle East. They're also the closest to Israel. Yet you guys are whining on Saudi Arabia, which has one of the weakest militaries.
It's because of Egypt went already and got that 1970s.
Yes.
Which is the one.
I think Morty is whining about Saudi Arabia.
I'm not whining about Saudi Arabia. I appreciate that Saudi Arabia did that.
He's whining about Biden right now.
Yes, I know. Listen, I'm celebrating Joe Biden. I'm celebrating Biden and Saudi.
Turkey and Egypt aren't calling for war against Iran openly, just on any occasion. Saudi Arabia and the Gulf countries just constantly want war with another government, but yet they have a country on their border right next to them that's openly just killing their fellow citizens, their fellow Muslims. That's the problem with Israel.
Okay, so the problem is with Israel, and I just pointed out who has the strongest military and who's strategically the closest to Israel. Saudi Arabia.
Yes, Saudi Arabia is calling for war against Iran. They need to turn their attention to the real enemy, not this fake propaganda. Again, if this country is a Shiite country, oh well, I'm a Sunni. Brother, listen, respectfully, I'm a Sunni. I don't even know what Shias believe, to be honest with you. And I really don't understand that.
Saudi government does not claim. I'm not making a claim, I'm speaking facts. The Saudi government does not claim to be an Islamic regime as Iran does. The Saudi government
was
hey, Amir, do you believe that?
For the longest.
Yeah,
Saudi government does not claim to be
the longest time, doctor.
Take, brother. Go on.
I don't know. Doctor is claiming Saudi Arabia to be an Islamic country or an Islamic government.
I said Saudi Arabia does not claim to be an Islamic regime. They're just a royal family that controls.
I disagree. Mecca and Medina are there.
So it's a fact. It's a fact. The Saudi government is not government.
The laws are about the Sharia, the Sharia law.
Yeah, why would they have Sharia law if they don't believe in Islam? So they can say whatever they want.
Islamic State run by Sharia law.
Islamic State, regardless whether they want to claim it or not. That's exactly what they are.
I'm just saying that this is more here.
Earth has Sharia law.
It's good to see you talking.
You can't drink alcohol, you can't do all that. There's no responsibilities about that. People by default means that
People follow the Sharia in Saudi Arabia. That's 100% right. Women.
There is no other law in Saudi Arabia.
What you guys are failing to understand is, I clearly stated the government. Just because majority of a country is Muslim does not mean that the government claims to be. I'm from Sudan. Sudan does not claim to be an Islamic regime, meaning they don't make every single decision on the country based on the Quran. Neither does Saudi Arabia, neither does the UAE. However, the majority of the people are Muslim and they cater to those people. Saudi hasn't been an Islamic regime since the 1970s. You guys really don't know what you're talking about.
They failed them. They are. They're from basically, okay, Palestinian people.
Basically.
Palestinian people are Arabs. And the majority. No, listen. Since you're saying that they aren't, we're not going to even put religion into this. They're Arabs, and this is
geopolitics. You're from Eritrea, right?
You don't. No, I'm not from Eritrea. You're from Sudan. I am from Somalia, brother. I'm not Eritrean. I do support.
Okay, you're from Somalia. So the Somalians, when Sudan right now, we're in a civil war. Imagine if I started yelling at your government about why you guys are not helping us destroy the Janjaweed.
We don't even understand the politics in Sudan, so we can't speak on that. But what I do understand, I've done my research. I've had lived in Saudi even longer civil war than Sudan. Your civil war started 2 years ago. So we actually have. We're trying to rebuild right now.
But there is such thing as having your own problems and navigating it as such.
You're giving Saudi Arabia a cop-out. That's the problem. They're not the only government that does this. When it comes
the problem is that you're trying to make Saudi Arabia an Islamic regime just because the population is Muslim and they're not.
Okay, man, that's your opinion. At the end of the day, we're just gonna agree to disagree. This is not going anywhere. But
you made a policy of Saudi.
No, I just I have.
What Sadat did. And
so let me tell you why I strongly speak on Saudi Arabia. I have at least 2 or 3 family members that lived in Gulf countries. I haven't personally. I grew up in America, so I can't say I haven't lived there. But what I'm saying is, I have someone in my family that spent 30+ years living in a Gulf country, understanding the law, the culture, the history, and is also a scholar as far as the deen goes. So I am getting firsthand knowledge from someone that is well qualified to speak on the subject. More than qualified.
Because they live. Okay.
No, not just because they live there, but because they're not only educated on the politics in the country, but I'm saying this. I am saying that the Saudi government and majority of these Gulf countries have failed in helping the Palestinian people. That's all I care about. We just need to support the Palestinian people because not only is their population majority Muslim,
but you know that the decisions of those governments is not in their hands, right?
Yeah, they are puppets. So you're right. You're 100% right.
Can I say something really quickly?
Please, someone, anyone.
So, Doctor, I don't really understand what do you mean by Islamic regime because this doesn't make any sense. King Salman, right? He literally said in 2015 during his inaugural speech, like, our constitution is the book of God and the sunnah of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and we remain committed to the pure Islamic creed. And then in 2017, when he addressed the Shura Council, he said that the government of Saudi Arabia will continue to adhere to Islamic Sharia, which is the basis of its establishment and its constitution. And from our teachings of Islam is our constitution. We will continue on the path of true Islam, not extremism, like something along those lines, right? There's so many quotes in modern day saying, like, literally affirming that Saudi Arabia claims to follow the Quran, the Sunnah, and claims to be an Islamic theocracy. So what do you mean by Islamic regime?
Thank you. You just made a great point.
To let me respond to that. All those things you said, although they're very true, were all before 2020. Once Mohammed bin Salman took full control over his family, because at that time he didn't have full control. Once he took full absolute control between the imprisonment and the murders of even members of his family members, and he had absolute control, all of that rhetoric changed after 2020.
That's not true. Because in 2021 he gave an interview to Vision 2030 where he said that the kingdom was founded on Islamic principles and we will continue to develop in line with our Islamic values.
The kingdom is founded.
No, did you not hear the second part of what I said? The second part of what I said was, and he said it during his Vision 2030 interview, and we will continue to develop in line with our Islamic values.
Right. And are you aware that Saudi Arabia no longer requires women to wear niqab or hijab?
Okay, first of all, there's no, hold on.
Now you're gonna debate the subject matter versus
no.
the reality.
Let me finish something. You claimed. Hold on, buddy. 1 second. You said the first thing that you said was Saudi Arabia does not claim to be an Islamic regime. This quote literally just affirmed that Saudi Arabia.
It does not. That's not.
Let me finish.
What you just
They
read does
claim
not
to
make
be
a
an
claim to
Islamic
be an
regime.
Islamic.
They claim to be what we're debating. We're debating whether Saudi Arabia calls itself an Islamic regime. They do confirm and claim themselves to be an Islamic regime.
Exactly, by every definition and their own claims to adhere to Sharia. Okay, go ahead. I'm gonna let you speak.
Brother, let her engage. Let Dr. engage.
So one, like I said, all of these commentary is before he got full totalitarian control over the government. After he had full control over the government, if you want to argue 2020 or 2021, you have research in front of you while I was talking to him. So whether it's 2021 or 2022, the point is after he got full totalitarian control over the government, things shifted. My argument still remains the same, regardless of what you read, because what you read did not include the words Islamic regime, that Saudi Arabia is not an Islamic regime. Yes, Saudi Arabia is a Muslim country, but to define your independent nation as any other country, they put Saudi first. They even have such thing, I live here, they even have such thing called Saudiization, which is where they prioritize hiring Saudis over other people. They don't say, oh, you're a Muslim, welcome. This is the home of Muslims. They say this is the home of Saudis. This is Saudi Arabia.
That's not what we're arguing. I'm trying to argue and I'm trying to tell you that Saudi Arabia does, whether it was during King Salman's time or during MBS's time, any of the de facto rulers claimed and to this day claim to live under an Islamic regime. If MBS were to say, if we were to come out and if you were to say that, okay, Saudi Arabia is not going to be, is not an Islamic country anymore, it would spark world outrage. Okay?
That's not what I said. So
Let me finish.
Well, why should I let you finish rhetoric? That's not even what I said.
Hold on.
I never said that Saudi Arabia is not being an Islamic regime.
Can you please stop interrupting me? I gave you your time to speak, right? Please don't interrupt me, okay? I'm speaking. Please don't interrupt me, okay? You also mentioned, okay, so as I was saying, let me go back to what I was saying before I was very rudely interrupted. I was saying that Saudi Arabia, like any monarch of Saudi Arabia, any ruling monarch of Saudi Arabia cannot come out and say that, okay, Saudi Arabia is a country that is at this point, Saudi Arabia does not follow Islamic regime. It would spark world outrage because the sanctuary of the Kaaba and the sanctuary of Mecca and any of the holy cities of Islam would be questioned. Okay, now you talked about how no, it would because then that would mean that, okay, if Saudi Arabia is not going to be a country, look, in any of the Sharia laws, it says that the Kaaba and any of the holy cities of Islam need to be protected. If Saudi Arabia and the Saudi Arabian government were to come out and were to say that, okay, we don't follow Islamic regime, that would mean that by their constitution, by changing their bylaws, the Kaaba would be open to everybody to see. Medina would be open to see. I do know that. I'm gonna end off with one point. Look, I'm going to let you respond, but I'm going to end off with one point, okay? The last point that I'm going to end off with is you mentioned that MBS came into power in, 2020, 2021. That's not true.
It's a totalitarian power.
Okay. Whatever it is, okay? Power, totalitarian power. He became the de facto ruler in 2017, okay? So that means that any fear that, okay, women, get the right to drive now, the fact that women don't have to wear hijab and niqab, it's not mandatory anymore, all of this takes time, right? So he had to spend time to read his Vision 2030 interview that he gave, where he talks about all the legislation that he was proposing before he became, because you keep interrupting me, so if you don't interrupt me, it's going to be much shorter, okay? Vision 2030, the interview shows all of the different policies that he was advocating for before 2021, before he took office or whatever, okay? And he became the de facto ruler in 2017, so he started changing legislation then.
Some of the things that MBS did, as far as holding members of his family hostage in hotels, having different writers and people who were critical of him actually murdered and assassinated, even across the global landscape. So it's a difference between war that he wants full control, especially after once his father passes on. He'll be having full control. As totalitarian power comes in, I don't know if you've heard of Qiddiya. If you have heard of Qiddiya, Qiddiya is a massive gaming project, which is anti-Islamic in almost every form of fashion. It will include casinos, gambling, and everything else. What they're trying to do here is they're trying to isolate Saudi Arabia from Mecca and Medina, as it was originally. Originally, you had the Saudi region, and then you had the Hijaz region, which had its own Islamic rules. They're trying to do the exact same thing now for the boosting of tourism and wealth. The majority of the world believes that it's so strict to be there and so harsh to be there that people don't want to have tourism. They've even built tourist sites in El Ula, which has been stated by the Prophet Muhammad SAW as a cursed region. So they're not an Islamic regime. I don't really care about global rhetoric. You're saying, oh, if they publish, that's just extremism on the subject matter. The point is they're not an Islamic regime. If they were an Islamic regime, they wouldn't be building casinos. If they were an Islamic regime, allowing the majority of things that are actually taking place here. The problem is most of the Saudi critics have never even been Umrah, so, or let alone Saudi at all, to see what I'm talking about. A lot of what I'm talking about is seeing. Whether my dates are correct, 2020, 2021, the point is once he took totalitarian ideology, most people who know Saudi history know that the Saudi government was massively influenced by Wahhabism since the 1930s. That's actually how they were able to regain power, is through a lot of extremist Wahhabis who supported the Saud family in taking the region back from the previous family that divided up the state. So these extreme narratives have been unbeneficial to their government. Saudi thinks Saudi first, which is nothing wrong with that. The problem with the Muslim Ummah is the Muslim Ummah thinks Saudi is their home because Mecca is there. So they feel as though that Saudi is the king of all Arabs, which they're not. Saudi is the king of all Muslims, which they're not. And because people think that, then they have this strong criticism towards them. I don't negate that Saudi Arabia's government can potentially find.
You live in Saudi Arabia? Is that what you said?
Let him finish. Are you finished, doctor?
I'm almost finished.
Okay, let the brother finish.
Okay, and would I be able to respond after that?
Yeah, let him finish, please. Let him finish because we gotta pass the mic to new people as well. So Layla, I'll give you like 30 seconds or 1 minute, and then we gotta give it to 2. Go on.
Yeah, like I said, I don't negate that there potentially can be more that can be done. However, based on the geopolitical position in Saudi Arabia, I totally disagree with the concept of weaponizing your only resource, the only thing that you have, weaponizing that as your line of defense. I think strength can be done through pen, through politics, through wealth exchange, like the investments in America. Now you put those investments, those trillions of dollars that the Gulf countries just put in America, now you can leverage that. Now you have power over other assets versus weaponizing your oil, which will piss off multiple countries. Now I can say, hey, I invested $3 trillion into this infrastructure. This is what the Jewish state does. The Jewish state has a lot of infrastructural investments within America, so they can destabilize America internally without having to say, oh, we're going to freeze some form of trade agreement, which is going to fucking piss off the entire NATO, for example, just for an example, and then cause even greater problems for greater enemies. So I'll land there and I'll listen to Layla's rhetoric.
I mean, I agree with you. I don't think that anybody disagrees with like holy cities for a second, right? I mean, just look at Saudi Arabia as a nation, one of the most wealthiest Arab nations, one of the most wealthiest Muslim nations, right? The issue that Muslims have is that Saudi Arabia calls itself an Islamic regime on multiple occasions, whether it is King Salman or MBS or whoever it is. On multiple occasions, many of the Saudi monarchs, all the way back to the 1940s, prior to the Nakba, have all stated and came out and said that they follow an Islamic regime. The issue that Muslims have is that how can a country that says that they follow Islamic regime go out and then commit these atrocities? That is what I'm trying to say. Saudi Arabia does call itself. Thank you so much, man. One second. Saudi Arabia does call itself an Islamic regime, but the way that they act upon it is not Islamic at all. That's what I'm trying to say.
It is my turn now. Hold on, it was my turn. So, doctor, you made some good points. You said that they cannot utilize their only resource. Again, no one said Saudi Arabia needs to jump out of the window and compromise their entire security, economy, or anything. What we're saying is they need to project soft power within their region. It's basically, look at it this way. If you're at a company or if you're at a job, it's utilizing your own unique skill set in order to accomplish a goal. If that goal is strategic, it will improve your situation. Regardless of whether you receive like a promotion or anything, you will be in a better position just based on the fact that you understand your skill set. Saudi Arabia as a government is currently, right now, for anyone who wants to go to Hajj, they are charging people $10,000, brother. And they have projects. The NEO project is the one you spoke of. And the line, these are $1 trillion projects. This isn't a poor country by any means at all. Militarily, all we are saying is this. Listen, you don't need to go to war with Israel or the U.S. government. What we need you to do is we need you in the Gulf countries to step up, to take account for everything Israel is doing, have a strategic, at least a counterbalance to economically, not necessarily militarily. They just need to take a stand against the genocide. That's the main thing. They can do that without compromising their country. You are giving excuse after excuse after excuse. I'm starting to think, Doctor, you work for the Saudi government. Wallah, I'm being serious. I have no issue with anyone if they are from Saudi Arabia. Oh, and by the way, there's always been for the Ummah, there's always been a love for, of course, the land of the Prophet, where the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam.
And that's the problem.
And also, look, as a whole, that is where Mecca and Medina is. So it is pretty much every Muslim's duty to defend those two cities for sure. So just look at it from everyone's point of view. You just need to take accountability.
Sure, brother. 1 second. There's two problems, right? I think maybe Layla and two, maybe you guys don't understand how Saudi Arabia was created. It was created over Muslims' dead bodies. Right? They got the help from the British Empire. That's how Saudi Arabia was created.
Okay, that's facts.
You see what I'm saying? So that's a fact. They kill a bunch of people, by calling them grave worshippers in the Ottoman Empire and whatnot. Muhammad bin Abdul Wahab, actually Al Saud was an ally, became an ally of Muhammad bin Abdul Wahab. And
Amir, you're making a great point.
I lived over there, by the way, Jeddah, doctor. You see what I'm saying? I know how it is, okay?
That's not what's happening. That's not what's happening. Hey, Doctor, we don't want you locked up, brother. We don't want you.
No, that's not what's happening. But to your point, Amir, that's my point, that it's not an Islamic regime. That's my point. But she's talking about, does it literally state? So she wants to read off sheets of paper. I know, it's kind of feel right. So you can read off sheets of paper. I'm looking at the actions. Every action here does not state Islamic regime. It states Muslim country. It states, it's just like Sudan. Sudan's not an Islamic regime. So Muslim country, the government are quote unquote Muslims, but they're not. Islamic regime is like an imam or sheikh runs your country. Like, you're expecting to hold these people in a very high religious guard. That's not what MBS is at all. Like he's just a royal, and he's Saudi first, and there's nothing wrong with that. And the problem here is everyone is saying that Saudi needs to be Islam first. And again, when Saudi was more like that, people hated Saudi. People complained about Haram police. They complained about Chop Chop Square. Now Saudi's awesome, and now everyone's saying, "Oh, they need to be more strict." It's just games. But as Amir just told y'all, if you understand the history of Saudi Arabia, then you wouldn't view it as an Islamic regime. You would review it as a royal family that took over an Islamic country, and then once they took over an Islamic country, they have progressed into their own way of doing things. Hold every Muslim country accountable to being an Islamic regime.
No, we kind of do, but that's a fair point. You made a great point too. That's
Layla, go on, respond.
Look, Doctor, I think one of the biggest things, right, about about being a Muslim in general is taking accountability, right? For me, look, we can argue and we can talk about whether, you know, if you're a Salafi, if you're a Wahhabi, we can argue, right, day and night about if what Saudi Arabia is doing is actually Islamic or not. However, what my main point is that when you have a leader like MBS or King Salman, whoever it is, right, the ruling monarch, based off of whatever definition you want to provide, for me and for many Muslims, it's an issue when you come out and you say that, okay, this is an Islamic nation. We follow an Islamic constitution. We follow an Islamic regime. We follow Islam. And then you go out and then you don't say a single thing about Palestine and then you continue to fund the genocide. Let me finish. And then you continue to fund the genocide. Okay, let me finish. I didn't interrupt you, so I don't understand why you keep interrupting me. I'm just speaking from my perspective, okay? I'm just speaking from my perspective. What I'm trying to convey to you, so I'd really appreciate if you don't interrupt me. That's really rude. Okay, that's why I'm trying to be really nice. Okay, he looks educated, so I'm trying to be really nice to him, but he's making it really difficult to do.
He is educated. He's a doctor.
Stop interrupting me, doctor. Listen to me, okay? As I was saying, right? How are you going, like, if you're going to call yourself an Islamic nation, which I've provided multiple interviews where they have, modern, present, 10 years ago, now present, in the last few years, you're going to come out and you're going to say that, okay, we're an Islamic nation, and you're not going to say a single thing about Palestine, but you're going to actively fund the genocide. You're going to do all of these things, right? So it's about taking accountability, because then there's another side to the coin that you have to understand. Why aren't your Muslim countries speaking out against the genocide? And Saudi Arabia is one of the very first countries that comes into topic, because for the longest time we were Muslim, right? And also part of being like just a decent human being is just to making sure that your leaders are taking accountability for their actions. If you're going to call something an Islamic regime, if you're going to come out and you're going to say that, okay, we follow an Islamic constitution anymore. So what I'm trying to say, and I'll keep it short now, is it's about taking accountability. It's about making your leaders take accountability for their actions. If they're going to say that if their country is an Islamic regime, then make sure that they're following an Islamic regime. That's what I'm trying to say.
Can I just say one thing, Amir? She made a great point, Marshall.
I think Doctor
I won't even, Doctor, I'm not even going to respond to your point. No, I just want to kind of elaborate on what she said.
She said it's totally wrong on multiple levels. She said our government, our king and royal family here have to take accountability. She said that Saudi Arabia hasn't said anything. That's absolutely wrong. MBS in the very beginning, in September 2018, the war started October 7th, he stated that Saudi Arabia will not recognize Israel without Palestine being a recognized state as a complete country. This is and he's made numerous of statements on the. I mean, I'm surprised that any person following this could even say this. Saudi Arabian prince also said, he doesn't care. He said he doesn't care about the difficulties of the Palestinians. Saudi Arabia is not doing business with Israel without Palestine getting its statehood. That's what he has leveraged most of this time. MBS on November 11th called it a genocide. He called Israel a genocide against Palestine and the operations in Lebanon. These are news outlets. I'm surprised that in all your university research, freshmen, you haven't done this. You haven't pulled this up. State. His statements have been consistent and frequent. That not only does he want the war, if he could have said, I just want the war to end, I just want people to stop dying, like Donald Trump said, he said he wants Palestine to be its own independent state, its own independent country. And he said that 1,000 times. However, the problem and the confusion, the part that no one's seeming to understand, Americans first. Mexico puts the Mexicans first. Saudi Arabia puts Saudi Arabians first. You guys keep speaking as if Saudi Arabia is the government of Palestine, as if these are two independent countries. And Netanyahu made remarks against MBS in response. And his remark back to MBS was, why don't you let Palestinians move to Saudi Arabia? And Muslims got mad at him for saying no. Why won't he let the whole point is controlling that. For saying no. Why won't he let the whole point is controlling that strategic point. I'm not going to move Palestinians in a mass populace. Layla, I let you finish. I see Saudi Arabia, and you relatively lost Palestine, and then Palestinians over time would just become Saudi Arabians, the way a lot of Palestinian migrants into Egypt have become basically Egyptian. So, and they, well, because, they have that, I forgot, Amiri, what's the name of that law that the Israelis have? That if you leave, like, it's absolutely ridiculous.
Okay, can I respond now?
Hey, real quick, let me just say one thing real quick. It's quite interesting when you have a country that has the Holy Land for this particular faith, and then you have this Nubian guy coming with all of these excuses when you have a Kufar nation like South Africa has to be the one that brings, if you got like Kufars not supporting, he will lambast them. He will talk about how they don't have humanity, but when it comes to the Holy Land, it's for Saudis and Saudis first. I can't stand people like this. You're mad inconsistent, and you clearly have a bias, and you lead with an agenda. So I'm just gonna land there. Carry on, sister.
Oh, okay. So basically, Doctor, okay, do you want to talk about me only, using sources on paper? Sure. Saudi Arabia only does not recognize Israel on paper. Sure, they go into news outlets and they say that, okay, or they release official statements where they say that they don't recognize Israel. However, their actions speak otherwise. There are so many economic engagement opportunities, and coalitions that are built between Israel and Saudi Arabia that maybe you're not aware of. The number one being the Saudi Public Investment Funds. It's reportedly involved in investments in Israeli companies via private equity. I don't know the exact number, but I believe it's like $3 billion that is managed by the Jared Kushner Affinities Partners, which is backed by Israeli startups. There's also this one other example. I think it's called like Solar Edge or something, or like Solar Power or whatever, and it's an Israeli firm that has a joint virtue with a Riyadh-based company called Ajnan & Bros, which is owned, by the way, by the Saudi government. And it's used to develop renewable energy projects that align with, again, the Vision 2030. So there's also strategic corridor planning, like the India, Middle East, Europe corridor, which is a large-scale, infrastructure initiative that links Saudi preconditions and so many diplomatic and security conversations, such as the normalization of this whole plan depends on Palestinian statehood, meaning that Saudi Arabia is only going to come out and say something once Palestine gets statehood, not during the process, not during the genocide, not during when there's a need for a call for a ceasefire. They're only going to call for Palestinian statehood. They're only going to, whatever Palestinian statehood looks like, whether it's a two-state solution or one-state solution, they're only going to come out and support it when it happens. So being one of the largest and biggest and most well-funded Muslim countries out there, they're not going to support it anytime during the ongoing genocide and during the ongoing occupation. So I could talk on and on about, I could give you a whole report on how, even though on paper Saudi Arabia says that they don't remain ties with Israel, in the back end there's so much that is being done, which is honestly the main reason why Saudi Arabia has not come out and has not called for a ceasefire, has not come out and said that we recognize Palestinian state. In terms of theoretical strategy or Muslim morality, it doesn't make any sense and it's completely wrong.
Right, so let me go ahead and educate you freshman on business 101.
Don't call me a freshman, I'm not a freshman. Don't be disrespectful to me, I wasn't disrespectful to you.
Whatever you want to call it. Amir knows me well, so he knows that business is like to be an investor. Otherwise, you're going to do what 2 was calling for, which is the flying of missiles. So the more financial aid that I put into a nation, I'm able to also destabilize a nation. For example, China. China owns massive amounts of the United States stock market. If China and America got in a real conflict, China wouldn't have to shoot missiles. All they would have to do is sell all their shares, tank the American economy, and the whole system collapses. Saudi Arabia weaponizes its money in the exact same way. So when you see business relationships between Saudi Arabia and Israel, it doesn't mean we're buddies. It means I'm buying the same thing that Saudi Arabia and the Gulf nations giving America $10 trillion, or some people say $3 trillion, whatever, for to with giving massive amounts of money to saying I have to get strong by having major investments within. Then I can leverage by withdrawing. You said Saudi Arabia doesn't rank. I don't know. You also made commentary about what they say out in public, but it's not what it is behind closed doors, which exactly was my argument about the Islamic regime when you read those newspapers. But I said, in reality, for a person living in Riyadh, like myself, I moved here a few months ago, a person living in Riyadh, or in reality, for any person who's been to Saudi Arabia, knows Saudi Arabia, knows that this is not an Islamic regime. There's nothing Islamic here other than, unless you view Islam as clothes and perfume. But beyond clothes and perfume here, this is not the Saudi Arabia that my father visited in the 70s. So the reality of the situation is it's not true. Saudi Arabia, Vision 2030, and many of the other Arab nations are, when they say they're moving to war, we have exemplary examples in the religion of Islam of what an Islamic regime looks like. It's called a caliphate, right? And anything other than those examples is not an Islamic regime. You're not running your country with a caliphate, then you can't say you're an Islamic regime. You can say you're a regime who practice Islam. But if you say you're an Islamic regime, then you're just keeping up the tradition, the same way America does for a multitude of them. Maintaining certain traditions of freedom, justice, and integrity, but in reality, America has none. So let me just give you some news that politicians lie. Another country is looking at, because whoever buys in at a massive amount, they own you now. So and Israel, with Saudi Arabia and other Gulf nations buying in massive amounts by the billions of dollars into their country, it gives them leverage, because now, wait till you're in the middle of your redevelopment project. Now you're trying to rebuild, let's say, Tel Aviv after the war. And now you're depending on those billions of dollars that's been holding people without jobs. This is how economics works. So when people see money moving, and they just look at it as if someone cash apps. The thing that Saudi Arabia and the Gulf countries are trying to do is they're trying to become major tech hubs. Because when you become a major tech hub, for example, the second greatest weapon on planet Earth is other than nukes, is Twitter. Because Elon Musk was very strategic in buying Twitter. Because with Twitter, you censor and you control the thoughts and opinions of people simply by what becomes promoted. You can take a certain type of post and make it more visible to the public and be able to sway the minds of millions of people simply because of what they see in their algorithm more. China did the same thing. Now the Middle East is seeing, we can control and influence people through technology. Now we want to become an AI hub. Now we want to become a tech hub. We want to invest billions in countries who are our enemies so we can have control of their economy. We're still learning. And this goes for both Africa and the Middle East.
Really? He dropped? Do you have any idea how many munitions he dropped?
It's only 90 plus years old. Most African countries are only 70 years old. And we're just now modernizing. So we're still learning what it means to play this multinational game, this global politics. We're learning.
Don't compare Saudi Arabia to Africa. That's disingenuous.
Okay, Doctor, you've been going on for a very long time.
Sister, we had an agreement.
And if you're gonna take like 10 minutes, then I'm gonna fall asleep.
When she said she's a university student, I thought she was a professor. So I was trying to give her a lecture on geopolitics. No, let's not school class. Come on, man. Yeah. Okay. So I'll just crash my plane right here, blow up in the concrete, and I'll let someone else.
I mean, look, okay.
The reason why
I don't know. I feel like this whole was used to surveil and target Palestinians, okay? So, sure, maybe Saudi Arabia has some long-term opportunity that really only that really only is going to work if the genocide ends and if there is an immediate ceasefire. But all these investments that Saudi Arabia is making is not going to help Palestinians in the long run. What if Palestinians get completely ethnically cleansed and wiped off of the face of the earth. That just means that Saudi Arabia is going to take over Israel and is going to turn it into another colony. Okay, like it still at the end cleanse Palestinians, and rather than using that money to invest it into Israel so that they can take it over one day by buying it, why not use that money that they have to number one, lift the medical blockade that's in Gaza right now. There's people in Gaza that are starving, okay? Just this morning, I had a cousin who passed away because he starved to death, okay? So why isn't Saudi Arabia using its power, especially, its connections with Egypt, to lift the siege, to end the blockade? There's so many ways that Saudi Arabia can use its money to actually benefit Palestinians rather than thinking long-term in a global lens. And that is the issue that I have with Saudi Arabia, because they claim that they do not support Israel on paper and again on these news outlets like you mentioned, but then behind closed doors, they're doing something completely different that is not benefiting Palestinians at the end of the day. That is only going to benefit them long term because they're investing in Israel. Okay, it's not going to help Palestinians. Okay, it's not going to help them. If Palestinians don't exist, there's no Palestinians to help. There's no Palestinians to give back Tel Aviv to. There's no Palestinians to give back land to if they're being ethnically cleansed. Are you talking about the people who are in the diaspora? They will have no homes to go back to because Israel and Saudi Arabia will just build new ones as part of a business model. So again, as you're saying, right? Sure, maybe it is true in some capacity that Saudi Arabia is trying to buy Israel, is trying to have some economic control over Israel, but it's not going to work if there are going to be no Palestinians for it to benefit.
Again, another thing you keep saying loud and wrong statements. Saudi Arabia has given more than $16 billion in aid to Palestine since the year 2000. And on my birthday this year, June 26, 2025, Saudi Arabia gave $30 million in aid, which mostly consisted of food and medical supplies to Palestine. That was just not even a month ago. So I don't know how much research you're doing on this.
It's not enough. That's what we're saying. It's not enough. It's not enough.
I'm still talking.
Yeah, but you keep on saying the same shit. You're regurgitating and keep on rehashing the same shit, bro. It's getting boring.
Bully someone else, right? I'm 6'2" and 195 pounds.
Yeah, so what, man? So what, bro? So what? You're not saying anything.
All right.
You're still deflecting. You're still deflecting from the issue. You're 6'2" and what, bro?
So let him just the most recent check. So when you say that they're not taking care of medical supplies or food aid, but again, I'm just debunking point for point. And I did not say you can destabilize them by then withdrawing your money. It's like blowing up a balloon. Blow it up, but you own the air in the balloon. The balloon didn't own that air. So yes, the balloon may reach its full potential, but then if you release a large amount of air, now jobs are lost. This is a long-term strategy, but it also is something that's already been taking place before October 7th. So what happens is though, Saudi Arabia is able to utilize that, and that's why they keep making the same statement over and over and over again. We will not continue to do business. And that may not mean anything to people here who are warmongering and just want to see missiles fly. However, when you say we're not going to do anything until Palestine becomes an official state, what that means is all of that money freezes. So it's not when you say, that money's being used. No, it's not. That money's not being used militarily. That money accounts, brokerage accounts, almost works like an escrow. You can freeze accounts instantly. You can have $10 billion in the country and go, I don't like what's happening here, and I can lock and protect my funds. There's multiple ways to do that. The AI advancements, first of all, let's analyze Palestine. Palestine does not have anything that's set up to be an organized government. So they need countries that are strategic in technology and other opportunities that can benefit them in the long run. Plus, the argument is going to come when this war gets closer, not even this war, when this genocide gets closer to what's going to be, is Palestine qualified to be a country? They ask this question in the United Nations to every new nation. And with what European nations have massive countries who don't jump in the conflict, but they become a quote-unquote non-biased supporter, even though, and send my prayers out to every Palestinian around the world. And I want nothing more than to see Palestine rise as a nation and as a country and us to begin global dominance back over the entirety of the region in a unified Ummah. However, we're living in the modern world. So there is a modern approach to how to do this. And I think everyone has a part to play, both what Iran is doing, what Yemen has been doing, and what other countries like Saudi Arabia has been doing, are all major parts towards independence. And if you do some small research, I'm at the end of my statement, if you do some small research into the American independence, you'll find out that America did not win its independence war. It actually lost its independence war. It was the recognition from countries like Morocco, who were already long-standing, had relationships with Europe and other countries. It was the recognition and financial support that these countries garnered and gave to America, that America was able to sue the United Kingdom for all of these abuses and things like that, and ultimately become an independent nation. So please do research beyond missiles flying in the sky on how countries are formed, right? How the United Nations works, how the ICJ works. Do real research on how these systems happen, so then you know what to expect. And then when you look at the countries and see what every country is doing, you can now do a play-by-play and say, okay, what needs to happen next is this. So it's more, I'm not thriving. I mean, not even after this conflict, we're going to be dealing with PTSD for generations of the children who have been there and seen and experienced what they've experienced. So there's going to be a massive amount of aid and support needed for those people beyond this conflict. So it's not just endless war, and it just doesn't work that way. The next thing that has to take place after this ceasefire is nationhood. And that nationhood is going to be leveraged through wealth, political power, and diplomacy, not through missiles flying through the air all day.
Okay, I'm just going to respond for like 10 seconds because I don't think you're listening to me. If everything that you said happens, it will happen, okay? Because Saudi Arabia is currently doing those investments. They're making those coalitions, and they're buying those equities. However, there will be no Palestine. There will be no Palestinians to give back Palestine to if Palestinians are ethnically cleansed. To give back Gaza, the West Bank, and the whole 48 back to. So yes, in theory, you're right. Okay, this is how a nation, this is how nationhood works. This is how global politics works. This is how global economics works. But still, at the end of the day, if everything that you're saying will be willing to come back to Palestine, if they don't have their homes, if they don't have, their ancestral graves, if they don't have anything to return back to. So in theory, yes, you are correct. But what I'm trying to say is that all for what? 20, 30 years down the line, when Palestinians are completely ethnically cleansed, what's going to happen? Nobody's going to return. So what's the point? So I'm saying that Saudi Arabia should invest their money as they're doing right now. And sure, you're talking about aid that they have given for the past few years maybe, but that aid has not been able to enter Gaza and enter the West Bank because there are people that are still starving there every single day. Every single country that has tried to give them aid, every single coalition, nonprofit organization, anybody who has tried to get aid to Gaza has not been able to do so. And even if they have been able to get a little bit to like maybe a pack of flour or like a case of diapers or whatever it might have been, it's still not enough. It's still not to the point where Palestinians are able to come back and fight against.
Arguing not only for a Palestinian state, but for Palestinian borders of pre-1962. And again, the number, I understand the emotions involved. However, again, it's impossible. First of all, it's impossible to annihilate the entirety of the Palestinian people. It's just impossible. And I'm not just talking about the people. I'm not talking about the diaspora. I'm talking about even in Gaza and the West Bank. It's just not going to happen. To me, to criticize any individual who's helping and say what you're doing is not fast enough, when what Saudi Arabia's long-term plan for Palestine is not the Gaza Strip. It's the pre-1962 borders, which you can look up on the Arab News or Al Jazeera. MBS talked about it when his father was coherent. He spoke about it before October 7th. Saudi Arabia is the third in the world for giving the most aid to Palestinian people, even more than the United States. So like I said, a lot of the statements that the Middle East does not have is countries have layers. You have your loud nations who make a lot of noise, like Yemen. Then you have your middle nations who file lawsuits, like South Africa. And then you have your superpowers. The Middle East is trying to become superpowers, like Russia. You don't, in China, you don't come in and scream a bunch of statements to a tabloid to make people feel good. The powers in the pen make moves quietly and swiftly. And that's what Saudi Arabia has intended to do. Again, I'm sure every government in the Middle East can be criticized for what we think. None of us have been a monarch. None of us have been a prime minister to know the ins and outs entirely of what the process looks like and what the global landscape looks like. But I don't see any reason why MBS would defy his own ancestral lineage. His grandfather, who is the founder of Saudi Arabia, was probably one of the greatest supporters of the Palestinian state. His fathers, his uncles, it just doesn't for myself. And Riyadh will probably be Dubai in about 5 or 6 years. With the massive amount of expatriates and how much they're doing. Even if you go to Mecca, I don't know how many of you all have been to Mecca or anyone who has, know that there are 2 Meccas in Mecca. You have a public Mecca for everybody, where it used to say only Muslims can go to Mecca. Now they have a public Mecca for everyone for work and business, stuff like that. And then you have the El Haram, actually. It's up their home that for the next 100 years plans for their own development, plans for their own people to thrive. They're not just the keepers of the power. They have a lot of other things that exist as well. But like I said, 99% of the arguments people say hopefully this has been a learning. Hopefully this has been a learning. I mean, it is to your research. Hopefully this has been a learning.
When you can go to Haram and conduct Umrah,
Me?
Yeah.
I just went last year, but I want to go again. I want to go for Hajj next time.
Doctor will be at the airport, okay? Mecca. Like, have you been around the country?
I've been to Riyadh. My grandmother used to live there. But
what year? You just gotta learn more about you. But I do understand the urgency.
I do understand. Look, I don't disagree with you, okay? But that's not what I'm saying. I didn't disagree when we first started speaking. I didn't disagree with you either, okay? I was just arguing and saying that if you're gonna call yourself an Islamic regime, follow Islam. If not, then don't. You know? But anyways, I don't disagree with anything that you're saying. What I'm saying though is I value in investing in Israel in any way when if the end goal is, to take control over Israel and eventually to make it do its bidding or whatever the situation is, or to have some sort of economic leverage over Israel, it's not going to be any use. Again, seeing my family members, like literally every 2 to 3 weeks, and this is the same for many Palestinians, seeing your family members die every 2 to 3 weeks, seeing, people, come, and take your homes and whatever, and having, these stories, it's very much like demotivating. It's like, oh my gosh, it's a question that we ask ourselves every single day, like, is there ever going to be a free Palestine? So when you see people from your family dying every single day, it's kind of just like, okay, now, are we going to actually have a Palestine to go back to? And then when we see Saudi Arabia and the actions that they're committing, funding Israel in the tech sector or in equities and stuff like that, we're like, wow. So even if Saudi Arabia claims that they're going to have economic leverage for Palestinians over, if they're going to have economic leverage over Israel for Palestinians, to us it's like that doesn't matter. You can make claims on the deeds, it's very like to us as Palestinians, we don't, whatever Saudi Arabia's long-term plan is in terms of geopolitics, for us it's like, nah, like we don't believe that it's going to do us any good at the end of the day. We hope and we pray that, Hassan al-Din, we hope and we pray that if Saudi Arabia, that's what their intentions are, that they do come true, that they do benefit Palestinians in some way. But for us, practically, we just don't see that there's a value in it. Again, as I said, if there's no Palestinians to take back Palestine, it's just a business deal. It's just a business project.
I probably understand that cities in my country is going through probably mostly the same thing, with a body count of 200,000 people being killed, and then family members, friends, or even people that my family know even my own personal house instead. Personal house. However, at the end of the day, all you can do is put your feet above. Support the things that you can, stand by your Muslim brothers and sisters, and be strong in your faith indeed. Because we've already been in politics. I understand what you're saying, how it makes you feel, but in reality, the methods that are being taken are actually faster than anywhere else. We're watching the growth and development of strength in the Middle East faster and more powerful than anywhere else in the world. Faster development rate, a faster military strength rate. And like I said, I understand how those investments may make you feel, but those investments are probably the fastest solution to the Palestinian problem and a Middle East security problem for the future.
What's your name?
Well, I just hope that it's fast enough for Palestinians to come and take back their homes. That's all I'm going to say.
Layla, when you see, Palestinian flags raised everywhere throughout Europe, how does that make you feel?
Never taken a
I feel represented.
Exactly. And before October 7th, that was not the case. So there's a positive side, there's a wisdom behind what's happening. So
Wait, so what does that have to do with Saudi Arabia, though? What is the flag?
No. The world works. It's deep. What Saudi Arabia is doing is very, very deep politics. Okay?
Okay,
they have BlackRock.
Listen,
hold on. They have Black. Okay, so this subject is multidimensional. It's not one side. Okay? So you have to look at what's happening throughout the world because of the genocide. Don't go with genocide and that's that. You also look at what's happening in the investment world and Saudi Arabia's engagement with the main, basically, I guess, economic levers of the world, led by BlackRock. So just wait. After 10 years or 15 years or 20 years, things will change for sure. This Zionist state will absolutely disappear. I know that for sure. The current government of Israel or another government similar to the current one will not be compatible with, the powerful governments in the Middle East. I guarantee it.
Okay, well, Avi, I will agree with you, okay? But what I hope and what I pray for is that there are Palestinians to take back Palestine. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, I agree with you. Okay, I think that there's at no point have I ever disagreed with what you or what Doctor have said. But I understand where you're coming from. However, what I'm trying to say is that to me, again, as a Palestinian and as somebody who has family in Gaza, I hope that this plan does work. Because if it doesn't, then it's just a business deal. It's just a business project. Okay, and I hope that it works fast enough. Point where my whole entire family isn't annihilated.
100%, sister, 100%. People, the future Palestinians will reap the reward. You know what I mean? And people who died, they basically shed their blood for what's coming. And I believe strong Palestinian state, recognized throughout the world, will emerge from this. So it's painful. I understand 100%. It pains me. I swear to God, every Muslim cannot feel terrible when they see what's happening. You know what I mean? And it's a human issue right now. It's not even Muslims only. Bully, we're on the same page, right? Bully. You called me D-Rider earlier, man. Come on, apologize. D-Rider, come on.
Yeah, it's very painful to say.
What are you talking about? You are a dick rider.
Yeah, you. Okay, bro. That's interesting language.
It is because if we paid you as much as you. Bro, this guy here.
What's happening?
When you hear people
if you really care that much, you will boot up and suit up and do something about it, to be honest, man. And I think a lot of you are just very, very too opinionated.
You should not be in a place of power, and you should not be treated with impunity.
You guys are still going?
It's that simple. It's like everyone should be equal under the law.
We're proselytizing to John.
What are you proselytizing?
That was a proselytizing. This is a simple question. I don't care how you answer it. We're proselytizing. We're trying to get something to the fellow anti-Semite. That's what I'm thinking is very reasonable. Right.
Well,
wait. Why do you think that Jews were behind blacks in civil rights in the 60s? Because they were fearing that they were going to become the blacks in America, right? So
no, it's because they do good things. They're charitable people. They love supporting people.
That's why a lot of Jews will pretend to say, I'm white and I support black.
Who do you think owns Yum Brand Foods? Kentucky Fried Chicken is a big business.
Yeah. So when you're part of the CCA,
I'm a Protestant. Christian. My Lord and Savior Jesus Christ will crush you, buddy.
Yeah, you're bullshit. How could I? Why are we even talking about niggers?
Because the Civil Rights Act of 1964 would have been impossible without Jewish scholars.
Yeah, same goes for lesbians. Teaching your kids how to get
Jewish scholars.
Teaching your kids how to get blowjobs.
Lyndon Baines Johnson was a Jewish prophet.
Yeah, okay. And you're smoking the devil's lettuce.
How did you know? James, let's just put it this way. You're kind of uptight.
You can fit 40 Earths in Uranus, and if you relax, 43.
I was born inside Uranus.
Yeah, I doubt it.
I can't believe that you are that oblivious to influence in the U.S. next.
I'm just saying, I understand Israel's influence in the U.S. I'm just saying it's proxy for the military-industrial complex.
Okay.
We agree to disagree.
Well, listen to what Goose said. Listen to what Goose said earlier. He said.
The Congress.
Listen to what Goose said earlier. He said, "What benefit did America gain by destroying Iraq? Oh, what benefit? How about like $6 trillion in fucking deficit spending? That's a pretty nice benefit."
Israel versus the American military-industrial
Okay, and that's Congress. Okay, so that Congress, who funds them? That's for their campaigns. Doesn't every single Republican have an APAC guy?
Of course they do. I'll tell you what, overthrowing Saddam guaranteed, 74% of Israel's oil coming from the Iraqi part of the Kurdish part of Iraq. Did you know about that? That was positive. Yeah, but most of the Kuwaiti oil, but the interest of Israel was more about geopolitics than it was about resources and money. That's what you're not comprehending. I don't think
discussion shows you what I mean when I say Republicans are cut.
So then again, because then here's the first time this train go by my house. About the oil, I'm saying Israel's what benefited Israel when it came to overthrowing Saddam and Iraq was primarily about their geopolitical ambition and ideological ambition than it was about resources or money. I agree with you.
So in the chess game that is still being played, who has more pieces?
Doesn't matter what's
as of right now, Israel.
Ding, ding, ding. Winner, chicken dinner.
Obviously.
Epstein, do you understand now why I always say Republicans are cucks?
Yes.
And total cucks. That they would literally watch their wife get fucked rather than actually take a stand against the Jews.
Yeah, I don't get why this is like the one issue where
Because some people.
The cucks bitching about Ukraine are the same cucks wanting to buy this draft.
Hey, you know what? The only two American presidents that ever took a stand against the Jews were Republicans.
No, Nixon and Carter.
No.
JFK was not a Republican. That was
No. He never took a chicken. They shot.
Who do you think?
Pentagon and CIA. It's the CIA and the Pentagon. They just had all these hearings on it over the past couple
So
months.
the CIA and the Pentagon killed JFK right
Yeah.
after he said he wants to do an investigation in the Israeli nuclear facility. Okay.
Yeah.
It's not Israel that killed him. No.
Oh, okay. It was Woody Harrelson's dad.
Yeah. It's not Israel. Well, yeah, that actually. Israel has nothing to do with the killing of JFK. Okay.
Okay.
You guys are retarded.
Listen, you're retarded. You're from fucking Jordan. I've been to your goat kingdom.
Yeah, I watched the movie The Patriot by Mel Gibson, and I have a different idea of Americans. Turns out they're all a bunch of faggots.
It turns out that you're from a goat
They're all
kingdom.
a bunch of bad faggots on scooters at Walmart while the oil drips down your fucking mouth.
Listen, you eat shawarma. They take beef. They take fucking goat. They take lamb, and they let that fat just drip down the meat. That's all you guys got in your country is fucking spigots of fatty meat. You stick it on a fucking pita with a pickle and some fucking white sauce. That's your culinary delight? You're from a fucking valley with a river and a couple goats. He's sitting there saying, the guy is a first generation implant into this country, and he sits here and says, you know how many times Randy has said Republican cucks? Probably like 6,000 times over the past 2 years.
It's Randy's trademark.
Yeah, but it's true.
It is his trademark.
But it's also true.
You can't deny it, though. Arab white sauce, no homo, is pretty good.
No, I know. I like shawarma.
Can you deny that conservatives are cucks? Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
Well, this is the problem with your conversations, is that you admit that your conversations are all political in nature. Even if you hate the Jews and you're an anti-Semite, it's still your political position. So you're just doing politics. It's all you're actually doing.
Who are concerned about the debt and Democrat spending are exactly the people simping for the big beautiful bill, increasing the debt by $5 trillion.
Beautiful bill, baby.
Can someone explain that?
Hey, asshole. Big beautiful bill gave me a major tax credit.
Oh, you think that? But you don't. Yeah. So look at this nigger. He literally wants to save $5 on tax, but he wants to spend $100 on inflation. Republicans are some of the dumbest motherfuckers.
I paid more in income tax than you earn in a week.
Well, that's because you're a tax cuck. But at the end of the day,
I'm a tax cut, okay? Because you're a Canadian.
Yeah, but
Enjoy like, how much are you getting taxed in Canada?
Income tax?
Yeah.
43%.
Ooh, that's nice. That's 4 out of 10 days you go to work for the man.
Exactly, douchebag. Are you literally paying more tax on my overtime check?
Yeah, but I do 0 capital gains tax.
You probably work 6 out of 10 days.
Asshole.
No, you don't pay. You do pay capital gains.
Don't forget, this guy has a monthly membership to FetLife.
Okay, what I'm telling you.
He's actually the contact.
Exactly. He's the cuck that he calls everybody else.
$5 on tax so that you can spend
Takes a
$100
cuck to
on
know a
inflation.
cuck.
Like, do you understand what it means when you raise the debt by $5 trillion? Some nigger has to pay that.
Do you know what it means when there's 100 trillion in unfunded debt liabilities?
You are that nigger who's gonna pay the debt. You are the nigger who's gonna pay the debt.
Just go to usdebtclock.org right now. There's 37 trillion in funded liabilities and 100 trillion. 100 trillion in unfunded liabilities.
Can you see how the Republicans always increase? They always increase the deficits. Well, Democrats also increase deficits, but they don't increase it as much. Can you go ahead and check?
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, can you go ahead and check how all the Democrats spend on the social programs is much smaller than the Republicans spend on the fucking military?
Can you explain to me why in the world would Alex Soros marry Huma Abedin? Why did Alex Soros marry Huma Abedin?
I'm just telling you, Democrats are much better at reducing deficit. Cock.
Exactly. He's a cock.
It's kind of weird. She's like kind of old.
She already has children with Anthony Weiner. Why in the fuck is this dumb bitch? Yeah. Yeah, the fucking Clinton laptop. She knows all about it. She knows all about fucking cosmic ping pong.
I'm gonna go take a shit.
Okay.
Oh, conservative release. Letting out all that shawarma, white sauce, garlic sauce.
He doesn't even have a tandoori kitchen.
Oh, George Galloway is here. The Israel, they are. I can't even do a George Galloway accent. It's kind of hard.
What, you got to?
George Galloway!
George Galloway!
Welcome with me. 10%.
Is that Tim's new profile?
Tim Rambleson, man.
To the mother of all talk shows.
I got a girl actually for Tim. She's a rambler too. They call her a Babberina.
What are you on? What are you on? Say that again, because I didn't follow you.
I know this chick who is like a local at the bars that I go to. She's a single mom. She's got a great body.
Are you Canadian?
No, I'm American. But what I'm saying is she's a rambler like Tim, and she'll talk your ear off to the end of the night, and you're just like, I cannot believe this bitch could not shut the fuck up.
Yeah. That's too bad. How's that working out for you?
I don't know. It's like it's nice having a wing woman because she's very social, and all the young chicks.
Oh, she's your own wing woman?
Yeah, she's my wing woman basically.
You sure she's not cock-blocking you?
No, she's. I'm sure she would love to sleep with me, but I'm just a gentleman, and it's nice to have a friend at the bar. Even though she won't shut
You're
the
so
fuck
full of
up.
shit. You're tapping that, you liar.
No, I'm not. I'm not. And I try to introduce her to. people. I've invited her to Republican parties
Why do
because
you have a wing woman?
she's a bad
No
boy.
game?
Honestly, I think my game is pretty weak. I really want to work on it.
Why do you not have like a wing man?
I do.
Who's a wing
I
woman?
do have.
What the fuck's wrong with you?
I do. Well, she's always at the bar. She's always at this fucking that I go to. So it's just by
Okay, and
default.
how much pussy has she hooked you up with?
Fucking none.
No, so she's a cock blocker.
Actually, you're probably right. Well, I don't want to get past friends with. She's not. She's ugly. She's like 46 maybe.
Okay, but so she's not working for you. She's working against you.
Yeah, you're probably right. I thought about that. I was like, you know what? I should stop going to that
You
bar.
go to a different bar.
That's exactly what I thought. I agree. She's Italian. There's a lot of Italian people that go to this bar.
Okay, what's wrong with that? Are they Italian or are they Sicilian? There's just
Yeah, I guess they're Sicilian.
well, maybe.
They wear the cornicello.
You mean the horn?
No, it's like a chili pepper looking necklace.
That's the horn. Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, she's definitely like the Sicilian for sure. Yeah, for sure. Calabrese.
She had to have been like. She had to have been a 10 when she was like
You're
in her
hanging out with
20s.
niggers.
Oh shit.
You finally said it.
Really, I don't think I've ever heard that word ever uttered from you, man. Yeah, you have. It's
Today we tried to press on him to say it.
He's thinking about.
like a romance.
Yeah, that is a funny scene. He's like, so technically, that is a great scene.
Did you guys see the use of the word nigger online and how it's skyrocketed in the past years?
No.
I'll stop going after X. I'm gonna say around 2016 it skyrocketed. When the God Emperor Trump. So I'm pretty sure it
2020.
skyrocketed after like Tribe Called Quest released a whole song about it back in the 90s.
No, but I assure no. I think the last 2 years made a big difference. Today, nigger is the most used word on this app. I don't think
This app? Yeah, but you have the source of that. At one point, that was the only word I used to say.
I'm just telling you that every active user of this app knows that.
I don't care if you hate Trump or the populist right, but we have brought back faggot, nigger, and retarded. So you're welcome.
You were so afraid of, but you just said it right now. So you need more alcohol and then you can say it?
It's my word. What the
If you
fuck?
say it like Tim Rambleson says it, and the way you say it, like you are what you are describing.
Technically, nigger was our word before it was theirs.
No, our word, not your word, nigger.
Oh, well, I am said nigger after all.
Yeah, he's a camel fucker.
Exactly. And you are a client state. So
Have you ever eaten camel meat,
you
Rabbi?
live by the grace of God and my tax dollars.
Have you ever eaten camel meat, Randy?
No, although I know a burger shop that has that.
But he's eating the ass out of camel.
Have you ever seen what it looks like when they strip a camel from its meat after they cook it? It's disgusting.
No, wait, people eat camels?
Yeah, dude, it's fucking disgusting.
Seriously?
Yeah, the fat is so fatty that it like liquefies on contact. It is the most disgusting looking thing you've
No,
ever seen.
apparently camel meat is very tasty.
I've never heard this. I mean, I know people
Yeah.
eat horses.
Just go on YouTube and watch videos. They
Kinda
cook
weird,
they
but,
cook
like,
goats
they eat
all, camels all the time. Yeah.
Why?
Well,
It's a lot of food. It's fucking like 800 pounds of meat.
It's better than starving. I've never heard that anyone eats camels.
Oh yeah, it's a
They
delicacy.
say it's pretty tasty, actually.
I'm today's a year old. Horse meat is pretty tasty.
Again, I never tried it.
Yeah, horse meat's delicious.
It is delicious. It's not as good as elk, but like I just feel bad eating it. I mean, you know, the chat. I mean, that looks pretty good.
Kitover, did you eat camel meat?
No, but I've had mensif many times. I love it.
Yeah, that's so different. Yeah, that sounds amazing. Do you remember Ting Ma on this app?
No,
You don't know Ting Ma? He's from Toronto.
no.
Oh, well, he came to Montreal. I took him to the best mensif. It was very expensive, but actually it tasted
How much
good.
is it?
What is menta?
It's the Jordanian national dish.
It's a plate of rice with meat, with milk on it.
Does not go good.
What do you mean? Jamit is like petrified fucking rock with goat milk.
Yes, I'm not sure exactly what goes into
So
it.
is this like Middle Eastern paella?
I've made it. It's Jamid.
It's
Oh, James, that's exactly what it is. Yeah, it's
kind of, but not exactly. But actually,
without the high class proteins. Right, got it. Okay, I gotcha.
I'm t-
just Google it. The best food things. It's just unlike anything else.
They should literally do like a Chipotle, but with
How does love now taste? Like the milk? I heard it's like salty.
Labna is not milk. Labna is like, oh man, how can I even explain that shit to you?
it's like it's condensed goat milk, isn't it?
No, they said it's salty. I thought it was just milk. Not salty.
You know what? Do you know pita bread?
Yeah.
Okay, so you get pita bread. Like next time, I'm pretty sure you have some Middle Eastern like grocery store or something.
Yeah. This is like naan.
You go there. Yeah, pita bread looks kind of like naan, yeah, but it's not the same. It's separate. So just make sure to get pita bread, and then you get labneh. I'm sure you're gonna find labneh in any grocery store, and then you just it's like that. You take the bread, and then you take the labneh.
Is it like the bread they have in box?
That's the best thing you ever ate.
Kind of like a pretzel.
You can put labneh with cheese and tomatoes also. Labneh is the best thing you ever ate. Just like
Like a pretzel, right?
I'm gonna try it out. Yeah, you see how you have nachos, and then you dip the nacho with the cheese. The pita bread is the nacho,
No,
and the
what?
cheese
Don't
is
touch
the
that.
labneh.
It's nacho cheese. Oh.
I'm just saying that's exactly how you do it. That's this one way you did it.
Like,
that's how I do
So
it.
it's like naan, like or pita bread.
Nigga, pita bread is not naan. It's similar to it. It looks similar, but it's not the same at
What's
all.
the difference? It's unleavened
It just
bread.
tastes super different. It's not the same.
How does it taste different?
It's just not the same. How about you buy them, nigga?
Wow.
What's the difference?
I can't get those here. I live in America.
Of course you can get it. You don't have pita bread where you're at?
We do. So you're saying it's the same as pita bread?
Naan is not the same. Naan bread is different than pita bread.
It's not really.
Yes, it is.
No.
Of course it is.
It's really not that different.
Pita bread is more Middle Eastern. Naan is more like Caribbean.
Yeah, it's really not all that different.
And it tastes totally different.
It's actually not that different from a fucking
Oh my god, this nigga. You know what? It doesn't matter.
not that bread.
Nigga, don't eat it. It doesn't matter.
It just is.
My god, James. You know what? I don't.
It's just not like bread. It's not all that different.
Okay, this is true. This is
Or do you own a bidet? Fancy pants motherfucker.
Well, you don't own it. It's not a car or a horse.
What, you have to rent them where you come from? You can own a bidet. It's still the same.
Own them. It's not own them. It's like owning a bidet is like saying you own a Mercedes.
You don't need a bidet in Jordan. You just need a Sri Lankan woman to wipe your ass for you after you're done.
Oh.
It's amazing having a servant cook your breakfast, cook your lunch, cook your dinner, clean everything in the house every day. It's amazing.
You're telling me I've been married for 22 years and I do all of that shit.
Oh, really?
I don't know where I went wrong. I don't know where I went.
Are you a deep cleaner?
No, I have a robo bag.
I need to get a vac, like a shop vac.
Yeah, a shop vac. Why, do you have like a water problem?
No, it's just like, I don't want to use a good vacuum in like rough areas in the house because I got like a basement that has all
What
kinds
rough
of
areas
shit.
do you have in your house? You know what? Interestingly enough, I bought a quad filter.
What's that, for the water?
No, it's for like the shop, for like the wood shop. It's usually like four HVAC filters with like a commercial fan. It sucks all the dust out.
Dude, honestly, after I just took a shot, I remember it. So I'm gonna go sleep. I'll see you guys later.
Maybe.
Bye.
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna leave too. Have a good night.
Okay. Yeah, see ya.
Guys,
We do sleep on the app. And their rooms aren't even called sleep rooms, they're just political rooms sometimes. And there's some for news.
Daddy would fall asleep.
That's funny.
Yeah.
I almost did in the room prior to this one.
That kid should not have a home compared to like a school. You feel? Nobody's out there. Y'all know like the situation. I know a lot of people don't care about other people. You feel me? Especially.
No, man, gay men should not be allowed to marry and adopt children. Put me in the queue and green beam and mob me now. Gay men should not be allowed to adopt beautiful little children. Pete Buttigieg and his boyfriend husband should give up their child. That fake ass Indiana mayor is CIA agent Pete Buttigieg.
I know.
Well, we'll read through it. Listen carefully. Malachi chapter 3, verse 8. Will a man rob God? Yet ye have robbed me. But you say, wherein have we robbed thee? In tithes and offering. You're
Only way. That's like a shark attack. You go into their public domain, you get that. Like most drownings is preventable. Like super preventable. The most annoying patients is the suicide patients.
Why?
Because they gotta end.
Larger Air Force, you would definitely need American fighter jets because the Egyptian Air Force is nothing above it at all. So, one thing I do is I love to study military powers, and I pay very close attention. I go on their websites. I look at.
Sorry for interjecting. Just a quick question: where did Egypt get their weapons from?
Most of the Egyptian weapons are bought from Russia, the United States, and China. But Egypt is
Russia and China in there.
Brother, take a deep breath. I know you want to fight with someone, but no one cares. So again, Egypt's policy for their military supplies is they believe in buying from everyone and no total dependency on any country. That's literally Sisi's strategy. So they buy from everyone equally. So they have American fighter jets. They have the best of them. Well, not the best, but they have some of them. The country that they consider their biggest threat to their sovereignty is Israel. So everything that they do, train, and study is for ground fight or ongoing conflict directly with Israel, not with really anyone else, because Egypt doesn't have any other enemies in the area. So, like I said, if Egypt has a larger force, a stronger force, a deeper financed force, deeper pockets for the military, because Egypt's military is vastly cheaper, and most of Egypt's faculties throughout their government is controlled by the military, so they don't have to depend on military aid directly to a specific individual, where almost the entire country is owned. It's almost communist the way their government is ran. So they don't have to worry about that. They have more manpower, they have more tanks, they have more missiles, they have more air support, they have more almost everything than Israel. They literally made that their business. So did Israel win the war in the 1960s? Sure, right? You got your ass kicked in most of the battles, but you managed to pull it together at the end and came through with a limping leg. So I applaud you. And also birthed Nasserism, which was the birth of a unified Arab state to make Egypt even stronger. Now that didn't last long. However, Egypt has made it their business to be the Sith Lord to your Jedi Order, or I should say the Jedi Order to your Sith Empire. So I think, like I said, I think Egypt would smash Israel like a cockroach. The only thing worth worrying about is the United States, and Egypt would actually be harder to hit than Iran because of military base placement. You would have to depend on their air carriers in the Mediterranean Sea, and they would probably make it rain in Alexandria. Cairo is in a very strategic location, further south, much harder to hit. And they just moved their capital city, so you have to pick between old Cairo, new Cairo. It'd be a lot more difficult. And then Egypt, with their nuclear sites that are buried out in the desert, God knows where, that's been funded and supported by the Russian government, I think Egypt would be the strongest threat in the Middle East, militarily, towards Israel. Bully, I'm really sorry that I'm smarter than you. I know it hurt you. But you can be the main character next time.
Excuse me.
Too bad.
You're not triggered.
Person, brother. Just like
If you're not triggered, why are you addressing me?
Because
Right?
because you're an idiot, bro. Here
comes the dick rider. Here comes the dick rider. Here comes the dick rider. Yo, y'all having bromance right now. This is unheard of.
We're brothers. What are you talking about? We're brothers. What are you talking about?
let's not do the first to attack, sir.
I know I'm giving it as a deadline, not by next year. I'm giving it as a deadline. Fall of 2026. I think if this conflict keeps brewing over, America's going to have a decision to make. I think they're losing their people. So, and Israel doesn't really offer the United States much of anything either. So that's something other than, so-called, we're the eyes in the region. But that's what I was trying to explain to the Palestinian system. When Israel becomes this American hub and eyes over the Middle East, that becomes irrelevant as the Middle East calms their conflicts, dismantles terror organizations, becomes a peaceful hub, having beautiful capital cities where American diplomacy and diplomats can come in and out at free will, protection and security. Once those things happen, which you basically already done at this point, but once those things have happened, then the needed necessity for Israel on quote-unquote Arabian foreign policy is absolutely irrelevant, and then Israel just becomes a problem. Now, Morty did make a good point with the amount of influence they have in the Senate, the amount of influence they have in their government, but they would have to expose the entirety of their hate. The American people are supposed to have the most power in the United States, so they would have to expose their hand to the American people and show American people, like, you don't have to and it proceeds on. That's when it starts to get scary and mad because they're mad. Because American people take action, they don't get their way. So I would like to see how Israeli people play on control of American people. They're trying to censor as much as they can. They're trying to censor so they can control their minds. They're trying to slow down protests. They're trying to deport as many people as possible. Lock off as many anti-Israeli countries from more expats coming in the country as possible to limit the population and the growth of information in the United States. But I think it's relatively impossible. I think it's too late. Everyone's seen it. Even my friends, I have friends from college I went to, some friends who are totally oblivious, very wealthy. My friends who are totally oblivious to the blindly supporting the government. I had no idea what's happening. Just thought Israel, and 99% of those friends have completely sourced their entire position because they've seen it. And like Bully said, you live in the information, you actually intelligent. Information is more relatively available to us. So now people are seeing the genocide. They see it. They can't close their eyes to it. The amount of reporters and news reporters that have been murdered, right, and journalists that have been murdered, you can't close your eyes to it. Have a California I've never seen big parts in my life until this conference, and I can't take it out of my mind. It'll be embedded in my mind. Images that I saw, babies lost in half on social media, and they couldn't get a grip on Facebook and on Instagram and on TikTok. They couldn't get a grip over the media conference. So much too slow because remember they opened the floodgates. They opened the floodgates when they wanted to attack Donald Trump by denigrating the censor and allowing people to speak against Trump and that level, etc. And then when this conflict happened right on top of it, they couldn't get back control of the media. So now the world's already seeing the
You're okay with the sausage and the bacon? How many waffles are you gonna want?
And now that people see that, you cannot get it out of your mind. The images I've seen, I can't get out of my mind.
How about some donut? Some bear cob? How about
Americans are not going to bring their guns up.
Maybe you want extra butter?
You're talking very excitedly and exaggerating. Americans just don't care about foreign policy. You know, you talk about the white folks that know nothing. The white folks are beautiful. You know, all that. I got something for you guys.
I know.
And the liberals are the ones that want Palestine.
You're good on that.
You know, all this excitement.
What are you gonna want for dinner today, baby?
Yeah, there's like protests last year on the college campuses.
Do you want any chicken or sausage, Jenny, or you're good?
All these kids protesting in Palestine. What was the response?
Okay.
More anti-Semitism awareness.
Is that butter on your?
So,
Palestine is connected to a long chain. It's about when financial support is constantly going over.
So talk to
That's what
me.
Americans are going to
I don't want to hear
because they've been promised, according to Donald Trump, a golden age of American policy and finances, which Americans still have yet to see. They've seen some crypto trends, they've seen some stock market portfolio growth, but they haven't seen a massive golden century that's going to happen so swiftly. And the Americans are increasingly impatient on these things because of how bad that economy was. I know for a fact, I've lived in America. I lived in New York. Everything that's taking place, American people is not understanding of Palestine. That's the college kids in the protest. It's about how much more, how much longer is this going to go? I don't think any Arab nation can be good. This, to me, this is the great fight. This is the big fight. This should not be happening again.
Jewish.
That's what I believe. They could have tapped out of them. Too many people have died in this conflict. The Gazans, I believe they have nothing else to lose. And it just ended in a ceasefire and they go back to the old way. I think everyone who's in this conflict is just going to force the American hands to see financially, we're never going to see American people low wage, and all those things are what I'm under this control. Can I hear you?
You're reaching inside our vehicle. I feel threatened. I am. You're reaching inside our vehicle. I feel threatened. Get off of her.
No, it's bullshit.
Do what we're doing. We're doing it for God. That's how we feel.
Are you sure that the God that you're serving?
Who do we serve?
Devil. You know,
Come on.
I mean, hello everybody, hi, David Scheller. David. Okay, yeah, David.
No, we're pretty, we know who we are. We would observe the devil.
You would just participate in baby sacrifice, past genocide.
No, this is an agenda. We both. This is not dinner tonight, so we have to Hamas is an international terrorist organization and a proxy of Iran. And Iran is one of the three sponsors of state terror, okay, according to the United States State Department, along with North Korea and Cuba. So this is really a war. We're fighting a war for the Western world. This is a war for the good of civilization. It's a civilization against barbarism. Well, you know, we don't talk it here. They're always targeting Hamas, and Hamas uses human beings. They hide their weapons. They hide their weapons under schools and churches and hospitals and mosques. And Black Rabbi, I know that, but he gave us a good stat the other day. He said that 90% of homes in Gaza have been used to hide weapons for Hamas. The light
Prove that?
I think he has a link. We tried to get him to provide the link, the so-called pro-Palestinians in the room. Tried to get him to provide the link. I don't know that he ever provided it, but I think we can trust Black Rabbi. He's a good Jew.
Black Rabbi the Jew?
There's an article in the Times of Israel, I believe, about him, or the Jewish Post, or one of these. A reputable newspaper. This is a reputable newspaper that acknowledges him as a Jew. Who am I to say otherwise?
What tribe?
I don't know. Do I need to know? Is this required information for the quiz that you're giving me?
I mean, I'm pretty sure you and Black Rabbi look nothing alike.
This is true.
A group that meets on the lakefront every weekend is hoping to make life a little easier. These are therapy group, and what they do if you're searching for serenity, the lake.
Anthony Weiner.
Yeah, I'm
You got some nerve running for office after sent that dick pic to that 15-year-old girl, dog.
I don't have
some nerve running for office after sending him dick pics to that 15-year-old girl, dog.
That's exactly right.
What about you? You think I'm That's not a call for two. You would marry your daughter too. I never went to jail for shit like that. You know?
No, I couldn't believe
fuck you, Peg.
You should see the black Zionists it comes from people who've been through extreme trauma and inspired peacefully trying to become your people.
Like that.
And then just like the president.
Anthony Weiner.
You mostly have struggles with some people.
So I was talking about the struggle first. That's right.
Yeah, John Early.
Morty is actually black.
You look like black.
You call him Black Rabbi.
Piece of shit, Black Rabbi. You're a piece of shit.
We call white rabbis white rabbi. We just
keep your dick in your pants. Weiner, you heard?
We have to.
Anthony Weiner, keep your dick in your pants. You heard? Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, you're the stupid. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, I'm a Trump guy, all right. You guys are
the good thing, Morty,
you're a sex offender, dog. You're a sex offender. You shouldn't be going by the kids' playground, dog.
I'm a serious guy.
You shouldn't be going by the kids' playground, dog. You're a sex offender, dog.
The Israelis did.
You're not supposed to be so close to them, dog.
Okay, that's an interesting question. I got an answer.
The fuck out of
here. So, when you know about how intelligence works, there's always threats. Every day there's.
I'm a Trump guy, yeah.
Since 9/11.
Anthony.
Everybody knew nobody gave it for us. Somebody said, oh, you're having other thing. They're getting hundreds of thousands. Okay, so yeah, but here's the thing. You can all do this on your own. You can go to YouTube. You can go to Middle East Media Research Institute. There's all kinds of videos right there. So when you say, did they know for sure that, the Israeli intelligence was watching Middle East Media Research Institute, which is there as a combat.
Pull me over if you want the.
They do all these videos. How they did it.
all the Iranian leaders within Iran. Surely, it begs even just working it all a bit within there. That's like suspended belief, disbelief, I guess you call it.
What you're saying is bordering on an anti-Semitic trope.
Well, hey, I'm Jewish, so you can't even begin to say that. I just don't buy all that ugly
How does a police officer in Chicago who was fired for essaying a teenage girl go on to work for the Chicago public school system? Well, that's exactly what happened after a police officer who was caught soliciting sexual favors from a teenage girl went on to be hired as security for the local high school. That officer in 2012 essayed a teenage girl after her mom's car was impounded and she had nowhere to go. After a years-long internal investigation by the Chicago Police Department, he was fired and then a few years later was hired as a security officer for a local high school.
As being Jewish, feel like I'm more threatened because maybe I have this greater Israel.
Shut up and get out of here, Moses, man.
I believe they make a big strategic mistake.
By the way, to be clear, I hold you all responsible for this. Because the attitude that you have allowed on your
Tuesday doesn't make me anti-Semitic whatsoever. I'm a case in point, so it'd be ridiculous to believe that.
There's always been a
I'm just going along with my government tells me.
as well as back home.
Well, that's what the Germans said.
Get out the way,
doctor. We want to hear this.
You watch the votes and if Israel comes up.
Yeah, that's because they're all paid off. Yeah, that's because let me ask you, Morty, I want to ask you another question. You probably laugh some other reason, but I have America first. Do you think that Israel's foreign policy is 100% always the same as what America is doing? For such a
I'm not sure how I should take that, but I think it was half a compliment. I didn't talk.
It was about 1/50th of a compliment.
Okay, well, I'll take that.
Yeah, you would, because you know what class it is.
I'm a glass 50th kind of guy. We can agree to it.
Well, you know, humor, I would be the first one to think humor is a good antidote to being ignorant.
Past what was actually but survivors
comedy is
over police abuse.
It's just like, it's really bewildering how you don't see. Do you feel like anti-Semitic? Do you feel like all the greater Israel moves, I'm going to call it that, and the proportion reaction and everything of Netanyahu, you think that's really actually creating a good image for Jews and making them safer around the world?
I'd love to answer that question. Yes. So when
you got that one already.
The October 7th attack, okay, that was done. Okay, just to make us look bad, because Hamas knew that we would respond like this.
Okay, well there you go. You got outplayed.
No, we didn't get outplayed. Okay, but what's happening? Okay, Black Rabbi talks about this too. This is a little uncomfortable to watch for a lot of people, including American Jews like yourself. Okay, but everyone just has to trust. Okay, that what's happening.
Aren't you an American Jew? Are you an American Jew or are you Israeli?
I was born in Brooklyn.
Well, there you go. You're an American Jew too. You say like American Jews, so you know you're
like American Jews like yourself. I said, like,
okay. I take it back.
Yeah. So my point is this. Okay, it's very uncomfortable to watch. I can hear everyone's anxiety and trepidation in the room, but you just have to trust that what's being done is for the greater good of civilization, humanity.
Oh my gosh, man!
And for America.
Say the same thing, and I'm curious to know.
why it was important for you to mention that Black Rabbi speaks about this too, considering the fact that he is also an American Jew. Did you mention that because he's Black?
Oh no, you could both we could have difference of opinion. Isn't that the point?
No. I'm just curious to know why it was important for him to mention Black.
Oh yeah.
Alex is really advocating for Israel in this room. He's a clubhouse acquaintance. Oh, okay. Well, he's more than that to me. He advocates for himself. He actually acts as the token Black Jew who speaks against Jewish politics. Because Jewish politics are Torah-based politics. We're not about, supposedly, Israel is the nation state of Jews. And in the event that it's the nation state of Jews, not Zionists, then Jews know that murder, you were alluding to, I don't know how to say your name, Maximilian, it impacts Jews around the world. We right now have individuals targeting Jews because they believe that Israel represents and their actions represent a Jewish standard, and it doesn't. Not in any way, form, or fashion. There is nothing Jewish today about what's happening in Gaza. There is nothing Jewish today about what's happening in Israel. Actually, everything that's happening there is antithetical to everything we believe in as Torah observers. Nothing. Secular Jews with no attachment to Torah, no real attachment to our holy land at all, are making decisions that are impacting us all. So it's an uncomfortable
that was quite good. I like that.
It's an uncomfortable time. And again, I just don't agree with you. There's nothing uncomfortable about hate. It's not murder. It's not genocide. It's self-defense. It's hate. Self-defense. It's hate. And I said that it's hate. And so has here, and so has Schmotrig. We killed 85 Palestinians today. For what? For what? Oh, there was a Hamas target. Oh, I'm sure. We targeted a 60 or 55-year-old relative of a 16-year-old in the same hospital room. And because we needed to get him, the 55-year-old, who's still had not even been proven to be a member of Hamas, we blew up 2 hospital rooms with innocent people in them. I guarantee you, if Netanyahu was in, and he's actually been convicted as a war criminal. If he were at Columbia Presbyterian, see, I grew up in Brooklyn too. If he was at Beth Israel Hospital, in the event that individuals targeted one hospital room on a floor with 100 people, up in arms. Jews would be up in arms. How could you? It's the worst thing imaginable. But it's perfectly okay to take out Palestinian kids because you're trying to get supposedly.
But he's got impenetrable. He's got a better Iron Dome than Israel has.
Sick. I think it's kind of insult me, but I take these as compliments. What scares me, Maximilian? What scares me more than anything? How much more anti-Semitism, like real anti-Semitism, people are experiencing because of the dipshits like this individual on stage saying that murder and genocide.
I totally agree with you. Morty, to his credit, he doesn't call me a self-hating Jew.
How the hell? Listen, it's always those who have no connection to Judaism whatsoever. Like literally, their Judaism is hanging by a string. It's always those who pontificate the most. Do you ever notice that? Like,
he's a
pork
chicken
chop
box.
sandwiches,
However,
no observance of Shabbat, barely comes to shul on Yom Kippur, but they want to wax eloquent about a holy land and what should happen there. Like the biggest freaking chicksers on the planet are always the ones talking junk. It's disgraceful. Be Jewish first, then talk about Jewish homelands.
Drop the mic, bro. or sis, I can't tell what you are, but that's good. It's fine. Well said.
I'm Jewish. I'm Jewish every day of my life, not just when it's convenient.
What is this?
Not just when
how
I
do you say your
be.
name? Is it Ease or what?
My last name is Eze, but the Hebrew phrase, of course, don't ask Maximilian what it means. It means how beautiful. Eze Yofi is an expression. It means how beautiful. It's also the name of my house.
you said a lot of the Jewish folks inside Israel, they don't agree with it, right? They agree with the actions.
I'm sure there's a certain percentage, whether it's 5%, that's still a lot of people.
Yeah, so 82% of Israeli Jews, they actually they want to expel Gazans out of Gaza. There was a survey that was done. And then we have 56% of Israeli Jews that want to kick the Arab Israelis out of Israel. And 64% of them, they agree to what's happening in Gaza. So, I don't know, I think it's a pretty big number. I mean, there's good people in there. There's probably like 18 to 20%. But the rest of them is like, I don't know.
I wasn't making a point that, I was making a different point perhaps. I was making a point that, I was making an opposite point that it sort of made that everybody in Israel thinks this is a great idea to be, and myself included, because I have Jewish heritage or I'm Jewish, that I think it's a great idea. It's ridiculous. I lived in the United States. I was born on the year Israel was formed. I'm 77 years old, so I'm an old sucker, right? But I know when America went into Vietnam, it was wrong. I knew that Iraq was wrong. And I know that Gaza is wrong. I'm not Watson, and I agree with it, Morty. It just totally sounds like Germany, 1936. I mean, it's ridiculous thinking. It's not thinking for yourselves. I mean, you just want to believe they're doing right. So, you're in your little funnel when you read whatever you read. And it's amazing you even come in here, you get some kind of reverse thrill out of it. But other than that, I mean, the Torah, Jews like to debate things, so maybe that's your proclivity.
Let me ask you a question. Okay, let me ask you.
Go ahead.
Do you think, that Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu and all these people that are working for Israel, do you think that they might know things that we don't know?
They know that the people that were with Mossad have a lot of gory details, horrible pictures of some of them or things, and they're being blackmailed. Otherwise, they would do things that were more in their favor. That's what I believe. They do know more than us. They do more than us, and they also are afraid of turning off the money spigot, that comes from AIPAC. So it's know more, but they also know more stuff that would put it on more with what I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't entertain conspiracy theories.
It's not a conspiracy theory.
You know what's scarier than anything, Max? That these individuals have single-handedly given voice to credence to every anti-Semitic trope imaginable.
Yeah, right. They're living it. I agree.
They're literally demonstrating it on a public stage and daring people to question it.
I have a theory about that. It could be rejected or not, but children that are assaulted or sexually assaulted or abused by their parents, a high percentage of them go on to do it when they have children. So I feel like the Jewish people were traumatized. I'll give them that, or myself that. I grew up with all these images about the Holocaust, etc. But at the same time, I feel like it creates that same propensity to recreate and make yourself, right. I think they're becoming the monsters that they felt they were traumatized by.
So are you saying that Jews who suffered at the hands of the Nazis are now becoming Nazis?
That mentality, yes. I think, but it's not on purpose, I mean, it's kind of like, I would use the child thing analogy again, right? They've done studies. So if you've had a horrible background, if you have alcoholic parents, most people turn out a little weird, let's say, or not happy, or doing the same things that they suffered through. Let's just put it that way. It's a psychological. As far as studies go, and I've seen it with people I know. So empirically,
if you know that, because the saying goes that hurt people hurt other people.
Yeah, I would say that.
Right, but if you have a propensity for violence, if you know that you've been sexually abused, the first time you go to touch a little boy, you've got two choices: to recognize that you've got a serious sick problem and get help, or continue to abuse little boys.
Oh, I'm not making an excuse for the.
I'm using your analogy.
Oh, so go ahead.
would mean for me is that every fucked up Israeli who is, and think about it, which this is kind of blows the argument out the window, would have to go get help if they were hurting people because they felt like they or their parents or grandparents had been hurt. But instead, what we're seeing, which is very, very interesting, is that IDF soldiers are committing suicide because they can't live with themselves and their actions. And
I didn't even know about that because I don't keep up with it as much as maybe.
Yeah, Google it. It broke my heart to see the numbers of young Israelis who are literally offing themselves.
Well, you know, in Vietnam War, I'm probably older than you for sure, but you know, a lot of the vets, they ended up, you know, suicidal, drug addict, same kind of thing.
Because they couldn't live with themselves.
Yeah, they did horrendous things in the name of the state. Like Morty thinks, I bet you he's never even served in the military.
Yeah, he's probably part of the Bone Spur Committee.
I have never served in the military. You are correct.
Right. So you know, it's an armchair thing, Morty. It's real easy to say, oh yeah, let's go out and kill a bunch of people because we're defending the you know, world civilization. But it's another thing to put your ass on the line, and for one thing, and
to blow a little kid's head off and have to live with that.
I'm more valuable on this.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, Jesus Christ! You're more valuable eating a pastrami.
That's his only connection to Judaism too. A good brisket sandwich.
Yeah, you're like a kosher pickle, just to accent the stupidity.
He's a kosher pork chop wherever they sell them.
Oh my Lord!
See, there's a little bit of Jewish humor. How do you like it?
Right.
This is just really great. I don't think that we should compare our people to the Nazis, by the way.
I think it's a good analogy.
Oh, wait a minute. But you want to hear something even crazier that I read recently, which made a lot of sense? There were two rabbis that questioned how it is that so many... First question was how many Jews, European Jews, were actually a part of the Third Reich initially, before Hitler decided to come for the Jews. Like how many had assimilated into German society and literally considered themselves Nazis before Hitler told them otherwise. That was one. The second question that he asked was, did these individual capos, did they buy their own freedom by throwing other Jews underneath the bus? That was second. The third and most important question was whether or not these Jews were somehow able to escape Nazi Germany because of their connections with Nazis, and whether or not they and their own self-hating Nazi ideology emigrated to Israel and became the cornerstone or the foundation for geopolitics in the Middle East. That blew my mind. What if there were 1,000 Stephen Millers, 1,000 Roy Cohns that emigrated to Israel? Wouldn't that explain how many brown and black Jews were denied entry into Israel? Wouldn't that explain how many Ethiopians were left to die? Wouldn't that explain their feelings about Muslims and Arabs? Wouldn't that explain it all? That these people were more connected to white supremacy than they were connected to the Jewish faith, and that informs their political doctrines today.
Hey, you know, I've got a
same knowledge you know about the Jewish, the same knowledge you know about the Muslim sides. I wonder how many Muslims get suicide, how many Muslims cooperate.
Well, they're not a pretty picture either, but we're just talking about the Jews now.
No, but I'm talking about ACM educated. She's so educated about the Jewish side.
Listen,
she's educated about the Muslims.
You're a Nazi, whether you wear a kippah or not. If you're a Nazi, you're a Nazi. You're a Nazi. You know how you become a Nazi? Not by being German. You become a Nazi by killing other individuals indiscriminately. That's how it begins. And then you find an excuse for it. And then you decide that you're not just doing it because it needs to be done, but you're doing it because God said it's good. Jews can be Nazis too. How do we know? Because there were plenty of couples in the concentration camps. Plenty.
And I wonder if you know how many Muslims.
How many couples were in the concentration camps?
You call them a Nazi, all those
Amos.
killing
How
Jewish women,
many
children.
couples? How many? How many couples were in the concentration camp?
What year are you talking about?
How
What
many
year are you talking
Jews?
about? What
How
year?
many German
What-
Jews
I
smuggled
asked you
other
simple
Jews
question.
into the
I asked you simple question.
Hey, guys. Hey, Eze, don't you see the play? Don't feed into Amos. He just came in here to disrupt the good conversation I was having.
Wait a minute.
Hey, Amir. Are you there, Amir?
Almost.
No. Just mute this guy, bro. Just mute this guy. He just came in here to disrupt
I'll
that
give you the
conversation.
mic afterwards. No, it's a conversation because Eze is calling him out for being a Nazi. Because he's an Israeli, he believes in killing 20,000.
No, bro, but he's an agent. So he came in here to
He's not an
disrupt the...
agent.
No.
That pushed other Jews into the. Are you aware?
Hang on a little bit.
Chat GPT it if you don't know.
What year are you speaking about? What year?
Well, I don't know. Sorry, I just moved to a place. What's the question? What's the deal?
During the Holocaust, number one, let's talk before the German Holocaust. There were Jews who were a part of the Nazi party.
There was all, there's dirty laundry.
That's not dirty laundry. It's a truth that you need to
okay, now you're arguing with me, but I'm saying sure.
No, I'm not arguing. What I'm saying is there's a difference between dirty laundry and dirty truths that people don't want to accept.
Well, that's true. I would agree with that, but I think it's beyond Morty's even ability to absorb. Let's put it that way.
I was talking about Amos because here's what we do. We sit around pontificating about how persecuted and how oppressed and how we've suffered, which I will not argue. Jews around the world have been persecuted. They've been oppressed. They've suffered. But it begs the question, if you truly were oppressed, if you truly suffered, if you truly internalized the message of the Shoah, how can you make that happen to thousands and thousands of Palestinian children and women and elders, not even a century later? How does that make sense?
Yes,
if you are a
in the shower of God, yes?
Take the other side.
Thousands of children and women that put in the gas showers, yes?
I'm going to say again, if you don't see the Warsaw Ghetto in Gaza today, you are more blind than Stevie Wonder and Ray Charles put together.
You're just talking about comfortable things for you from the Muslim perspective.
She's Jewish, Amos. She's Jewish. She's Jewish, Amos. Unlike yourself, you're atheist. Amos, you're
No, but you know what the sick thing is? This is how people are. They'll say, I'm a rapist. Yes, I'm a rapist.
Doesn't matter who am I. The matter that they took the microphone and don't shut a dirty mouth and speaking
calm down. Don't talk. Come on.
He's triggered. You know why? Because individuals who molest little boys give an excuse that other people are molesting little boys, so they should be able to molest little boys too. That's that logic. That's the logic.
That's why you won't become a Hamas, because only ACC and people who support the Palestinians suffer. But nobody speak about the 7th of October.
If
you don't know, this you ignore. This is not the only one side. Only one side is.
So go become a child molester because somebody else is a child molester. Go ahead. That goes without saying.
Almost 7th of October, 1,400 people dead. Okay. On the other side, 7th of October, more than 60,000 dead. Which one should I be talking about? Should I talk about the Gaza? Or should I talk about the Israelis?
Equal both sides.
No, I did talk about the hostage. I want the hostages to come back home. But the issue is, hold on, Amos Smotrich. Hold on. Oh my God. Hang on. Amos Smotrich, finance minister, and President Herzog said they don't care about the hostages. They lost focus. They don't care about the hostages. This is not about the hostage.
I'm talking about you. That's the only thing you know.
Look at this guy.
Hey, did anybody ever see the Dave Chappelle? Did anybody ever see the Dave Chappelle comedy act where he's black? He doesn't know he's black, and he's a leader.
No, he doesn't.
I know who he is. He's a good black.
He's one of those Schwartzes. He's one of those Schwartzes that make bad jokes.
You said Schwartz.
By the way, that guy that's in the audience, right? His name is Ro. He's actually Rohan from Australia. He's Jewish, and he designed it. His daughter actually is a pro-patty. She raised funding for pro-patty protests or whatever. And look at him, this idiot, right? He's coming after me. He wants to call me out, a bunch of shit. I'm a Jew hater, blah blah blah. Just because I talk about the Palestinian cause, how they're suffering, how they're getting killed, butchered, slaughtered. Right? These people, these Zionists, they always have a problem. Then why can't I talk about the suffering of the Palestinians? Thanks to your disgusting Zionist entity that's killing and butchering and slaughtering people, you should go call out your own people. Your daughter calls him out, she protested, but you don't have the fucking balls to say anything good about the Palestinians, motherfucker.
Well, here's the issue. If you would condemn Hamas, okay, which is an international terrorist organization and a proxy of Iran, okay, maybe we would follow suit, but you have to go first.
And he'll do it right after you call out the idea.
He doesn't do it. Even if I condemn Hamas, they would never do it.
No, he doesn't.
Think about it if you do it first.
The whole point is not to look at titles, and it's not to look at labels. It's to look at behavior. That's the part that people don't get. If you did exactly what the Nazis did without a swastika on your arm, you're still a fucking Nazi. That's the point. You have people who did the very same thing that the Nazis did in South Africa. But
you like to speak about numbers. How many people the Nazis get killed? How many people the Nazis get killed? How many people the Nazis get killed? How many people? How many people the murdered? How many people?
Okay, I'm going to do what everybody wants. I'm going to condemn.
How many millions of people?
Almost calm down.
How many people the Nazis get killed? How many people? Tell me numbers. How many people?
Probably
Tell me numbers. How many people the Nazis killed?
Amos, she'll answer. Hang on. Amos, she'll answer the question. Just hang on.
You can't shut up long enough. It's funny how we learn.
20,000 children, and I ask a different question. How many numbers get killed in the Holy Ghost? How many? They numbers.
Calm down, Amos. Calm down. She'll answer. Okay, calm down. She's not a liar.
Talk about are the numbers of Africans who were killed prior to the Holocaust on Shark's Island. We won't talk about the number of North Africans who were killed under Mussolini. The only individuals certain folks are interested in talking about are the Europeans who were killed and murdered and exterminated under the Nazi regime.
How many? How many? How many? How many?
As a Jew, as a Torah observant Jew, I am way more worried about the actions of my Jewish brothers and sisters than anybody else on the planet. Why? Because if Torah says, Kol Yisrael arevim zeh bazeh, then I know that I'm responsible, whether I did it or not. I know that as I stand with the rest of Jews to say, Am Yisrael Chai,
why are you changing the subject? Why are you changing subject? You talk about the Holocaust. I ask a simple question. How many get murdered in the Holocaust? Say numbers. How many millions have died in the Holocaust? Say number. Say number.
Yes. Are you okay? Did you take your meds today? Go get your Jello, swallow your pills, and come back.
You think if you speak high, and you have a voice of an intelligent, stupid woman. So you, everything comes from, like you bring, like Moses, you come from Sinai Mountain, in the Torah belongs to you, the truth belongs to you. If I am a Nazi, how many I killed, how many get you always comparing? You compare with Nazi. Say numbers. How many killed in the concentration camp, in the Holocaust, and how many people get today in Gaza? Say numbers. Stop numbers. Say Nazi. Say numbers. That is not comfortable. You're not speaking about. You're speaking only about what's comfortable for you. You can shout Nazi and Nazi, but you by yourself. You make propaganda for the Muslims, for the terrorists, for the ISIS, for the Hamas, who will get killing that they want to murder just because they like blood. That's why they're killing women and children. They're killing. The IDF maybe kill more, but he never kill more. The IDF wants to believe. The IDF have motive. The IDF has motive to release the hostages. You not talk about the stopper of the hostages. You talk about the Palestinian. One word. You didn't manage the hostages and the killing of the 7th of October. You just speak and speak and speak. Imagine
only cares about their own day. Imagine that. Imagine if you told me tomorrow, Amir, the only children who matter are my own children. Only my. You should be ashamed.
60 million. I heard good. 60 million.
That you heard.
I heard good. The 7th of October, about the Holocaust. You make one big salad, so I don't know what are you talking about.
I know. Do me a favor.
It's a 60 million, yeah?
Don't worry about my salad.
60 million is there. You dirty mouth, only garbage and garbage.
You disgusting, dirty Ashkenazi. You disgusting, dirty Ashkenazi. You who condones genocide. You who condones murder. You
sit in America. I live to suffer every day. I live to suffer on my body. You live in an office like me. You sit in the United States. You know nothing.
Say with me. Are you ready?
Think you know. You're just reading propaganda of the Hamas, of the
Come on,
the only newspaper propaganda you're speaking from Al Jazeera. It's the only what you have. Sources is Al Jazeera.
You be saying it in 2 months.
So you want to show that you know the Israelis the Torah, but you are saying garbage about the Zionism. Lies and lies and lies coming out of your dirty mouth. How many lies?
If there's even one, you filthy dirtbag, you're still guilty. If there's even one, you're dirty.
Somewhere in the state, I don't know where you from.
There's even one,
you money to pay all this
dirty, hypocritical dog. If there's even
somewhere, where are you from, AC? Where are you from, AC?
Where are you from? Hypocritical bum is one disgrace. The 6 million that died in the Holocaust. They cry out from the ovens the same way Palestinian children cry out from the ashes of Gaza.
Terrorists like them, you know, when you support terrorism, you become a terrorist. You are a terrorist. That's what you are, a terrorist support terrorism,
you know what? You can still smell the burning bodies. I know.
And you know,
can still smell the burning bodies. And it messes
the
with
evil
you.
side is Iran, Russia, and us. It's a lie.
Smell the burning bodies in Gaza, almost.
Iran, Russia, and Gaza.
Smell the concentration.
Pay a lot of money to the Putin just to send missiles to kill innocent people.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the reason why Gaza.
Almost the Holocaust was it 60 million or 6 million almost?
I wonder who are you talking only about Amos? Amos, you never.
Amos was it 60 million or 6 million?
She took the big since I arrived to the room. She didn't close
okay. It's okay. You're going back and forth. You're cursing her out.
Amos. What about AC? Why don't you mute AC?
As they're saying the facts. She's speaking the facts. I wish you would speak. You're being honest, but you're not honest.
I'm not honest. You are honest. Yes,
I'm honest. As is honest. A lot of people are honest here. Bull is honest. We have Morty. He's on. He tells the honest narrative of genocide.
Yes. You only saw once a point of the suffer of the Palestinian. You don't say anything about the Jewish suffer. About the Zionism was suffering for 75 years. On little piece
the Palestinians are suffering for 75 years. Israelis aren't suffering. What is he on about? You are enjoying your fucking life in Israel.
Bombing buses inside Israel.
Bombing buses. You didn't do any ethnic cleansing in 47. You didn't kill anybody in 47. You didn't rape little girls in 47. You didn't start a fucking war in 67. You didn't do anything. The 2022 to 2023 was the deadliest year for the Palestinian children. He didn't do any of this piece of shit.
You come with the gun and start shooting civilians.
You started with a gun. You're Jewish militia, Zionist fucker. They went from one village to another. Start killing people. Started ethnically cleansing people. Not to mention in 30s, the booby trap cucumber boxes, these Zionist mofos.
Not Jewish, yeah. The terrorists.
You are the terrorists. Your people, the leftists that were involved in the fucking ethnic cleansing in 47, that's you. That's your people. You, your father, your parents, your family, everybody.
You support terrorism in the world. You and AC.
I don't support terrorism. You, if you ask the terrorists, hang on, Amos, hang on. If you ask, if you ask ChatGPT, the first terrorist attack since the 1900s in the Middle East, do you know what it will come up? A Jewish militia gang called Lehi or one of these Haganah gang in the Middle East, in British Mandate Palestine. The first terrorist attack was done by these people.
I want to respond to this question. Talking here,
without anyone interfering me.
Literally like off his chain.
Don't entertain this guy. He's going to make the same.
Almost just stay muted for a second. I need to tell Eze something. So Eze, if you were to chat GPT right now, first terrorist attack in the Middle East, who was it by? If you ask ChatGPT, it will tell you it happened in British Mandate Palestine by a Zionist Jewish militia gang. I believe it was Haganah or Stern gang. And you have Rohan down in the audience. He keeps on bringing it up. They're Islamists, they're Muslim terrorists. Right. Motherfucker, who made these people terrorists? It's your people. They funded, they're doing the weapons in Sudan. They're killing a whole bunch of, genociding people through the RSF. And in Congo and a whole bunch of other nations.
Out of Palestine, when the Jewish Israeli and one
Morty was in a mosque in 1947.
The British control Israel, and you make one big salad.
British said no, they're not going to give you the fucking state. In 1939, after the white paper, they said, fuck you, we're not giving you state. Because your people did the fucking Black Sunday. Idiots, you idiot, you lie.
The UN gives Palestine Israel. It's not the British. You know nothing. Even
okay, Amir, can we move on? At the end of the day, I just put in the back of the chat. This Daniela, what's her name, Weissman or
Daniela Weiss.
You want to hear the craziest thing?
You better
the
her own word. Oh my God.
The British people do not. Thank you, thank you. I'll bring you back up in a bit. You talk too much.
About time, God.
Daniela Weiss was nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize. I just want to put that out there before you slander her.
Yes, she was. I'll put the article in the back chat. As was Bibi. Now, I'm not going to say by who, but at the end of the day, yes, she was. I want you to hear in her own words how she says that Palestinians are going to be moved out of Gaza, and that the way that they're going to be moved is by being starved to death. And this is a Jewish woman. It's right there. You can see it. It's not AI. And she represents hundreds, if not thousands of people who agree that the best way to remove Palestinians from Gaza is to starve them out. Interestingly enough, we are standing in the days between, excuse me, Shiva B'Tammuz and Tisha B'Av, days that commemorate the Jewish siege, the siege around Jerusalem that resulted in Jews starving to death. It's a little crazy. It's more than a little crazy. What Jew stands before Tisha B'Av, the 9th of Av, you guys can look it up, and says it's okay to starve other people to death, even as we mourn the destruction of the temple and the starvation of Jewish babies? You're not Jewish. That's the only conclusion. You're not Jewish. You don't have any connection to God, and you have no connection to the Torah. You're just a bunch of freaking barbarians.
Can I add a little Jewish humor?
Go ahead, bro.
Okay. I will condemn Hamas because I like a good pita bread with it.
Oh, you're hilarious.
Sorry.
Not wah, 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 wah.
Well, bad jokes can be good jokes sometimes.
I hear you. But you know what? I appreciate your ability to see.
Can you explain the Dave Chappelle scenario, that episode to Morty?
He won't get it, boo-boo. He won't get it, boo-boo.
You know what? Also, I think he's lying because the way he said Hamas, he said it like in a Yiddish way. So I think he's not really. I don't think he's forthcoming about his origins. I hate to call him out on that.
I don't either.
There's something fishy there. And I'm not talking gefilte.
Gefilte fish, right? Exactly. No, there's something off.
There's something off there.
And most of these individuals who stand up and pontificate for Israel and Zionism and the rest of it on Clubhouse, I think are plants. I really do.
Plants? Oh, I don't know. I think they're more like little shrubs.
When I say plants, listen, there are people whose ancestors assimilated when they came here, right? It was hard to, in the shtetl, right? And when they came here, they wanted nothing to do with the old villages, with the old cities. I get it.
Yeah, I have a question for you then. Since you're philosophical and I can tell very intelligent, I'm complimenting you, is that don't you think that because of the Holocaust, and I don't know if you're a Holocaust, whatever you think of that, but let's just say the disaster in Germany.
Well, I think that definitely had an impact. I think the Holocaust definitely had an impact on the fate of a lot of German Jews. I know a lot of German Jews, or a lot of descendants of the Holocaust who, just looking at the atrocities of the Holocaust, couldn't believe that a God witnessed that, right? And I mean, if you look at...
Well, especially if you promote yourself as being chosen.
Well, I don't know so much about the chosen part, but how could God watch? That's a question. Victor Frankl asked it. How?
Oh, I like his. That's a book.
It really is, man. Search for meaning. How could you watch it? Like, how could you see it and God and say that you love Jewish people and let this happen? Okay.
Right. It's a good question, don't you think?
It's not one that I asked. Because
it's nothing to see there.
Right? I'm at a point where I believe that God is in control of the universe. And his balance sheet is not mine, and so
that's a reasonable point to take. I don't take it, but I can see how you could believe that.
I don't tend to legislate God's activity. You know what I mean?
But don't you think Americans, like, I don't know if Morty's even around anymore, but Americans, we tolerated all that horrible stuff we did to the Vietnamese and the horrible stuff we did to the Iraqis. So
400 years of fucking owning people like they were cattle.
yeah. Well, yeah, that too, for sure.
I'm still here. I heard my name. I wasn't sure what the question was, but I'm still here.
The question was, don't you think America committed a lot of atrocities in Vietnam and Iraq?
Yeah, exactly. So why is everyone bothering Israel?
Oh, Jesus Christ. You know what, Morty? I have a vaudeville joke for you that I think you single-handedly are bringing. You're bringing down the fact that Jews do have a higher IQ in general, which is not nice to say usually. But I think you're bringing it down single-handedly.
Can I tell you something? And this is the sickest part of it all. Imagine a Jew who screams never forget, developing a convenient memory when it comes to other people.
Yeah, that's true. It's weird. It's totally weird. But I think, it's mind control, I believe. I think it's just like what goes on in the United States. I mean, we're brainwashed here like crazy too. So.
But we're not just brainwashed. It's hardwired into our systems. Like, if you didn't know that slavery was literally a part of our financial and legal system, if you didn't know that, you would think that it was like a bleep on a radar, that it happened and then it went away. Think about that. Our president's own slave, George Washington, took the teeth out of an African slave and used them as his dentures. Thomas Jefferson, President Thomas Jefferson, raped a 12-year-old little girl and forced her to carry the seed. There's a whole family of Jeffersons from his rape of a little girl. And I'm
not going to make a comment about the TV show because you're being very serious.
But I want you to really think about that.
Well, I'm going to ask you. I'm going to pull in my Jewish view of things, perspective, which helps sometimes. Aren't you waiting for the $500 Epstein bill? The Mossad $1,000 bill.
Exactly. So when it comes to me being Jewish in America, I feel like I have an obligation to stand up for what Judaism once was.
Were you raised Jewish, or did you adopt it?
What do you mean? I'm born of a Jewish mother.
Okay, I just asking.
What's scary to me is that there's no way someone learns Torah every day. No way that someone takes our history as a persecuted people seriously and then turns around and become nasty, racist, low-life individuals. Like,
do you think there's anything to that Ashkenazi theory that the Jews converted? That the Jews converted at some point?
I don't know. First of all, for me, whether you converted or whether you were born Jewish, you're Jewish.
Well, the reason I bring that up is because Israel's basically the Ashkenazi run.
I'm not going to say that.
Okay. How come Nazi is part of the Ashkenazi the way you spell it?
Okay, again, that's not. What I'm going to say is that there are a lot of people who entered into Israel, Palestine, who entered into that space of quote-unquote Israeli statehood with an atheist view of the world and life.
Absolutely.
So if you don't have a concept of something bigger than yourself, how am I expecting you to see God in other people? I can't. Right? If it was all about politics and finances and why would I expect you to see Palestinians as just as important as Israelis?
Well, I think you could be a humanist and an atheist at the same time, like Eric Weinstein or something. But
maybe. But I'm just saying in terms of Jews.
Well, he is Jewish. He is Jewish.
No, what? I'm talking about like the people who established the state of Israel.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
It's kind of weird that you kind of orchestrated this. I mean, like, it's really kind of sick if you really think about it too. You came up with this ruse. Oh, how we're going to convince the world that it's perfectly okay to enter into this space and displace Palestinians. We're going to pretend God told us to do it.
Well, let's give a nod to the good marketing of Jewish brains.
That's not even that's Jewish. I mean, like, people say that Hitler was kind of smart.
Well, he wasn't necessarily. He was adept. What would I say? He was gifted in some ways. I don't know about smart, but yeah, he was definitely gifted, and he knew how to move things around. Let's put it that way.
It's not so smart, but when it's other sufferings, they're smart. It doesn't make no sense, bro. You gotta be consistent, right?
I wasn't talking about suffering. We're just talking about you could admire. You could admire. Let's say I'm trying to think of something else, but you can admire the brutability of Apple or the companies that or Uber. Okay, you can admire something like Uber being super aggressive and accomplishing what they want. It doesn't mean that you.
Let's call that strategic. How about that?
Okay, whatever. I think he's just wanting to call me inconsistent.
Well, I think what he's saying, and this is what I tell every Jewish person I meet, we are being inconsistent if we claim suffering and oppression and the responsibility to call it out when it comes to our own folks, and we are not willing to do the same for others.
You must feel really like an outlier.
No.
Well, I mean, there's not a lot of people within the Jewish community. There's not a lot of people you could say all this shit to, can it?
That's not true.
Really? I got a feeling you're in a silo.
I grew up in Brooklyn too, but see, thank God for parents who taught me what being a Jew is really all about.
So you have a lot of friends, like more than 20 people you could talk like this to?
Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
The sad part is that most of them, unfortunately, have been bullied by Zionists who make them feel like their voices are not worthy to be heard. I'm not one of those Jews.
Well, isn't there something in the Torah about standing up to power in a sense, or being?
There is something in the Torah about pursuing justice.
Yeah. Okay. There you go.
It says tzedek tivdon. You have and it's a double lashon. It says it twice that you have to pursue justice at all costs. It even says that if you see your enemy's donkey under a burden, you have to relieve it. A donkey. How much more so a person? We're not supposed to be these nasty, heartless, cruel individuals. There is a mitzvah that speaks to being cruel to animals. Imagine that. But it's perfectly okay to use Palestinian children's heads for target practice?
I think you would be terrific, like on, maybe it's not your inclination, but like Piers Morgan or, some debate, because they never have your viewpoint. There's either, there's different people that give an intelligent view of how Israel might be blowing it, so to speak. Or not Israel, I say Israel, but I mean the Netanyahu Greater Israel whole thing. But there's nobody that really gives your view. I think it's really cool to be such a devout Jew, and also at the same time, see the fallacies of what's going on.
Well, I think that in the event that we were to return to Torah, all of us would. And that's the sadness of it all. That so many of us are assimilated that we don't realize that we're taking on ideas and views that are antithetical to Jewishness and Torah.
Well, I might be an anomaly to what you say too, because I don't practice Judaism. I feel culturally Jewish.
But guess what? For me, that's where it begins. You have, whether you like it or not, a Yiddish neshama, a Jewish soul, which means that you're only going to go so far before something's gonna stop you in your tracks and say,
well, I didn't go to the Vietnam War, for example. I knew that sucked. And,
right. But you can look at Gaza and see it as ungodly.
Yeah, for sure. Or I wouldn't use the word.
Right? The Torah starts at the creation of mankind. Bereshit bara Elohim, in the beginning, God. So if you start there, you recognize that it's not just about Jews. It's not just about Zionists. It's not just about Muslims or Christians. It's about all mankind. And in the event that you read carefully, you realize that there's some part of God in every person you meet. So for you to say that, or for any person to say that they can just genocide thousands and thousands and thousands of people with impunity, that says that you don't see God anywhere else but within the confines of your community. That's ungodly.
Can I just make a question, Emmy? Are you there?
I'm here.
Can we stop with this term genocide? This is self-defense, and Hamas is an international terrorist organization and a proxy of Iran, and I just don't think it's appropriate to continue with these very, these are dog whistles, is what this are. Saying genocide and ethnic cleansing over and over.
Warsaw genocide?
These are dog whistles.
Was Warsaw genocide?
Yes.
Just don't say the word, Morty.
Right, don't say the word.
Okay, in the context of Palestine, so-called Palestine.
No, make sure.
You should be in favor of free speech, Morty.
I am in favor of free speech, except when it's annoying.
You know what? You annoy me with your kind of weird accent, but it's no problem.
Wait, Matt, here's what we're going to do. All of those 30-pound refugees in concentration camps, we're not going to call them Holocaust survivors. We're going to call them war veterans.
See, there's the spirit. I like that.
Call them war veterans. Those were not survivors. They were soldiers who were injured in battle. Think about how sick that sounds. That the individuals in Auschwitz were soldiers injured in battle that were at war with Nazis.
Yeah, but you're just being too logical. It's not gonna crack Mr. Morty over there. You realize that, right?
I mean, look at the pictures. Don't you see them you don't see them in uniform?
Are you talking to me? You're preaching to the choir.
No, I know. But what I'm saying is that's how ludicrous he sounds.
Well, it's obviously ludicrous, but I think it's fascinating. I'm joining in here too because
women in hijabs were actually wearing helmets. Those were not hijab. Nope.
No, they were stealing forced yarmulkes. You just didn't look close enough.
Of history.
What is it?
These aren't my ideas. This history revisionism you're suggesting.
Yeah, I told you that. Anything you say is not going to convince me.
Soldiers, were they at war with the Nazis?
You're not going to convince me. I have a closed mind.
Were they at war with the Nazis?
No, of course not. Of course not. It's too logical. Don't talk to me with real logic and real words.
Let's just stick to this.
It's too much.
When they found them, weren't those rocks that they had in their hands that they were?
They had stealing forced yarmulkes.
Right, there you go.
I need better pita bread with my hummus.
This is not laughter. This is derision that somebody could call Jews in the Holocaust, Jews who survived the Holocaust, survivors. But everybody else around the world, no. People in Gaza are terrorists.
Yes, I agree. Anytime you say that, I agree.
Warsaw, who actually fought back. Those individuals are not terrorists. Those are heroes.
Yes, those are. There's heroines too. There were some women that did some stuff too, Morty.
Well, we don't have to get too woke about it.
Oh, okay. I'll go back to sleep. Snore with you. Don't wake me up. My ambience taking over.
I came here for a serious discussion.
How sick.
Oh yeah, very serious. But you're not allowing any new ideas in. I'm seriously closed to any new thought.
It's true. How sick and cold must your soul be?
I don't know about
Oh my God. His pants at the idea of Israeli IDF soldiers using Palestinian babies for target practice.
I don't get off of the
Well, I think you might be going a little too far. Oh, okay. I opened the door a little bit, and
because you know
now
what?
I'm wondering.
He's never in a day in his life ever want to fight. There's always been somebody who bullied him, who tried to knock his yarmulke off his head. You know, name one instance of anti-Semitism that he thinks that he experienced.
He couldn't find the mustard at the pastrami place.
People say free Palestine to me all the time. When I have my yarmulke on, there's an anti-Semitic example. They always say free Palestine.
For you.
You're just hiding your bald spot. Come on, give me a break.
For you. You know what? Real Jews got spit on by Jews and non-Jews alike. And guess what?
Equal opportunity.
There you go. Real Jews who know what it is to fight on two planes to be Jewish. Not you who get to take off your yarmulke when it's convenient when you go into
Morty, you're just all class here. Just throw up the white flag. Throw up the white flag, Morty.
I'm winning this
debate.
Oh, yeah, in your mind. I'm winning it. I'm really winning it.
I do have a question for Morty the Zionist or anybody. Rolo is asking me, Rohan, he wants to see my picture. I told him I'm straight.
Maybe he wants to go out with you. You never know. You're a very attractive voice.
I do think that Clubhouse has a great potential as a dating app.
Bro, I'm not into men. I'm not into men.
Bro,
I mean, not yet.
I'm good. I'm good. I'm not going down the path. That's crazy.
That's that Jewish sense of humor I was looking for. Rebbe, that's teach me everything.
Yeah, but Maximilian, on this app, they do corner you, right? I know.
I've been pastramied.
I'm sure you got cornered by Rohan in the audience and Yaakov and a whole bunch of other normal and a whole bunch of Zionists, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Try to get you to change your mind and position and whatnot.
Not change my mind, just hurl insults.
Yeah, just stay strong with the with the position you have because you got to stay anti-genocide,
Right. As El Normo taught me, Zionism is inherent in Judaism.
Yeah.
Has Elmo taught you?
That's what El Normo taught me, yes.
Ooh. Did he tell you that pork chops and applesauce are a part of the cultural laws too?
No, he did not. He's a good Jew.
Yeah, I've got a lot of bacon here, says Morty. Don't attack that. I'm still Jewish. APAC, I can tell you that.
I don't even like talking about APAC because I think it's literally the fulfillment of every horrible Shylock stereotype. It's really kind of scary how we will tell the world, please stop saying that Jews buy politicians and APAC buys politicians.
Jews, we're very good at being magicians. We're good at everything, even being magicians. We're good at accountants. We're good communists.
Converting shekels to dollars is their magic trick.
No, I wouldn't say that only. Only. They could be very communistic, technically, they could be very, they could go down to the south out of idealism. I would not, my alert meter just went off.
Sick. And I just want to say we're not buying politicians, okay? That's not what we're doing.
No, you're just bribing them.
No,
right.
This is people.
It's just a coincidence that these districts that have nothing to do with anything, they have to go to Israel.
Every New York congressman, every Florida assemblyman, every single one of them has hundreds of thousands of dollars from APAC.
But they're not bribes.
No, of course not. They're not bribed.
Wait, hold on a second. What is the abbreviation APAC stand for?
American Israeli Political Action
it's a foreign entity.
There you go.
It's to
There
set
you
up a good relationship, a good working relationship.
Right, and that's why dual allegiance is a stereotype.
It's just about relationships.
Oh yeah, that's right.
But if I could just interject something, okay?
Let's let him speak. It's a good.
I don't think we should call it bribery. The Citizens United 2011 Supreme Court ruled that giving money to political campaigns, political campaign contributions, is free speech.
Yes, this is one of the great changes that have happened. Yes, this is great.
Wait.
I know you're excited
He
about
had the chutzpah to talk about Trump receiving a plane. Chutzpah! How could he receive a plane?
It's speech. I'm just telling you, this isn't bribery. This is speech. This is how grown-ups speak to each other. You people aren't grown-ups. Grown-ups speak to each other with cash and gifts.
I wish I could grow up and be just like Morty.
It's not a bribe because a Jewish person did it. That's why.
These were just speech.
Yeah.
That's how we talk.
But in the event, it's right. Shylock, you're right.
Oh my lord.
Oh my lord. No, it's not. It's not. Oh my lord. It's Gutten Immel. Get it right.
Yes.
Did your parents speak Yiddish?
No. You can just make that guttural sound somehow.
No Yiddish.
What's even
No
scarier?
Yiddish.
No Yiddish at all?
No.
Wasn't Jewish?
Then it must be. Must be.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Your father wasn't Jewish?
No, he's not a Jew.
He was Seventh-day Adventist.
He converted later in life, but he wasn't.
When he got the light, when he came to his senses.
Yeah, he wasn't born a Jew.
I got you. Well, he's still a Jew.
Yeah, I mean,
when my mother wouldn't sleep with him anymore, he thought it was good to convert.
Thanks, Zach.
I wasn't going to go there, but,
yeah, it's
never considered this nuance.
A little nuanced, yes. Very fine. It's
do you guys have a number for how much schmear AIPAC is responsible for?
Are you talking about cream cheese?
I'm not talking about cream cheese at all. How much schmear is AIPAC responsible for? How much money do they give politicians?
AIPAC is one of the greatest.
Somebody's asking some ChatGPT, how much money does AIPAC smear on American?
Yeah, and compared to other lobbyists.
I care about other lobbyists. I care about a Jewish lobby.
It makes sense to compare it if it's way out of proportion. I think it does make sense.
You have a hell of a way of talking about God's greatest gifts to America.
Bribing, yes.
AIPAC.
About God's greatest gift to America, billions of dollars in debt from giving Israel, billions of dollars in munitions. Do you know what we could do with that money?
What? What could you do that's better than giving Israel money?
You can have a lot of yeshivas.
No, we could feed our homeless. We can make sure to take care of our veterans. We can make sure that every child gets to eat lunch at school. Yeah. Should I continue?
Let's have this conversation when Israel is secure.
Let's have this conversation
when secure or well, let's not even
stop compromising American citizens to be able to protect war-driven Israel.
Why are you so concerned about American citizens?
Oh my God! There it goes. There it goes.
American citizens live here and in Israel.
Yeah, the ones with dual citizenship, yes.
Yeah.
We can advocate for them. I agree.
70% of them.
And the Jews.
Stop the lies.
Yes, the Jews and the. Okay, well, I'm not that concerned about them. You know, color me cold. I'm sure you will. You already have.
Color you, because when you can't live in this country because you're making sure that a country that has surplus finance is better than you and we'll talk.
Well, you know.
They're not starving.
Not sure I appreciate your sophistry.
They're not starving. They're not going without.
As ChatGPT says, since here's the deal, right? It's not just the one Zionist Jewish lobby. There's actually more than 15 of them. Let me check into all of them. How many Zionist Jewish lobbies? Because everybody knows AIPAC because AIPAC is a famous one, but there's other ones at play here as well. You know, not the evangelical. The evangelical, that's another lobby as well. They got evangelical Christian lobby. Let me see how many are there Jewish, Zionist Jewish lobbies.
Make sure you look up the Morty Israel First.
Look, I think that's a trope. Okay.
How much money did Ted Cruz?
I don't even think Morty exists. He's just some sort of bot.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you're a very good Jew. Very, very good.
So ChatGPT is totaling over 100 organizations, and they've funded a lot of money. And some of them are actually, some of them are Jewish, some of them are non-Jewish, but they're all Zionists supporting Israel. Like you have this, of course, the AIPAC would be the number 2 ADL, number 3 Zionist Organization of America, ZOA, J Street, American Jewish Committee, Conference of President of Major American Jewish Organizations, Christians United that's a Christian one, Democratic Majority for Israel, United Democracy, Birthright Israel, Stand With Us, Israel Project, Hasbara Fellowships. What the hell? They even have Hasbara bullshit? They make up bullshit? They spread lies about, it's like a pro-Israeli narrative.
Thou shalt not be without the good mustard when I get up at
603.
Well, it's already written down. I don't need to memorize all this stuff. It's all.
There's 613 mitzvot. Do we need to master the top 10 before we get to the other 603?
I just have to know how to Google it.
I see.
I mean, look, I'm not really that religious. I think you probably figured that out by now. I don't think it's going to come as any surprise to you to learn, culturally Jewish.
I got you.
It's not just a religion,
You like bagels and cream cheese and schmaltz herring every now and then.
I can eat bagels and cream cheese every meal.
I believe you. Actually, more to being Jewish bagels. More.
Yeah, matzo balls, schnitzel.
Again, can we move a little closer to North Africa? Do we have to stay in Poland? Do we have to?
Assalamu alaikum and welcome back, Scotty.
Racist.
Anybody want to come on up? Just unmute and come on.
Have you even heard of Jafnun? Have you ever heard
Sounds
of
like a UFC fighter.
Ay, boy. No malawak, no Jafnun, no baba ganoush, no hummus, no.
Of course, we invented hummus.
No, it's not hummus. That's your terrorist group, remember? It's hummus.
And it's Hamas.
I see. Hummus.
It's so funny.
Say lahmajin. Lox and gin closer culturally to Torah and Judaism, right?
Yeah, come on, the terrorist countries?
Is it?
That's when I was going.
Little bit off topic.
More religious Jews live in Muslim countries than they ever lived in Poland, Russia.
Just a little bit of off topic. I was wondering, have you seen Macron's wife? Is it a man? Is it a he or she?
I think she's just a very ugly woman.
Brigitte. Can you put some respect on her name? Her name is Brigitte Macron.
Her name is Bubba. Her name is Bubba Macaroon.
So Trump called Candace Owen to tell her to shut up and not say anything because he confirmed that he had dinner with her. He had dinner with her.
You know why? You know why this is significant?
Why?
Because Macron is not really with us in Israel. He's been speaking out a little bit against us. So Trump is trying to manage that relationship, massage it a little bit, and bring him back around.
Massage it a little bit? Oy.
We need to bring Macron back on the
pause. That sounds like some homosexual stuff.
Come on, where are your people's heads? Why is everybody's head in the corner?
table a bit, you know?
I know it's the middle of the night. You just accused me of masturbating on my couch. I said, don't masturbate on my couch, for the record.
I know you do it in the mikveh with all the other sick people.
Oh my lord! You know, I'm not gonna first of all, I'm not gonna disclose the location that I masturbated. First of all,
you're giving me like heat rash. Stop! Disgusting. Just the thought. At the end of the day, though, I think it's important for us to realize whether we want to own it or not. There's going to be a whole lot of world leaders and people who are going to come out against Israel very, very soon.
Not if we can.
Well, how can you avoid it with what people are seeing today?
Mossad.
And Mossad is not that good at Hasbara. Not that good. You not take that sight of Gaza and those children out of people's minds. You can't.
Well, here's the issue.
You know that Christian Zionists are pulling back by the millions in terms of dollars?
I didn't know that. That's concerning.
It's very concerning for anybody who's living off of those funds.
We need an aggressive.
But watch this, and this is all seriousness. What sense did it make politically, strategically, for Israel to bomb the one Catholic church in that region?
I condemn that attack.
Oh, that attack you condemn.
Yes.
But the bombing of masjids, not so bad.
Well, it's, Muslims are a little bit incorrigible, to say the least.
But guess what? Those are your cousins, whether you like it or not.
Yeah, the cousins that
Torah will allow you to stand in allegiance with Christians. Enter the Crusades, enter the...
Yeah, but they're coming around. They're coming around with
the... question.
Sure.
In what countries were Jews the safest?
Muslims.
I can't... Morty is coming around, people. Here we are. Pew, 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 pew.
Morty is he's honest, actually. When it comes down to some of the facts, he is honest, and I respect him for that. But he still is Zionist, I respect him for being honest.
Wait 1 minute. This is good stuff. Where were Jews the least safe throughout Jewish history?
Amongst the whites. The whites are savages.
Now you want to call them whites. Say it with me. Amongst the Christians.
Yeah, same thing.
No, because you didn't call Muslims whites or blacks. You called Muslims Muslims. Now you say amongst
Muslims. I call them Muslims.
Okay, I don't know who those people are. Muslims were the kindest and the most loving to Jews. In fact, here's another fun fact. Most Jews from those countries no longer spoke Hebrew. They were so much a part of Arab culture that they spoke Arabic. Mm-hmm.
Well, this is very nice trivia from back in the day. But if you haven't noticed, the Muslims, Islamic Jihad and the Al-Qassam brigades, if they weren't stopped.
Can you stop?
No, never stop.
Such a pile of hogwash. And I'm not saying that to you because you're a Jew. Hogwash. The most money, the richest Jews on the planet thrived in what countries?
Muslims. You just asked me this question.
Yeah, no. I said where were they the safest? Meaning, which countries were Jews safe?
Oh,
they weren't expelled en masse from Muslim countries. They had some of the richest Jews you know and I know.
Right.
Iran, from Syria, right?
Yep.
From Egypt. How is that possible? That today, individuals who practice religious freedom, who allowed us as Jews to live and thrive in their countries, how did they become the subjects of such ire? Could it be that European Jews came in and caused dissension between Arabs and, between Muslims and Jews? Is it possible? The worst thing I ever heard an Iranian say in terms of what they resented their Muslim neighbors for was that they couldn't build a synagogue higher than a mosque. Boy, so horrible. I don't ever remember hearing of any Jews in Muslim countries that were exterminated by the millions, by the thousands, by the hundreds. Ain't it funny in 2025 that the state of Israel stands more in alignment with Christians and Christian Zionists than they do their own family members in Gaza? Kind of makes you wonder what's at the root of all of this.
Well, I don't appreciate your sophistry, as I've said before, but it's getting about that time I have to go to sleep. But it's been a very delightful conversation.
I'm going to teach you a little Yiddish. Gay schluffen means go to sleep.
Yes, but I just want to end this by saying I'm still undefeated in clubhouse debates.
Actually, I just put you to sleep. Good night.
Good night. Take care, Morty.
All right. Good night, everybody.
I hope I bring you back to the pro-patty side.
Never.
Maybe just be a mensch. How about that? The rest will come.
I could never. Mensch is a
good.
Just
be a mensch. Baby's proud.
I am a great human being, so I'll continue being great.
Take it.
All right. Talk to everybody later.
Take care, bro. Take care. Bye-bye.
Amir, this is too easy. I need a bigger challenge.
Yeah, we got Nubia. He's a bigger challenge. Nubia is...
This is the quietest I've seen Bull in months. What the fuck? Bull.
No, Bull doesn't like Nubia. Nubia doesn't like Bull. They were going head to head earlier.
No, I'm saying usually I come into these rooms and Bull going in. Where you at tonight, brother?
Nubia, by the way, Sister Izzy, she's Jewish. She doesn't support what's happening over there in Israel and whatnot.
Yeah, I was actually just enjoying the conversation, so I was just listening to be honest.
What did you say, Nubia?
I don't believe in Jews who aren't Jews. It's not just
what? You don't
when
believe
I see
what?
Jewish people, let me be clear. When I see Jewish people who claim Judaism, but they aren't, they are of other nationalities, then I just look at them as a myth. Like it's like seeing a unicorn.
Okay. Is that you in the PTR?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So why are you making assumptions about her?
No,
Do you know this lady?
Do you see what he looks like in his PTR? That's why.
Yeah, no, but this guy right here, he thinks he's the all-knowing and he knows everything. Like he could just like take a look at you and just. Did I cut you off? That's just blabber from Amos. But then again, bro, he thinks he's all-knowing and that he could just like. Who said that I haven't been to college?
No, but Bull.
You see, and now he's trying to deflect from the conversation. What was the thing that he said about he doesn't believe? What was that again? That you could be Jew?
He said that when he hears Jews who are of different cultures, I think I heard that he does. I don't know.
Some different nationality.
You mean white? You're talking about the white Jews, Dr. Nubia?
Yeah.
I don't see the white, black. It's just Jews. And I know what a Jew is. I've always known what a Jew was. As I said earlier, I grew up in.
So do you think the sister Izzy is Jewish? She's Jewish.
If that picture is her in the PTR, then absolutely not.
Represent the cause. I'm just saying, telling y'all. Okay, you got it. They say, but you're the one who called for me. Remember?
No. What I'm saying is, I want you to look good at this person's horsehead PTR and understand that people whose parents or sister and brother, they go to college too. Leave it alone.
Thank you.
Parents, sister, and brother. I'm confused. But like I said, I just don't.
Meaning you're the product of incest, and it shows on your face.
But I'm absolutely not. My parents are not even from the same country.
Like that face, and saying that you probably have the same problem, which is why you're probably pointing at others. You grew up in Williamsburg. You grew up in Sudan. You didn't grow up in Iraq. You didn't grow up in Afghanistan. You grew up.
How did you know he's from Sudan, Izzy?
I said he's probably not from those places. He said himself he grew up in Williamsburg.
Oh, okay.
Williamsburg is in Brooklyn.
Yes, I'm aware of where I grew up.
Right.
She wasn't talking to you.
Are you a Muslim?
Absolutely.
Okay. Where do you go? Where do you go to pray? Al Taqwa. Where do you go to pray?
What?
Where do you pray? I'm from Brooklyn too.
She's asking what mosque.
Yeah, I know, but this is just getting.
He's
like
afraid
I said,
to say. You know why it's getting weird? Because you're a fraud. You're a fraud.
Yeah, and you overcompensate a lot.
That is an AI picture, not really you.
Okay.
It might actually be him.
But no,
Amir, can we get a reset?
Let's say something. Jump off the mic.
Now it's getting creepy. Now you have toxic victim mentality, but you just went at the sister for nothing.
There you go.
Idiot.
Said I don't believe in non-Jewish.
Starts with personal attacks and ad hominems, and now you're the victim. Imagine that.
He asked me. He literally asked me. And I answered.
But brother, my question to
got off a mic and you came out of your face with some nonsense, knowing full well that you literally AI'd that photo to make yourself look more Muslim. Nobody in Brooklyn, Williamsburg looks like that. Just cut the crap.
I'm not from America.
You're
What are
full
you
of
talking
shit.
about? Just raised
Full of
in-
shit.
I'm not from America.
You're full of shit. I know Brooklyn.
He's from Sudan.
Amir, he said he's from Brooklyn, Williamsburg. That's 5 minutes away from my house. He's full of shit.
No, he was raised over there, but he's from Sudan. I know his cousin is on here.
Do you know that for a fact?
Yeah, because his cousin is on here. I know his cousin Mahdi. You'll see him in some of the Quran-centric rooms, or
I'm gonna say one of his Muslim or Arabi uncles married a black woman, and that's how he came.
I'm not mixed with African American at all.
I don't know what you are, but at the end of the day, I can.
Okay, I'll tell you this. I know you're not a Jew. That's the point that I was saying.
Because guess what? Because you're such a expert, I'm gonna take your word for it.
Okay, that's good. That's a start.
What a clown.
All I said was that I don't believe in non-Jewish.
Either you know or you don't know.
Okay.
Right? Have at it, bro. I mean, one retard leaves and another one shows up, bro.
I don't think that's
right. This is why this is why Amir was trying to give you the fair warning that stop doing the friendly fire, but you're beyond reproach.
We need ceasefire between Bull and Nubian and Sister Izzy, man.
It's not gonna happen. He's too arrogant.
Nubian. All I'm gonna say,
he's not a
I think
righteous person.
You're probably thinking about the black Hebrews were like. Is that what you're thinking of? But Sister Izzy is actually
No. That's not what he's thinking about.
Claim to be Jews, and like I'm thinking of black rabbi guys like him. I just hate people.
No, she's not like black rabbi. Black rabbi is something else, bro. He's not even Jewish.
He's not going to stand corrected. He's too arrogant. He's too arrogant.
She stands with the Palestinians, bro.
He doesn't care. This guy is a cloud chaser.
It's about a tribalistic based religion. So how when I'm not an Asian Jew.
Don't open the door for him. Leave him.
Just leave him alone. We don't want to hear him talk, bro.
You're very controversial, brother. You're very controversial.
What a clown.
Oh, very controversial. Nubian, I think I could use you for one of the big rooms.
Yeah, because I'm not trying to hear it.
Oh my God, just leave it at that, bro.
Imagine if I just came
just leave it at that.
Imagine if a person just comes
literally. Imagine somebody up at 5
like, oh, by the way, I'm a Jew.
Talk about
like,
somebody else is a
what?
Imagine that. 5 in the morning, he has nothing better to do than to pontificate about who's a Jew and who's not. As a Muslim.
It's 12 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm in Saudi.
Yeah, he's in Middle East and near
There's the problems in the Middle East.
It's lunchtime. I'm drinking mango juice and eating nuts.
Nubian, do you do this in the Quran Center room as well, bro? Is that what you do?
So what is going on with people in the Middle East got time to talk to people in America about their religious identity?
Nana, he's a businessman. He told me about some business things. You know, he's a very he's gonna become a tycoon one day, right, Nubian?
One day, inshallah.
Yeah, he's gonna become a billionaire one day. Business tycoon. I told him once you get the $1 billion, let me hold $1 million. You know.
What time is it?
I'm in California. It's 2:16 here. She's in New York. It's 5:16.
I told you he was a cloud chaser, and he's just trying to come up in the Islamic world. I told him. Yeah, man. He will do and say anything just to run shoulders.
Social media. This is the only social media I have.
Oh, it's cool, man. It's on need-to-know basis. You don't need to inform us about what you've been eating, why you here, etc., etc. Relax.
I didn't. Amir was.
His teeth are bigger than his freaking fingers. That shit is off the meat.
Hey, Eze, he was over here lecturing Palestinians on how to go about their business. The audacity of this guy.
Wow.
You see what I'm saying?
Wow.
He thinks he knows better. Yeah? Yeah,
I thought we were discussing geopolitics of the Middle East, but
how the hell is he gonna make money as a tycoon, wasting time on Clubhouse? Let us.
How
did that work?
So even his country, as it's going through a genocide, I feel really bad. It's thanks to the UAE, right? And the Saddam, there more than 200,000 people dead. It's very sickening that some of these country leaders are responsible for it. Like the UAE is actually responsible for it. Israel is responsible for it, and because they found a whole bunch of weapons in the hands of like a militia in Sudan, and these militias aren't even Sudanese. They come from outside of Sudan, right, Nubian?
Yeah, they're Zionist puppets.
Yeah, and they found weapons with the Israeli serial numbers and American weapon serial numbers. Finally, America came out and did arms embargo on the UAE. Like, how would you do that? A Muslim leader from UAE giving weapons to the, militia, so that way they can rape women, kidnap their children, take over villages.
It gets even better. They finally responded to it, and what they said they said, oh, well, we sold the Janjaweed those weapons when they were killing the Yemenis, not when they were killing the Sunnis. I'm like, what?
So, Nubian, what is your position on Saudi Arabia and the Houthis and Yemen?
My position on Saudi, I think.
You think it's wrong?
Well, I'm not going to
You're not going to use the same premise. It's a long-term plan and all of this shit that you were saying earlier. Yeah. Or maybe UAE is having a long-term plan, right? It's a long-term plan, bro. I'm
not going to keep reversing.
Everyone needs a role. Remember, everyone got a role. They got different components they got to do, right? Idiot.
See, this is what happens when you make less than $1 million a year. This is how you talk.
So now it boils down to money. It's not about life. Look at this guy. He's exposing himself. You see? So you feel good now because of some money you have in your pocket? Is that going to bring you Jannah? Are you going to get heaven because of the money you have in your pocket, Nubian? You're a very wicked person. You know that, right?
A wicked person.
Repent, man. Repent, bro.
It's only 5 minutes.
That is not the way a Muslim speaks, Dr. Nubian.
I'm sure you would know, too.
You're right, cousin.
I can deal with ease, but Bull is actually mad, and I don't have the energy for people mad through social media.
Who's mad, man? Nobody's mad. Nobody's mad.
Amir, who is Omar?
I'm not sure. Let me see.
Omar's my guy. We're with Omar 100%.
Where is Omar? I don't see Omar. Oh, right here. Oh, this Omar. Oh, no. There's these are all pro Pellies. We got everybody. I think in this room right now, the majority of them are pro Pelly, except for we had Rolo, and this guy Anan is back. That guy idiot that streams my rooms, man.
There's two Anon in the group.
Yeah, one of them is a recorder. He streams my rooms on YouTube.
Amir, you have to tell these people who don't. I know I haven't been on Clubhouse in a while, but I've been in here warring with Zionists, like on multiple destroying.
I know. You're a destroyer. You should change your name to Dr. Destroyer, Dr. Nubia.
You see, here comes the cloud chasing. Hey, yo, do you want a cookie? Do you want a cookie? Do you want a medal or something? I mean, bro, you know what? We should just open up a house for Dr. Nubian so he can have a whole award show.
I used to have
this guy, bro.
I used to have a house. I don't have a house. I prefer Quran centric and Amir house. So I come to these two rooms.
That's good, thank you.
It's perfect Islamic philosophy.
Well, I honor your presence. I know you you like to start shit sometimes.
I come in here just to start shit. Like that's what I come in here.
I know. And then we have a lot of people from Zionist side. They're shit starters. They like to start shit with propellies, man, all the time. Like today, the guy wanted me to put my picture, like in the chat. If you read it, his name is Rohan from Australia. His daughter is Propelli. And he wants me to put my picture up. I'm like, I'm not gay, man. And they're into doxing business. Al Normo, you have the Rohan, you have the other people like Randy the Candy, that David B. That guy, he actually met up with you know Rohan?
Yeah, I've had war with him multiple times.
Are you talking about the Australian one?
Yeah.
What did he say? Did you get him to change his position?
I don't think anyone can get him to change his position.
But his daughter's Propelli.
I didn't know that. If I would have known that, I would use that as a weapon. I'm really waiting for Black Rabbi again. So that's what I'm waiting on, because I want to really have the conversation with him about what tribe he's from, and I just want to really just dive in to the tribe. What tribe of Jews is he from? That's like my arch nemesis. He's the Sith Lord to my Jedi Order. So
that's your arch nemesis?
Yeah, I hate that. I hate him more than you.
And you're supposed to be this super duper intellectual guy?
Actually,
imagine that as look at him. Suits you, man.
I'm just mad he's paddling.
Yo, I did not know. I'm sorry. Now that I'm taking a deep dive into APAC, I didn't know that Hakeem Jeffries receives money from APAC too. Yo, that's some shit. Hold on. No wonder he doesn't come out for Gaza or Palestinians. Damn. And that's probably why he didn't stand up or publicly endorse Mamdani. Remember that? He needs to be able to say, what was it? Global Intifada. What was the statement? Amir, what was that?
Globalize the Intifada.
Yeah.
Globalize. And it's because he's on the take from APAC.
He is?
Yeah.
Tell your business out on the internet, man.
No, I know.
This is not a social room.
That's true. But I want to be close to the Zionists, so that's where I'm gonna move to.
Yo, this dude got 1,635,000.
If we go to a grocery store, right, we buy something from a cashier. We don't know if this cashier is connected to the Zionist entity. We don't know. You know what I'm saying? Because they're all connected. They're spreading the narrative. They're pushing that, envelope or whatever you want to call it. And now what they're doing is because they lost the PR war, they're attacking. They didn't even say anything about Islam or whatever.
Wait, you said Mamdani didn't?
Yeah, no, Mamdani didn't mention anything. They're, the one that are Islamophobes, that they're spreading this narrative on social media. If you go on Twitter and on here and even on TikTok, they're spreading this narrative attacking Islam. That, this Mamdani character is going to bring Sharia law. He's a terrorist. He's this. And in relate to the Zionism, if you go to the Zionist room right now, since they don't have any more talking points, nobody really talks to them as much because they lost the whole narrative, right? So what they're doing is they're attacking Islam. That's what they're going for now.
Wow. But you know what? Fuck them. I'm so serious. Like, the world is finally seeing who people really are.
easy. You'd make a very good Muslim. You should consider the Quran.
Amir, is this one of your friends?
Calm down, bro. Calm down, Dobian. Calm down. This is not one of those rooms, brother. I know what you're trying to do. I don't leave it at that.
I just saw a perfect opportunity for dawah.
I know what you're trying to do. But leave it at that. Sister Elsie, she's a good sister. I came across her a long time ago. She would call out all the Zionists on this app, and they attacked her. They even called her workplace. You know that El Normo character, the Zionist mofo. He called her workplace, trying to dox or whatever.
How the hell are you finding
bro, these people are able to find everything on people. That's why, and El Normo start calling Fawad Jalani. So I called my other AI account Fawad Jalani trespassing. I'm like, which property did I trespass?
You're trespassing at a synagogue.
That's what he wrote in the chat. If you scroll up, it says, you were charged with trespassing. I'm like, which charge? Where is it? Which property?
That's crazy. Yo, the fact that they called your job is nuts. Yo, that is crazy.
It's not. Listen, if you Google me, you will see speaking engagements. You'll see articles that have been written about me. I don't hide.
Oh, I said, you're a public figure. Okay, that makes more sense.
At the end of the day, you know where to find me. I know exactly where he prays. And the synagogue, I just haven't turned into a tsunami because on Clubhouse, he's not gonna know what the hell to do with me when I walk up. Not at all.
When can we arrange that?
I'm sorry.
Me personally,
when can we arrange that?
Are you right? I need to.
Personally, things like this is why I avoid social media. I think the internet's become a weapon. It used to. I remember when social media first came out, and it was like, you can connect with your friends and family. But it's just become an information database where the fact that someone can find your job and call your job and find out where you pray and all of these different. So me, I just avoid. This is the only social media app I have. I don't have Instagram. I don't have Facebook. I don't have Twitter. I only come on here. That's it. Because to me, it's just crazy that people can track you down. And,
but to be honest,
but the problem
is to AI and the rest of it, they could do that anyway. If they really want to go through.
The problem isn't social media, it's the people that you're hanging around with. If people are in the business of doxing, they will dox, regardless of where you find them.
Yeah. Truth. I got to decide whether or not to put Jeffries, expose him on my Facebook.
Okay.
He's a minor speaker.
The tracking system is going to be worldwide. It's not an American thing. It might start in America in the West, but make no mistake about it.
Listen.
I think I'm in one of the safest places in the world. The good thing, I have multiple passports, so if it gets unsafe here, I'll be on move to the next location. I like to travel.
But Dr. Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, you sure do like to humble brag a lot.
Saudi Arabia doesn't allow multiple passports.
That's not true. So one, being American, when you're an American citizen, that's already one. Then two, you can have. I don't have a Saudi passport, obviously, because I'm not a Saudi national. But you can obtain multiple passports, multiple residency very easily. So I don't know if that's a rule for Saudi nationals, but that doesn't apply to me. I'm an American citizen.
Yeah, it's for that's what because I rented cars out to a Saudi national before, and he said you can't do that, and I actually looked into it, and I think they have a law you can only have one.
Yeah, because I have a Sudanese passport and an Egyptian passport.
Is it true that if you've been to Israel that you can't travel to Saudi Arabia or you can't make Hajj or anything else like that? Something like that, like certain countries you can't visit because you have Israel on your passport.
I've been to Israel before, and that was back in 2017 or 16 or something, and I didn't have that problem.
Yeah, but they don't stamp your passport, does it, in Israel? They know that people, they don't, same thing in Iran, they don't stamp your passport.
Right, I got it.
They did a cavity search on you?
Bro, damn near. I mean, my full name is long. My full name is my first, middle, last, and then I have like all my grandparents. Ibn.
Oh, wow. You're done. You're done.
Yeah.
So where was this? Oh, you're saying when you went to Israel, you went through this?
I said I've never experienced a security like that in my life. Like,
yeah, you went through Israel.
About that trip. That was like, I'm not going to do it on Clubhouse, privately maybe. But all green lights.
You must have an English name. If your name is Arabic, if there's a Muhammad.
My first name is both Arabic and Hebrew, and so is my father's.
Oh, okay.
So maybe I don't know. But at the end of the day, I'll never forget because all of my siblings went to learn there. Like last year, high school is part of their program. But I remember my mama, bless her memory, she was so funny. I was like, I know that when we come through, they're gonna put all of the black. And my brother-in-law, not my brother-in-law, excuse me, my brother looks more Yemeni than he looks black, right? His hair, his face, whatever. I was like, watch me, but they're gonna treat him like he's a Palestinian. They're gonna treat him like he's a Muslim. And my mother's on the phone like, don't say that out loud. Don't say that out loud. They're gonna put my son over the. And I'm like, Ema, at the end of the day, this is who these people are. And I talked all this shit knowing that they were gonna do that to me, right? They were like, Mrs. Eze, please move to the right. Okay, yes. Who are you going to see? Okay. Miss Yatova. Kept it pushing. I got scared. I was like, I know these niggas gonna set me up. For real. Like I'm looking around over my shoulder. But 10 years before, a group of black Jews had come from New York and they were detained for over a week. At not the airport, over like in El Al. Because at that time, black Jews walked in solidarity with Muslims and Palestinians. I don't know, that's a little bit longer than 10 years. I want to say maybe 20 to 30 years before. Real talk. What do you think they would do now, Amir?
They're looking. I think they're looking for everybody. Like the brother that does spaces on Twitter. They put his name on the rockets that they shot at Gaza. Suleiman Ahmad. He's pretty much on their wanted list. They passed the law. If you support, what was the law? The law was if you support Palestine, if you criticize Israel in any part of the world, and we have the information and whatnot, you would go through probably Egyptian border.
Wow.
And Mazi that comes in here, he's an activist, so he's been to Gaza multiple times. That brother, he went in there with the aid and whatnot through Egypt. He said Egyptian, they took away, they went in with 2 trucks of aid or whatever before 7th of October, and they kept one of the trucks, and they made him wait at the border for 8 hours or 6 hours, and then they allowed him and his crew with 1 truck, into Gaza. And he said the Hamas were very respectful. They allowed it. They respected him. They showed him around what the Gaza, how people are suffering and whatnot. This is before 7th of October.
Gotcha. I don't know. I mean, I think with Facebook now and Instagram and the rest of it, they can do a search and find out who you are, know what your beliefs pretty much are.
Yeah, Facebook is owned by Zionists.
Like I said, listen, you can keep it real. You have nothing to hide. If they do, they do. If they don't, they don't. Why be something else behind closed doors? Why? Who's that? I think you do have a bunch of Zios in this room, Amir.
And you have the ANN account. Or is it down in the audience, 1 or 2 account, the recorder. He's running for government. I have his everything, information, this idiot. I wonder, I'm going to check with the lawyer if he can send him a cease and desist. So John, don't worry, we have a lot of information on you. His name is John Kitover or something.
Yeah, I think.
We'll send him a cease and desist. If not, we'll have to take him to court.
Like
Wait, Amir, could you repeat that?
So the idiot down in the audience with the ANN account, you see that? With the ANN account, I can't kick him. I can't do nothing with this stupid new feature that they have, the Plus account. I have a Plus account as well.
Yeah.
I can go into incognito mode. I can jump in. Can you stop that? Wow. Seriously? Okay, have a safe flight to the hallway. Bye-bye. Okay. So the person with the Plus account, like myself, I can go into incognito mode into any room and nobody can kick me out. And what he does, he streams it directly on YouTube or into his rooms and then from his room to YouTube.
Does he have nothing better to do?
Nope, he's a lowlife.
But shouldn't Clubhouse be able to do something about that once it's reported?
How do you report an anonymous account? Click on his account and you can't even report it.
No, can't you use the account that he has with his real name?
Oh, wait, we're going to send a friend request.
You could report that account, but what do we do about 30 phones? He's got 30 phones.
Oh, I see what you're saying. The madness.
Wait, Amir, you have a Plus account. Shouldn't you be able to see and view who it is?
I can't. I click on it, it just gives me the same option what you see.
Amir, there's a simple solution for this. Move to the Middle East. They'll solve all your problems.
Bro, I lived over there.
Come back. You miss
you. Apart from the holy sites, there's nothing there, bro. It's dry.
Wait, Amir, I have a question. Do you prefer the Muslim community in Los Angeles, or do you prefer the Muslim community in Saudi Arabia?
To be honest with you, if it was in my my hands, I would love to boycott all of the GCC countries because they are responsible for what's happened to Palestinians. Whether, doctor, we agree or disagree, but we could always agree to disagree respectfully. But these countries, they're liable. They, like the UAE is liable for what's happening to the Sudan, Palestinians, what's happening to Palestinians. All GCC countries are, responsible for it. It's not just one.
So then we should just all live in America. America's not liable.
No. America is responsible. So I talked to my accountant how to not give, the money to the genocide. So my accountant told me, give it away to your either local mosque or give it to like UNRWA or something, and you get a receipt and you can file. It's a tax write-off. And I gave something to General yesterday, and General said it's called a defund. I found out through Twitter Spaces. So what it is it's like a trust account. You set up a trust account in the UK, and the government would have to show you that the money is not going to the genocide or war. It has to be used locally, right, General?
Yeah, tax. So, for example, in the UK, when you work for an employer, your employer automatically takes the tax out and gives it to HMRC. What you can then do is you can request a refund of that tax, put it into a consolidated account on the side, essentially, until the government proves that they're not aiding and abetting the genocide or war crimes. And then when they've done that sufficiently, they can then access those funds. But it is a very interesting way of doing things.
I think that's both great and amazing. Me personally, I've hated America since my parents came there, so I prefer to live in the Middle East. I like it better here. But I hear you. I've been to California a couple times. I've been to North California. My ex-wife is from North California.
Oh yeah, mashallah.
America's just matter. Even with everything you said, sounds great, and I hope Americans utilize that and give as much money as possible as they can afford to Palestine and Sudan and any other cause. To me, there's nothing better than that.
Yeah, but Nubian, you don't see racism inside Saudi Arabia. I felt racism, bro. The racism to the next level.
Amir, what are you? I don't know what your nationality.
I'll tell you about it later because people are trying to kill me on this app.
Right.
When I lived over there, bro, even Black Rabbi gave me a threat. He said he wants to kill me. I told him I'm in Compton. Come up, pull up.
They might get robbed before he gets to you.
No. I mean, so Compton is getting gentrification. They're gentrifying it. Did you know this? Because they built a ramp in Inglewood,
right? So and they spent I don't know almost more than I think $1 or $2 billion on the Ram Stadium. So city of Inglewood used to be really bad. The crime rate. That's where next to the Ram Stadium, there's actually a cemetery where Michael Jackson's grave is, where he's buried. Right. My house, you're looking at minimum. What is it? 1.5 million or 2 million? Because me and my partner, we were looking into buying a small parking lot for the cars because I'm in the car rental business. Yeah, a piece of land. And I was in a shock. I'm like, wow.
Well, that's California, man. You should be used to spending $1 million on a regular basis. Have I experienced any racism? At least in the past, yes, not in Saudi though, but I have experienced racism in Qatar. Now, it wasn't towards me. I've never personally encountered racism in my life, other than in Israel. But I think that was more so because I'm Muslim. But in Qatar, I've heard about a lot of instances. I've never been upon it. But in Riyadh, I've had a house here for years. I used to come here frequently for business, and then I just decided to move here. But no, I've never experienced any racism in Riyadh.
When I lived over there, I had to carry a copy of a residency, Iqama, right, with me as a 6'8". Like, can you imagine 7-year-old? And I did get pulled over by the cops over there in Saudi Arabia. I was living in Jeddah. And walking to the grocery store, whatnot. My dad gave me a copy of his residency, right? And I got pulled over, and I had to show them the residency. Otherwise, they pick you up, and then your dad or somebody would have to come in and get you released. And there's a lot of these things back in the day. And if the women didn't wear hijab, they would they will detain them, and some women would get their beaten up and whatnot.
You were there in King Salman.
Yeah, and the women could not drive. This is in violation of the Sharia, the Divine's law. The Divine law is they're supposed to get the right. So there was a lot of these things, right? It was very restricted, and there was a lot of spies. And my dad was like, "Be careful! Don't say anything against the king, and this and that. Otherwise, And people get picked up like right and left, and even the scholars are doing time inside Saudi Arabia. Well, anybody that speaks up against any of these kings, and in their schools they like to glorify fucking kings. You see what I'm saying?
I mean, but what's wrong with the kings? Wink, wink, hint, hint.
Wink, 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 wink. I know you're not. Don't say it. I know. I don't want something to happen to you, bro.
Well, I'm good. Saudi Arabia is very welcoming. Middle East is very welcoming to what they consider to be American investors. So I don't have those issues. But and plus, it's really different here than how you're describing. I wasn't here during that period, but I did have family members in Riyadh during that period.
What are you doing in Riyadh? Why not live in Jeddah, like close to Makkah Mukarramah? Like you could drive to Makkah for an hour, and Medina like 4 hours. Riyadh, there's nothing in Riyadh, man. It's like a desert.
You say, well, there's business. I'm here for business. So
I know, but I'm saying at the same time, you could visit the holy place like once a week or once every 2 weeks if you live in Jeddah.
Yeah, Jeddah's nice. Jeddah's very pretty, but Jeddah's hotter than Riyadh. Jeddah, bro. It's nighttime. Yo, it's nighttime. I tell everyone this story. I come out the airport. It's literally like 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night. And as soon as the sliding doors hit me, 48 degrees Celsius, boom, I'm like, the sun is gone. What's happening? And I spent most of my adult life in Florida, and I've never felt like that. So that was crazy. Jeddah's hot. This other thing is Jeddah's so far away from business.
What I was saying was the discrimination in general, like the kafala system, like it's basically, so when I lived over there, right, so my dad couldn't even buy a car under his name. It had to be under his, the kafil's name, right? Somebody that has a Saudi national. And, even the house back then, you would have to buy it under somebody that's a Saudi citizen. You would become a co-owner, whatever. There was a lot of these things back in the days, right? And you wouldn't believe it, my dad's old friend, he bought a store, a Riyalain store near Makkah, right? Near the Haram, And, he spent about 50,000 riyals, right? He opened up a store. It was a tiny place, and he started making good money, And it was under the Saudi national's name, and he was sort of like a side partner, you could say. And that Saudi guy, he saw him become successful, took over his business, kicked him out.
Oh, I've heard of that many times.
Bro, there's a lot, and I felt like, what the hell is this? Look, I have respect for it only for the Holy Kaaba in Medina, right? The house of the Prophet, but other than that, there's nothing there, bro. There's nothing there. These people are destroying the Islamic historical places. Like, look at the.
Well, to be fair, everything you named is literally probably 7 to 10 years ago. So none of those things are really happening now. Because
they are destroying historical places, though. The Masjid al-Qiblatain, they were in the process of destroying that, right? They even flattened Gentle Bucky, right? Where the graves of the Sahabas are, right? Whatnot. They've done a whole bunch of. And do you know that they were going to break the Green Dome on the top of the mosque, right? And there was a report in 2014, a cleric report from Saudi Arabia. They wanted to move the grave of the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings upon him, to an unknown location. There's a lot of these things. It boils your blood that these people, who gave these people to control the holy places, man.
Yeah, I think they have an organization that governs that. Again, like I said, I wasn't here for those different events. In relation to me, as you know, I'm a businessman. So I'm here for business. Riyadh is better for business.
Walaikum assalam.
Yeah, because you have Dammam is nearby, Abu Dhabi is nearby, Qatar is nearby. If you're going from Riyadh, whereas Jeddah is a little bit further. Jeddah's like a 3-hour flight. So that's why we're Riyadh. Me personally, I still love Saudi. I can't not love Saudi. I hear all those things you're saying. However, you're talking to someone as yourself. You're talking to someone who lives in America. So we go for atrocity for atrocity. We can do that with every country in the world. There's no utopia on planet Earth. So for me, I just prefer to live in a Muslim country. Plus, how you see me dressed in my PTR, I dress like that almost every day. I prefer to wear jannabiyya. I prefer to dress traditionally. When I was in Florida, that's just how it is. No. He's probably gonna hate that. On the average day, you catch me in jalebi and Louis Vuitton sandals. So throw that out there for Bull to cry about.
Bull don't mind. He can live the way he live, bro. Oh my God.
Really, he torments me. So
no, it's like a love and hate relationship between you and Bull. You guys both good brothers. It's just maybe look, me and Bull, we had that beef as well in the beginning, but then we found a common ground. You see what I'm saying? So you'll come around, he'll come around, you guys both will come around, one day.
When he comes to Quran Centric, I make sure, I make sure I utilize my moral capability.
What are you gonna do with it? You gonna kick him out? Oh my God!
If he starts talking, and I'm gonna kick him down.
Why would you do that? Who's this guy, man? Let me move him down. This idiot. Did you want to move down? Did you want me to move you down or kick you out?
Keep
it in. You want him in? You want him up? He's calling me a B word in Farsi. Oh my God.
Yeah, but you said they kept him in. You should saw his PTR. Guys like that are hilarious.
Who's this guy?
But like I said, Amir, we miss you over here, man. There's really nice villas in Qatar for you. We can set it up. You'll have a perfect view of
Qatar, I heard is a nice place, but a lot of these nations are getting filled with expats.
You have a perfect view. In Qatar, you have a perfect view of the missiles from Iran. Perfect view. I mean,
perfect view. Look at him. Brother Faz, look at this guy.
Did you see them fly over you?
I was actually in Qatar when that happened. Because I had a layover in Qatar. So when I was flying from the United States, I was actually in Qatar when that happened. That was insanity. People were overreacting, though. They weren't as close. They were very high in the sky. I thought it was a shooting star until I saw like 10.
Oh, good.
They were shooting star.
We the people of Iran, don't want our bombs and missiles to fly to Israel. That's what you terrorists love, not me.
Terrorists love.
You want Israeli missiles to fly to Iran and kill your...
He's a Pahlavi supporter.
Israel has no problem with Iran and Iranians as long as this terrorist regime that you love so much is reigning over Iran. the missiles are gonna fly
Do you
over Iran.
do you want Pahlavi the prostitute to come back?
I want Pahlavi, the one that fucks your mom every night, to come back.
Really?
Yeah, that's right.
You want him to come back so you can fuck your mom, right?
No, I want him to come back so he can put our dicks in your mom's ass.
Oh, really? It sounds like you got Pahlavi's dick in your mouth.
No, I pushed him down.
Yeah.
Hate this conversation.
You could have left me. I was about to unleash some Iranian missile.
No. You don't have to do that, General. I mean, what kind of
You have to
language?
stoop low for these scumbags. These dirty rats.
5,000 years of Persian culture.
He had 30 seconds and went for himself. That's what he chose to talk about.
I mean, I don't understand. There was, I was watching yesterday. I think I suggest everybody watch this. Mehdi Hassan is doing a program. Did a program.
Did you watch it with 50?
Surrounded.
It's brilliant.
It's brilliant. And the.
Did you see the Iranian one?
I saw the Persian guy. He says children in Gaza. Mehdi Hassan asks, is it okay to snipe children in Gaza? Because IDF has sniped children. He justifies. He says yes, because children are, indoctrinated by the Palestinians to hate Jews. So it's okay, GC, and just because Iran supports Palestine, you don't have to hate Palestinians just because your enemies. I'm putting these words: your enemy's enemy is your friend. But he says no. The children are being, radicalized. The Palestinian children. So literally, he says that it's okay to kill them. I don't understand these Persian people, man.
Yeah, but first of all, the proof is on them. Where are they being radicalized? First of all, you are radicalizing them. No, when you know how you radicalize Palestinian kids, you kill their parents. That's how you radicalize them.
Absolutely. And actually, the radicalization happens in Israel for Jewish children. They are the ones who are being radicalized. The ones, they have these Hesder system of education, which literally combines both military as well as normal education, military and religious education in a normal school. So this Hesder system of education is funded by the government of Israel, and it teaches children literally what the Talmud says about the Goyim, about the Arabs being lower in status and so on.
That's absolutely true.
They literally teach it to their children, and they start growing up hating Arabs and looking down on Arabs. This is exactly what they teach. And then when they reach the age of, just before they have to join the army at the age of 18 or 19, they are given rigorous training in, killing, theoretical training in killing, in bombing and so on. The theory is based on religious scripture in the sense that what will you do? One of the questions that they will be asked is, what will you do that when you are, chasing terrorists, if a child comes across in front of you, what will you do with the child? Will you still, your goal is to catch the terrorist. In this case, they refer to the Arabs. But a child is going to hold you back on that. What will you do? The answer has to be, the answer they're looking for is, I will kill the child in order to go and catch the Arab. That's the answer they want every would-be IDF to say. That's how they are radicalized. So there's so much of radicalization in Israel that the more I read it, the more I'm scared for not just for the Palestinians or the Arabs. I'm scared for the whole world. This country, in my opinion, the longer it exists, the less safe the world is. This country needs to be dismantled from its current form. Something else needs to come up in its place. This is the reality. And I don't come here and BS. There are schools that teach this. There are yeshivas, the religious schools that are teaching these things, and they are funded, by the Israeli government. And there are
thousands such yeshivas, and also what is known as the pre-yeshivas, which are basically called mechinot. Mechinot is the kind of preschool or the medium, what do you call, just it's school before you go into the pre-university. So all these things are literally radicalizing Jewish children, and I don't see how that's going to be stopped. And it's I'm just talking in the context of this Iranian guy shouting. I don't understand. Take it, deal with it.
Yeah, but the irony about these so-called scumbag, Iranian Zionists and prostitute Pahlavi supporters is the irony is they say that the IRGC is tyrannical, but they want to replace it with something that is almost worse. Look at his father, the Shah of Iran, that prostitute. He was a dictator. And he had an organization, a secret police called the Savak. Ask them about what the Savak did to the Iranian people. They do not want to replace it with a liberal democracy. They want to replace it with the Pahlavis.
By the way,
they want to make him the king.
But the friend, you guys remember Aiden? That used to be here, that used to come in the chat, the girl picture. Do you remember?
Ada, no Ida.
Ada. Remember that?
Ada. Yeah. I know.
You know, it's the same person. He had a different picture, and I checked just
sorry,
back channel. He's like, stop being a hypocrite. Mofo, when did you become a guy from a girl?
He detransitioned.
Yes, Sia Wash. Did you want to say something, Sia Wash?
Yes, please. First, I want to say hi to everyone. Second, so I can understand Andy, but if you search Evin prison in north of Tehran, it's a prison of north of Tehran that Israel bombing. In that
Evin prison, was it?
It's a Evin prison in north of Tehran.
Yeah, they bombed it.
That prison is only for opposition, for the people that they're protesting for hijab and everything, and Israel bombing that. Can you believe that? It's a small room in a prison. The prisoner can't move anywhere. But Israel bombing.
I heard that they killed a few people in the prison.
Yeah, Andy, every time Bibi said we don't have any problem with Syrian people, we have just problem with Bashar Assad. Where is Bashar Assad? Israel is bombing Syria. He said, I don't have any problem with Lebanese, but he's bombing everywhere in Lebanon.
Even brother, he said he doesn't have any problem with the Gazan people.
Please, wash your eyes. Where? Yeah, a lot. Wash your eyes. See the word in a fair way. Do you know? That prisoner in the Tehran, I'm repeating that. They are opposition. And Israel, the meaning is they have a problem with government in Iran, and Israel bombing that. I saw it peaceful even. First, they are bombing, and after that, you can ask them why you bombing the prison. The answer is they are using that for making bomb, making rocket, and other things. Come on. First, I want to let you know this, and with this way, you don't have any bright future because you are fighting with everything. I'm so sorry, guys.
Tommy Robinson, you might have heard of a British guy who's a Zionist who support, you know him, yeah. So this guy issued a statement. He's an anti-Muslim and he's out. Okay, so he issued a statement that Bashar Assad never killed a single Christian. Christians were safe under him out, brought in allowed Jolani to take over. So now they are saying that Jolani is bad because Christians and Druze are being attacked. So these people have no basis, no conscience, nothing, man. It's on a day-to-day basis they change their positions.
In the north of Tehran, it's a street, we call it Passan, or the last name is Saltanatova. So Iranian Jews, they have store over there. They're selling antiques and something like that. in these 12 days, before and after, you can't see anything from the other Iranian to say them why Jewish are doing that, because they are living here, the Iranian respect them, and they are respecting Iranians. They are living together more than 3,000 years.
Yeah.
So Iranian Muslims, they don't have any problem with Christians and Jewish, but they have problem. Not the Iranian Jewish, but the Jewish that they are living in Israel, they have problem with Muslims. Everything at the Holocaust time happened for them. They are doing that with Palestinians, but they changed the view. Just they changed the view, then you can believe that it's a I don't know, because it's not 100 years ago, 80 years ago.
But Siavesh, I only after this 12-day war, I found out, that Iran has the second largest Jewish population in the world, and also one of the oldest Jewish population in the world. And in Tehran alone, no, not Tehran, I think Isfahan or some city, they have about 14 synagogues, and all old, traditionally built synagogues.
Iran is fourth or fifth. Iran is fourth or fifth because after revolution, most of them moved. The problem is because before that they can support the country Israel. It was legal in Iran, but right now they close the way that they can support. Every Jewish must support their country. I can understand. It's really good. If Muslims do something like that, it's good for everyone. Do you know? But it's fourth or fifth. I think right now we have less than 1 million Jewish in Iran, and I'm not support my government. I have a lot of problem with them. But I want to be fair. Do you know? Right now they have a chair in parliament in Iran. Because of their religion, the only person that they don't have any chair is Baha'is. Unfortunately, Iranian government, they are not believing them. Christian, Jewish, Zoroastrian, I don't know, all of them have a chair in parliament. Come on, dude. I'm not talking about democracy. I know. One of our friends said Pahlavi was dictator. Yes, he was dictator. When you want a dictator, you are comparing with Hitler, Gaddafi, I don't know, a lot of person. He was not like them. But remember that it's Middle East. You can't bring a democracy like Swiss here. We are far from there for 200 years maybe.
But Siavesh, can I intervene here? Pahlavi came after ousting Mossadegh, who was a democratically elected leader. So you already had democracy. Swiss had their democracy very late in today's, much before the Swiss started having that. So you don't, when you say that, we cannot have a democracy like the Swiss overnight, you're making it's a wrong statement. You already had democracy. Mossadegh was, electorally elected leader, and he was toppled by Raza Pahlavi. Okay, that's the truth.
No, by the British. Different. By the British and Americans. Honestly, I have problem with Reza Pahlavi too, because for 45 years he doesn't do anything as opposition. He just sitting, eating, and have fun with his friend. I have problem with that. And Muhammad Reza was a good king, honestly. And remember that you don't have power. You need to do something for yourself. The Muslims are just sitting and watching you. And he has problem with Israel too. He said all the media is under Israeli control. And your voice is not, and the people of the world, they can hear your voice. Muhammad Reza was a good king, honestly. He was dictator, yeah. But he was a good king. But forget about Reza Pahlavi. He's son of the king, and he's just, I told you, he's sitting, eating, and have fun with others. The problem is, yeah, we have democracy here, but remember that we are choosing our, for example, presidents, but they are coming to our election as a systematic control. For example, they are choosing 4 person and said you guys can vote to one of them. I don't. It's our problem, honestly. It's our problem. It's not a word problem. And the other things I told you, I know it's Middle East. We are better than other countries. Do you know? But we have a supreme leader like before revolution. The king or supreme leader, he can control everything. I don't have any problem with that. Do you know? I have problem, honestly. I have problem, but we need to work as a political things to resolve a problem, not just fighting, shouting. I don't know, saying bad words to others. Like unfortunately, some of Iranian, they forgot the subject. They just want to fight together. Do you know? They forgot that Hamas. I'm so sorry. They forgot that the person that he's trying to keep his land is not terrorist. So Hamas is not terrorist. They are fighting for his land, for their land. When Iraq attack our country, some of the Iranian, they are starting to fight with Iraqi people before the army can come there. So Iraq can call them terrorists, yes, because they are fighting with you. But in our view, they are not terrorists. They are fighting for their land.
Siavesh, I have a question.
Hamas and Palestinian, they are fighting for their land. So they are not terrorists.
Okay, Siavesh, I have a question for you, and it's a very genuine question that I really want to understand. Why is it, you heard the other guy who was here, the other Iranian who was here abusing us, cursing us, calling us Palestinian terrorists.
Who is that?
Who was that, Amir?
So that's Artash. That's Artash. His name is Artash.
Yeah. His name is written in Persian in the.
I blocked the other account. He started coming into the room with the girl's picture in the audience. And then kept on complaining, why you kick our Artash? I'm like, come up, let's have a conversation. I kicked this account as well. And then today he comes up with the guy's picture and comes up, starts cursing, hey, B word, this and that. And then I check the back channel message, it's the same person. I'm like, oh my God, catfishing.
Okay, so this is my question. Maybe Nargis also knows. Siavesh is here. So, okay, I totally understand the problems that Iranians have. Some of them don't want the IRGC, some of them want it. And those who are opposed to IRGC want IRGC gone, the Ayatollah gone and all that. Okay, every country has its own problems. I don't have an issue with that, okay? But here is my point. Why is it so many Iranians, like this guy that I just mentioned, who was telling Mehdi Hassan in his show that Israel has can kill children because these children are terrorists. So why is it that some of these Iranians hate Palestinians? This is something that I don't understand. Is it simply because of the belief that your enemy's enemy is your friend? Like Israel is Palestinians' enemy, therefore Israel is my friend. That kind of a thing.
Obviously, for yours, it comes from like superficial thinking, right? This would not hold true to all Iranians who do not want the IRGC. What you're witnessing is just loudness exhibited by a handful of people who are kind of jahil in a way. Like it truly comes from a place of ignorance, I think, because how is one equivocating a bad government to being okay with the death of innocent children, whilst the very complaint against this government is that they are crude or cruel to the innocent. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So somewhere there's
jahil. Yeah, the right word is jahil. You're right.
It is just a pure ignorance.
Pure ignorance, and also a lot of, I think, brainwashing takes place.
But a very small group, Fayaz.
Yeah. Okay.
This is not, whatever you're hearing is loud noises from like a particular small group.
I want to explain my view too. First, you can't believe that there are too much. There are very few because you can find them in media, and media is the place for the people. They have a lot of free time. They're getting social or other things. I don't want to say anything like that, but honestly, it's just media. In the street, if you can say, if you can ask Iranian people, they don't have any problem with Jews, but they have problem with Zionists. They don't hate Palestinians. Do you know? If you can ask in the street, the media, exactly like CNN, Al Jazeera is fair, honestly, but BBC and other things, the organizations, media, they are, but mine is not perfect like you guys. And the other thing, sometimes, yes, if you want to close your eyes, you can believe that your enemy of your enemy is your friend. But honestly, they are not your friends. Read more, but they are not too much. There are a few.
Yes, I know. I understand that. I understand that. But this is, I was shocked when I just narrated this before Nargis came into the room. This guy, this American-Iranian guy who's opposed to IRGC, was sitting in front of Mehdi Hassan in his show yesterday and justifying Israel killing children because, according to him, Palestinians, radicalize their children to hate Jews. So he literally justifies killing of children by Israel. He had no other explanation for that. That's why I was, this was at the back of my mind, and then this guy comes and starts abusing us. That's why I had to ask this question. But I know it's very few people who are jahil enough to do these things, say these things.
I forgot to tell you guys. So Trump came out yesterday. He said, not Trump, White House officials said Netanyahu likes to bomb everything. He's a madman. Isn't that funny? A madman, and he liked to bomb everything.
Who said that, Amir? Who said that?
They didn't give out the name. They just said White House officials.
Yeah, okay.
How did they make a statement like that, man, for us?
It was in the Axios. It was like a leak. I don't think it was a leak, but Times of Israel picked up on it.
Oh, wow.
And you guys know how I feel about Times of Israel, right? Shame goes, he probably had a subscription of Times of Israel.
Yeah, Amir, I'll consider it. I'll consider it.
You want to become a Islamist or you want to become a Salafi?
I'll consider
it. Oh my God, is this Nubian?
Nubia wants to become a Salafi. Oh my God. When is this happening? Are you going to read the Ibn Taymiyyah, Sheikh al-Islam's book? Are you going to read it?
What'd you walk into, bro? God, what'd you walk into? Don't like nobody.
I'll consider it.
You consider what?
You invited me to be a Salafi. I'll consider it. You have to show me a few things.
He will never.
Okay. Do you take any of the scholars? The four
Nubian won't, bro.
What about Imam Abu Hanifa? Do you take anything from Imam Abu Hanifa?
Like I said, I'll consider.
No comments. Oh my God! Don't tell me we have another Mahdi yet. Is that another Mahdi?
He's not his nephew.
I know, but he's not another Mahdi.
He is his nephew. Like he's his relative.
I know.
Mahdi.
I know.
I'll consider it. Name your scholars. I'll consider it.
But doctor, do you take anything with Imam Abu Hanifa?
Define consideration. What are you considering?
Speak up, Nubian.
No, just watch this. I invite you guys to my private room. We can have a conversation.
In my private chamber, shall I reveal to you the secrets of the universe?
Mahdi said that for like 2 hours yesterday, and it's in Lions Den.
Even I triggered it one time. I said, bro, you don't know what you're talking about.
I crashed out on him, man. Just day before. I
crashed out. And he was having a lot of support from like Christians and some others around him. And I was like, and he was being all quiet. I was looking bad. In the end, I ended up apologizing. I freaking crashed out.
But you do take from Imam Abu Hanifa, right, doctor?
I'll consider it.
He does.
No, I'm just asking you. Do you, so
Oh,
which of the four? One of the four scholars do you take your a Hanafi or a Shafi or Maliki? What do you call yourself?
Oh, okay, that's an easy question. So I call myself a Muslim.
None of them. He's dodgy.
All right, so I think what it is it's very complicated, doctor. We'll leave it at that.
I mean, save me.
Status is
I came across quite a few people like that. That just follow the Quran Kareem and the Sunnah, and that's it.
Not even.
So then the Quran is a case of. I see you've been debating.
They don't like Quran.
You've been debating Nazia, huh? She's a good debater, huh?
I'll put it like this. When to the Sunnis, I'm a Quranist, and to the Quranists, I'm a Sunni.
That's true. These guys, so they're Quran-centric or something. I mean, you know that whole movement of Mahdi, no?
No, but doctor, I'm just gonna tell you what.
Pick and choose hadith. Pick and choose.
Imam Abu Hanifa's position was that it was sort of like close to Quran-centric position. Okay, you should look into Imam Abu Hanifa, right? That's one of the madhabs, right? And that was his position. More from the Quran Kareem, right? And then the hadith. But the other madhabs, it's like 50-50.
Wow, I could sleep at night. I'm a Hanafi. Yay!
ये लोग कभी मजहब को नहीं लेते. ये लोग कभी भी मजहब को नहीं लेते.
I mean, I want you to teach me. So
come to Riyadh. No, I'm good. I'm not gonna go down that path. I'm done. I'm done.
If you go down that path, you better be skipping.
You know. Have you watched Hindi movies, the British Raj movies, the English, this English army people?
I speak good Hindi. I speak good Urdu.
I felt like I'm watching Lagan. I'm hearing a dialogue from Lagan.
Yeah, she's fluent in Hindi. I found out, right? I was in a shock. How could an Iranian person speak, this language, this tribal language, right? I was in a shock.
No, she lived
over there. Yeah. She lived over there. I was like, wow, that's interesting.
Oh, yeah, and she seems to have.
I mean, look at Nubian. He speaks Arabic. He's not an Arab. He speaks Arabic.
Nargis tried to teach me Urdu. She tried.
Right, Nubian, you're not Arab. You're not an Arab, right?
No. Amir, what you don't know is that Nargis is not only in India, she has lived in an area where they speak the most colloquial Urdu.
The worst. Like everything I learned was from like service providers, if you know what I mean. Those who give you service.
Like you don't speak Sindhi too, dude. No. We'll have to. What is it?
If he speaks Sindhi, he should be from Sindhi.
Detail.
Where's Sindhi?
You can go into detail.
Doctor, I think we're gonna pass on that. I think you need to take it up with the Lions Den. There's a lot, doctor. I know. I think I could sense it. I think everything is gonna be a question mark.
I got this quick stutter step cross if you want.
I think you got under the skin. I think Bull and who was it? I think the sister Eze, and then there's other people. I think they had a problem. I think it's gonna be the same thing with when it comes out to the madhab.
May I know why you've become a doctor over doctor?
That's what I was gonna ask him. When the hell did you become a doctor?
I've been working the whole time I've known you guys. I've been working on my PhD. I told you guys that in management.
What is your thesis on, doctor? What are you?
Shut the.
What are you doctor of? Sorry.
No, my education is in construction engineering.
No, the doctorate is for what?
Say again.
No,
for gibbering. Jibber bullshitting. That's what it is for.
No, you have a doctorate on what? You have a doctorate on what?
His doctorate
on which subject?
I've already answered the question.
Sorry, I didn't hear. Can you repeat that, please?
I said my education, my formal. Where are you going? My formal education is in construction engineering.
Construction engineering.
Engineering, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
That's what I do. Yeah. Oh, I hope you weren't expecting something, like philosophical. I wouldn't waste my money.
He does speak tongues, though. Well, at least he did. His profile did yesterday.
Speaks tongues? I don't understand.
Anyway, we started talking about what the Trump official said about Netanyahu. But you know what has happened actually, Amir, when they bombed this Catholic church in Gaza, that has actually touched a raw nerve in most of the American Christians, so at least Zionist Christians. I don't know if you guys know this guy called Michael Knowles. Michael Knowles is a right-wing conservative Christian who also believes that unless all the Jews gather in one place, the Messiah will not return will not come. So he's one of those believers. And he's also the editor of that there's a magazine called The Wire, the Daily Wire. Okay, so he has extreme views on pro-Israel, extreme pro-Israel views. So he came out yesterday. He issued a statement. He has a YouTube channel as well. He issued a statement saying that we have so far been, he was addressing Israel and Netanyahu, that in spite of everything that you have done, we have been supportive of you simply because we believe that you are doing the right, which will help the Christian cause. But you have now crossed the line. I'm just paraphrasing what he said, what I heard him say. You have now crossed the line. You have started bombing us, in the sense, bombing the churches. So you will have to be careful going forward. So this guy, Michael Knowles, justifies everything that's going on in Gaza. Now, if for him to come out and say that you have crossed a line is a big thing. Even Mike Huckabee, the U.S. ambassador to Israel, he also went out and made a statement that Israel is, this was with regards to the attacks in a village called Taibe, where they are attacking Christians and they are ethnically cleansing Christian Palestinian population. So he made a statement on that. He also made a statement now. I just hope that it all happens faster than it is happening.
Is everyone going to ignore the fact that Nargis just grew a mustache? Or?
Yep. That is kind of interesting to see men become a woman.
No, that's the Indian part of it.
I mean, women become a man.
Come on, General. But doctor, you have written that you are working with your wife, and you still have your earphones on you.
No, I don't have my earphones. I have you guys on speaker pressed to my ear.
Okay.
I'm about to get in this car now.
I think you stay busy with the family, doctor. What are you doing on this app?
Please don't be jealous, though.
No. Doctor,
I'm jealous of you.
I'm not jealous, Dr. Logan. I'm saying it, family comes
and I
first.
are so jealous of you.
No, you know why Nargis, when my wife and I are going out together, and if I have my earphones on my मेरे कानों में जब होता है ना, तो she says, what is it that you don't want me to tell you?
Oh. So sweet.
That's flawless right there.
My wife is used to me. My wife is used to me either being on Clubhouse or on a business call. I live on the phone. Everything I do is on the phone.
That's disgusting.
So your phone is basically your private chambers then.
Your phone is your wife. That's what it is, Robia. Your second wife.
And we should find a girl for Amir.
Amir is that? I thought he was married.
He's also an older gentleman. I mean, he's 70, almost hitting 73.
No. He's much younger.
I mean, he's almost 73.
Amir
is an elderly gentleman. What are you talking
Where's Amos? I think Amos needs to find a wife as well. We can. He wants to find an Israeli wife. He's a kibbuznik. I told him you should move to Poland. I even told him, I said, inside Israel, it's so expensive to live over there, right? Leave and you can find 2-3 wives in Manila. There's a story in Haaretz newspaper. There's one, this girl, she said, it's so expensive to live inside Israel. And she packed up and she left to Manila, Philippines. She said, I was only making enough to pay the rent and the other stuff, I couldn't afford it.
Nice trick.
Israel is expensive.
Nice trick.
We can put Nargis on with Black Rabbi. Amir, what do you think? We can put Nargis and Black Rabbi together.
Oh, wow.
Nubia, shut your mouth. Come on.
Nargis is
Black Rabbi, bros are confused so, man.
Why did you and Black Rabbi marry Nubian?
Oh.
You say what?
He would make a nice companion to you, Black Rabbi, and your religions with no mazhabs in it, both of you.
No, I totally get it, Doctor. I know your wife is listening to what you're saying, so you have to say all these things.
I just got pinched.
Oh, your phone is your second wife, Doctor.
No, it looks like it's his first wife, actually.
First and only, I guess.
Dr. Nubian, say hello to us, to our sister. Assalamu alaikum, sister.
Assalamu
If you're there, just punch Nubian out every day. Punch him until he drops his phone.
Now we're just going to explain the mustache, or are we just going to have to accept it?
Just enjoy it as you see it.
You look like a straight Michael Jackson in your profile picture.
Yeah, don't get too excited, Doctor.
Don't get too
Relax yourself. Nubia and I don't get along, guys. I just want to let you guys know. Recently, I unblocked Dr. Nubia. What?
Did you really? Did you block him?
He's so annoying. We both got into battles before. Ideological. Now we are friends.
Oh, it's like.
No, Muskane. No.
Don't even say it. Don't even say it. Otherwise,
listen, I was modding with him. I made him mod today. He dropped me in the audience with the
that guy.
Huh?
That guy.
Yeah.
Who, dropped you?
Oh my God.
No, Fayaz, you don't know that story. It's long.
So, see, Nergis, yesterday when I said how long before you're going to be in the same room together. Remember when I said?
Listen,
she couldn't wait for 5 hours, 6 hours, maybe.
It was funny, bro. Come on, it was funny.
But then
Omar was there as witness.
Yeah. Nargis is gonna have coffee on Rodeo tomorrow.
They did a hostile takeover of
Hollywood Boulevard, actually, not Rodeo. But she's gonna have coffee on Hollywood Boulevard tomorrow.
That's Amir goes there. What do you think? I can go there more. It's
personally, I have personally no problems with Nargis. I consider her to be a friend, a co-member of our house, Quran Center. I appreciate her philosophical comments. And her little murmurs and whispers that are usually unintellectual.
It
but
is
however,
haram to walk into your spaces. That's all
I think you should avoid words like haram. But, all in all. But all in all, like I said, I have no problem with Nargis. Nargis is one of my besties on the set.
Nice. Wishful thinking is a good thing.
I hate her. My mom's name is Nargis. It's weird whenever I say Nargis on this app. I hate
Why are you serious?
There's only a few people on this app that I can say I hate, and it's mostly Black Rabbi. I could literally rip his arms off with my bare hands and feel
he's so annoying, man.
I literally hate that.
I have the same feelings about him. That's one person I cannot stand on this app. Just not. Yeah.
Amos is endearing. He's funny as heck. Amos, you dictator. Amir, you dictator.
No, the way he says coexist.
He was here earlier, Sister Ezra, she actually called him out. She said, you know the Jewish sister that was here. She calls out all the Zionists.
Is damn cool, man.
Yeah, she called out the Amos that you are a Nazi and this and that, and he got butthurt. He said, "You always talk about Hamas. You talk about what about the 7th of October?" And then even Rohan was in the chat in the audience, right? He's like, "Well, can I put your picture on? I want to see it." I'm like, "I'm not gay, bro. Come on." and then you know the. She triggered him really badly. He kept on shouting top of his lungs, and then I actually had to move him down. He kept on shouting it and she told him, like, you know, how many babies have you killed? 20,000 babies on the other side. You know, why don't you talk about that?
Man. It's a very sensitive court. Every time.
These people are sick. I mean, when you really just play by play, like when you just really listen to these Zionists, they're actually sick. Like it's madness. Like they have no, even Morty's the same way. You can talk, hey, you know, this many babies were murdered. Well, they'll just be like, well, it's crazy.
Okay, that was very good contribution. Obviously, a lot said passionately and mostly nothing at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you, Nargis. Thank you, Nargis, the translation.
How much longer before you're going to be co-modding with that person?
Never.
How long? 3 hours?
Nasi had blocked me right away. Can you imagine? What audacity.
He blocked you?
What audacity.
Nasi blocked you?
I called out some real metaphysical flaws.
Doctor, you know, by the way, do you believe in Hadith corpus, Doctor?
Absolutely not.
Okay, I'll just leave it.
He does.
That's true. Do you care about, do you respect the companions?
Yes, I do.
Okay, there's a video on YouTube. We called her out. Me, Nargis, and there's other brothers. We were part of.
I do respect Hadith corpus, Nargis.
Look, we used to be part of the.
I said pick and choose.
We used to be part of this religious. I'm not gonna name any names. We used to be part of the Dawa room, and apparently she sent one of the brothers a message. She cursed the companion. She called the mother of the believers a D word. It's available on YouTube. If you Google it, if you YouTube it.
Wait, Nadia?
Yes, and Nadia and her husband.
Oh, her husband. He's something else.
Both of them. I'll put the.
He used to be eating bomb. I was like, I don't know.
No. Bro, he recites like he's rapping.
Yeah, I figured. But I cannot believe Nadia said. I cannot.
Okay, I'll back channel you the link. I'll back channel you the YouTube link. Just watch it. It's like only 1 minute long. And I used to go in there in Quran Centric. I would call it out. And I even told Brother Bahadi, but he's like, well, maybe it was taken out of context. I said it wasn't taken out of context.
I was the last person you should have told us to because I am gonna troll the shit.
I'm gonna send you the link right now, and just I don't even engage with these characters. Nazia blocked me, and I'm happy. I used to trigger her every time I come across her or her husband. I'm like, these people shouldn't even be allowed in any Quran rooms.
Yeah, they're Quranists are the Western Quranists, I should say, are very interesting characters. And their husband doesn't even read or speak Arabic. So I'm like, how are you a Quranist if you didn't learn the language of the throne? Like, it's just madness. But I still can't believe, I have to literally see that. I still can't believe she would actually say that. Like, you said the B word? That's extreme.
Yeah, I'm going to send you a back channel the link. The part of the other room that we were part of, they all started fighting because of the rooms that we used to host. And Nargis knows them, all of them. I know all of them, every single one of them, what their position is, how many rakats they pray, if they even believe in rakat or salat. It's disturbing. And I got tired of it. And then I was more into the Palestinian thing. I went on Twitter Spaces, and I said, on this app, we don't have a freaking room, permanent room. So I started opening up rooms. The first room that I opened up, you know what the title was?
That's
Therapy Room for Zionists. Therapy Room for Zionists.
Hold on, what was it?
Therapy Room for Zionists.
Oh, therapy room. Okay.
For Zionists. You know, they come in, it's like a therapy, you know?
Her husband and I were arguing over the proper way, the proper shahada and all this madness.
Ooh. What shahada?
I respect the Sahaba. Bitch, I don't know what you're talking about. Again, I'm a non-sectarian Muslim. I respect the Sahaba. I respect the Prophet. I respect all of his wives. I respect all of it. My thing is, my only contention that I always make, and I say it 1,000 times. Sure, if you want.
So there's a link right there.
With anything, it should be.
Wait, what is a non-sectarian?
I think every document, every hadith should be scrutinized. That's for relevance.
Wait, what?
Okay. I sent you a back channel message, doctor. Please do check it. That's only 1 minute long. If you want to watch it right now. I'm not putting it in the chat because some of the people, they might use it against other people. Anyways, what's up with you, Layla? Anything new?
Nothing. Wait, did he just say that he's a non-sectarian Muslim? What does that even mean?
If you were part of the Dawah room, Layla, you come across people that are non-sectarian. You come across people that are Quran-centric, Quranists, Shias, non-Shias, non-Quranists. They believe in. There's even a guy on this app. I forgot his name. He believes that according to Islam, they were what was it? They were the Jesus peace and blessing upon him was killed or something. According to Quran Kareem. Yeah, you come across a lot of characters.
A lot of Malikis believe that. Did you know? It's not a small number, Amichan. It's quite a considerable number but they won't hold to the story of resurrection. Like this would be the difference between like somebody who holds.
Not the brother Sufyan. I don't know. He doesn't.
Oh, Sufyan. Yeah.
He doesn't. He's a Maliki madhab scholar.
Correct.
I'm so confused.
So Layla, are you Hanafi, Maliki, Shafi? What are you?
I'm not too. I don't get into Islamic debates because I'm not educated.
Okay.
But
so look at where you're from. A lot of majority of the people are Hanafi. So
no, I know what I am.
Take the title. You're Hanafi. Okay, take the title.
No, I know. I know what I am. I know what I am. No. I've been taught like madrasa, and like I went to Qalam, so they taught like the Hanafi madhab.
Did they hit you? Did they abuse you?
No, well, of course not.
No, at the madrasa they beat kids.
No,
really?
Who's Sunni? Who's Sunni? Oh my God, that's Nova. I can't believe you changed your name again, sister. Assalamu alaikum. Yeah. I went to a madrasa school back in Saudi Arabia. They do beat kids, and I told my mom to take me out. I was going to become a Hafiz Quran.
You're going to be an atheist or what?
No. I instead of going to school, I saw there was a family friend that started. They left the school, and I was kind of gonna try something new. I think what was it? I don't know, 7 or 8 years old. Did you watch it, Nubian? Nubian, did you watch it, brother?
He's on a walk or something. What time is it? Why would you take a walk?
He's in the daytime. It's at 12 o'clock. It's the daytime.
It's what time? 6 o'clock.
He's in Saudi Arabia.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's good. But watch the video.
Right?
Call her out when you get a chance. It's disgusting, disturbing. So, Layla, what you been up to? Are you enjoying the little carts on the side of the road?
No, dude, I got sick.
You got food poisoning, just like Netanyahu?
Yeah.
Netanyahu got food poisoning, guys.
The day that he got it, I got it. I was like, astaghfirullah, man.
Oh my God, you guys have something in common, right?
No, please don't ever say that.
No, food poisoning. I'm not saying anything else. Food poisoning.
Yeah, I was tripping out for a second because I was like, what do you mean?
Right.
But it's okay. I'll be fine. I'll survive.
Inshallah. Just drink lots of water and see a doctor or something.
That's what I did, right? And they sent me home with liquid IV. Where I'm at, the doctors ain't it. They sent me home with liquid IV, and they told me to drink water, and I was like, damn, thanks. I'm not gonna get any actual medicine. Okay.
Yeah, drink lots of water. Make sure to get a spring bottled water because the tap water you won't be able to handle it
Yeah, that's true.
because you're Americanized. That's the problem.
Oh,
That's the
no.
problem with these people that are Americanized, man. These people have been Americanized.
Totally,
What are you
100%.
talking about? I can't have a single glass of tap water. What are you talking about? You think you're the only one with a freaking hot? I don't have it, man.
I get my water from the water store.
Oh, do you buy it from there?
So
Why don't you buy these filtration? Mama, when my mom came here a couple of months ago, she installed like filtration devices on all my taps.
Oh yeah. But I've been using the same water store for the past 8 years or 10 years, so I'm hooked up to that water, that taste. I want that same taste. So even if I moved out of the area, I drive about 5 or 6 miles. I take my empty 5-gallon bottles, they fill it up, right, and then I bring it home. Because I did subscribe to Sparklet and Arrowhead. I didn't like the taste.
Yeah.
And I'm hooked up to the water store. Water store doesn't do that.
Oh, it doesn't deliver or what?
Nope.
Oh, wow.
Guys, I love Dasani. I don't know what it is. Dasani.
Did you want to say something? Well.
Ooh. Ben, hi.
Yep. That's good. So Ben is not speaking. We have Layla. She's speaking. Go on, Layla. Entertain us, Layla.
Okay, let me tell you about the time that I made a Zionist shit his pants. So I'm not even kidding, right? So basically we had like this like tabling thing at our university, okay? Come up and he'd like hog our time, right? So so basically there was one time, right, where somebody wanted to take the shahada at our table. And like we were getting the works, we were coordinating like a sheikh to come to the table and give the shahada and whatnot, right? This freaking Zionist comes up, okay?
Omar, if you think using my profile picture will get you more girls, it's not gonna work out. I know you're cat.
And then I was like, okay. So I was like, hey, do you want a cookie? And I put a few lactates in the cookie. Like it was like a cookie sandwich, right? Like the like whoopie cookies, right? So I put a few lactates in the cookie and I crushed them up and I gave it to the guy, right? And 20 minutes into interrupting us, he started to shit his pants. I kid you not. Like he just stood there and just started shitting himself. So yeah, I don't know if that was funny, but like to me it was funny in the moment.
I hope he was wearing a diaper.
No, he wasn't. That's what made it funny.
Yep. Doctor, did you watch the clip? Nah, bro, you don't miss me, man. Doctor, did you watch the clip?
I mean, we miss you. Come home. Crazy.
Yeah. I asked my dad, right? So I went to Canada, by the way. Doctor, my dad retired, right? He worked over there for 40 years in Jeddah. So I asked my dad, how do I boycott Saudi Arabia, right? He said, just don't go for Hajj or Umrah. I said, it's a yay and nay, right? You have a religious holy place, which you're required to, do, at least once in a lifetime. And then you have the leaders in power that are always about the money. I know what you said to Layla earlier. It was all about the money, right? But I think we'll have difference of opinion, man. I need some physical people, physically there and doing something on the ground. See what I'm saying? I know, and it's what you said. That's a long game about the money thing or whatever.
Dude, what is this Nubian telling you, bro?
So Nubian went back and forth with Layla, right? And Layla, she agreed on certain things she didn't agree with him.
Don't agree with Nubi and Layla.
So I agreed with certain things with the Nubian about the money thing, but then the money thing doesn't really matter. The lives matter, man.
He's obviously serving his masters, this Nubian. It's healthy.
No, he's a good debater, right? He can I think you know how the Zionists they come in here they can derail the topic and whatnot. I think Nubian can put everybody sort of like give them a good comeback for the debate.
Yeah. He has value. He has value as a debater.
Yeah. He's got a value. That's why he got pissed off. Huh? But I can't believe, Nergis, I can't believe you co-modding with that person. I just spoke to you like yesterday.
Within 5-10 minutes, I was demodded.
Oh my god.
I mod and I get demodded.
I just spoke to you like, how long are you going to wait until you're going to co-mod with him? And you're like, fuck you, Mir.
I thought of you. I swear I thought of you.
Oh my god.
When I got I was like, shit, I wish Amir was here and watched this whole freaking. Immediately, I was attacked for my metaphysics. You're an atheist. You're a fucking atheist. Like, you piece of shit. Do you understand metaphysics of God?
What is metaphysics of God?
Like, there are many arguments for like God's existence, right? And some of us like whole models that don't look like the typical traditionalist, hardcore, like fundamentalist model, which is fine. But people don't ground to that worldview for God.
Yeah, there's different models, but Layla, some of the models, take you out of most of the stuff. Nergis explores all the models. She explores all the models.
I am definitely kicked out of the fold many a times.
They called her, they did the takfir on her, they called her Catholic multiple times.
Yeah, I have also answered back with a lot of grace.
But Nergis, they did the takfir on me as well, like 100 times.
Never, Amir.
When they have done it
on you.
Yeah, people have done it. Yeah. It's a normal thing.
Guys, I'll be very honest. I don't understand why people get into religious debates on Clubhouse. Like, political debates, I understand, but like, if you guys are all shayukh, you would not need to be on the app.
We're not. We're not. I wish we were. But we have Clubhouse scholars. We have Dr. Logan.
Fucking made-up scholars, bro. Like, these are lame-ass arguments.
These are Salafi scholars. What are you talking about? Look at Mikhail. He's a Salafi scholar.
I just come on here to, find arguments.
Control.
Exactly. I don't think debate or I don't think religion is something you should roll about. But like, you know what? You do you. Allah knows best.
That's true.
Yeah, what the hell is it with Morty, bro? Like, I've been seeing him like being a Zionist on one room and then being a pro-Pally in another room.
Do you not know Morty?
No.
Okay, I'll back channel you something. Okay, just look at the message.
Okay.
Can I tell you something? Because I heard that couple times you said Farsi is the tribal language. I'm so sorry, it's out of your conversation. If you want it, I can let you couple, sentences about it. If you don't like it, I can tell you later.
See, Abush, you know why I say this?
Yeah, why?
We have disgusting Zionist Iranian that come into this room, the Pahlavi supporters, that they justify the killing of innocent Iranian children because they hate IRGC. To piss them off, I say anything to piss them off. Nothing to you, nothing to do with you. It's the one that are Zionist Iranians. So I do everything in my power to say things that I don't even mean. I do it on purpose. So brother, it's nothing to do with you. It's not tribal. I know it's not a tribal language. I do it on purpose. I say this on purpose.
بعدش یه چرت و پرت یه مش چرت و پرت میگم با هم دیگه خب نه این به ما هیچ کاری نداره با اوناست خیلی خولن یه مشت دیونه میانم
They can hate IRGC, but it's not meaning that you can love Zionists. Do you know?
They do.
They love Zionists,
Yeah, unfortunately, yes.
And
all the
do
time
you
I'm
know?
fighting with them. Do you know?
Forget supporting the Zionists. You know this attack that happened recently? They justify the killing of the children, the 50 or 60 children that got killed, because these are the children of IRGC. Any children I see is innocent. You don't attack children. These people come in here, the Iranian Zionists, they justify, and that pisses me off. You don't do that.
But all the Jews are not. It's funny for me, because I have a lot of Jews friends in Los Angeles. Actually, all the time they are supporting Israel, but in this time, in these 12 days especially, they never support Israel. Do you know? Because they
you're wrong. Friends. Brother, you're wrong. Inside Israel, I'm talking about Israeli Jews, not American Jews. Israeli Jews, they supported it.
Yeah, of course. No,
So because look, the American Jews don't have any saying what happens inside Israel. The Israeli Jews are the only one to get to vote.
I told to my friends, they are not my friends, in the other rooms, they are supporting Zionism. I told them, European pushed them to leave the Europe 100 years ago, because they are tired because of them. You know, other Jews, they are supporting Israel and send money to there because they want just keep the Zionism in that land. They don't want them in, I don't know, America, other countries too. Different language. I know you guys actually is done with this conversation. So it was my bad, because I told you are talking about the tribal language. I want to tell you my. Okay, got it.
It's not tribal language. I know it's an old language, bro. Even some of the scholars on the Sunni side, they spoke Farsi. Anyways.
You know what, Amir? The guys who organized the protests here in my city, one of the biggest ones, the ones in downtown, they were the gays from Hillcrest and also Jews from downtown, especially the ones I work with.
Nice.
Can you imagine?
So the Jews are doing it, huh?
Some of them are quite in it. I think they're feeling embarrassed or guilt.
Pro-Pali or pro-Israel?
Pro-Pali. What do you mean? There's no such thing as a pro-Pali. I mean, pro-Zionist protest.
No, they have pro-Israel protest.
Yeah. I see. And then they closed down the Starbucks on 5th. Can you imagine? Not the Jews, but the gays. They organized the whole freaking large-scale one too.
I wonder how the Zionists are doing in Malibu and Beverly Hills.
They're enjoying themselves.
And some people live amongst the Zionists.
Are there?
Look at the evil laugh this person is doing. Look at it. Look at this evil laugh.
The lotus grows in the most filthiest of waters. What do you think?
These people, they live amongst the Zionists.
Alayla, the most.
Zionists.
They don't. You should bloom like a beautiful lotus in the filthiest of waters.
You have no idea. My neighbor is a freaking Zionist. So basically, right, I was telling Amir, right, about where I live. Basically, my backyard is a beach. I'm very, very grateful, okay? My freaking neighbor starts, like, setting up his freaking lawn chairs in my part of the beach. And the part of the beach that we have privatized so that me and my sisters can, like, go swimming, right? And we don't have to, like, like we can go comfortably, like there's no guys and stuff, right? This guy starts coming around the fence and starts putting up his freaking lawn chairs. Like, damn, you're gonna colonize my house in America too now? The freak. Starts taking up, like, starts putting lawn chairs. stare into the ocean.
Oh, why would you grow like succulent plants when you live by the beach? It's so weird.
That's what I'm saying. Dude, that's not even the weirdest thing. Oh my god. This guy, he has, randomly every week, right? He just goes out into the ocean and he sets up a tent and he just stays in the tent.
That's kind of cool.
No, it's not, because he'll get out in the middle of at midnight. He'll get out and he'll start swimming in the water or something like that.
That's creepy.
I know. And me and my sisters one time we were coming back from the bonfire and we saw him. It's like midnight and he's just standing in the water, staring up at the sky.
Oh fuck, that's creepy.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Buggy.
I used to live by Laura, and there used to be there used to be a lady, a very tall hair, and she used to kind of wear it like an erection. And we used to call her the erection lady. So she, listen, Layla, she would have this cart, from the grocery store, like Trader Joe's, and then she would push it and walk along the beach. And she lived in one of these freaking magnificent homes. But so her husband left her for some other chick, and she kind of went cuckoo. And so her kids live in the house, but she freaking walks the streets, pushing this cart and wearing her Gucci's and whatnot.
What the fuck?
Can you imagine? With her big long hair, like a freaking. So fucking weird.
That is so fucking weird. I'll probably laugh if I see that. I'll laugh on, bro. There's no, dude. Malibu is some of the weirdest people ever. It's all those finance bros and surfers and stuff like that. The hair dye gets to their head.
A lot of orange. A lot of orange spray. Yeah.
Literally, time spare tanning yourself as you did reading about Palestine, you'd become the next Mehdi Hassan, the next Candace Owens.
It's really sad. The amount of orange, the amount of freaking duck lips that I get to see on a regular basis. And the thing is, they get bigger and bigger. Sick of it. I wanted to pack up at some point. I don't know if I told Amir this. Just move. Freaking move from America. Just go live in I don't know, maybe Spain or somewhere by the beach too. But I got tired of the water, to be fair.
Really?
Yeah. It gets tiring.
Nargis, go and start living in the mountains.
I did.
You do?
I did. I'm close to the hills, actually. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, nice.
Mountains are the best, man, for us.
I'm building a house in the mountain. Inshallah, in a year, we will move into that house.
It's beautiful.
For me, it's just more calming. Mountains give me anxiety because they're so high up.
But once you reach the mountain, on top of the mountain, you're, at level with the mountain.
Yes.
So you shouldn't feel that.
You're not looking up to it. It's living with you.
That's true.
There's something about mountain life. Something really beautiful about it.
Inshallah, this is going to be my.
Inshallah,
What about the landslides? What about the land?
Negative Nancy has to speak. Why would you? Why would you think about it, Ami?
This mountain where I'm going to have the house, inshallah, there are no landslides there in that part of the world,
Is this south or up north?
South, yeah, south. Yeah.
South has beautiful mountains.
Yeah. And it's going to be, I live in point A, which is then my workplace is in point B, which is in a straight line, about 100 kilometers from point A. Then this mountain is in point C, which is about 20 to 30 kilometers from where I work. And then
That's
further
far
down.
away, man, 5 hours.
Yeah, it's okay, but it's closer to my workplace.
Mm-hmm.
So then I have another, a straight line. If you draw a straight line and if you put 5 dots on the straight line, those 5 dots is literally my life, because my daughter lives in the first dot, then I live, or we live, then my workplace, then my son lives. Then the mountain comes, then the sun comes.
Yeah, is really nice. All of it in Siratul Mustaqim.
Siratul Mustaqim, absolutely right. Siratul Mustaqim.
Listen, Fayaz, this is, don't dox yourself, but do these mountains contain coffee plantations?
No, it's not the one that you are referring to. Okay. But I can tell you later, or in the back channel.
Okay.
Sure, that's not a big deal. But what I'm saying is, of course, I must have done something good, some good neki for Allah to bestow me with all these good things in life, Otherwise, I don't deserve them, to be honest.
Only He who is infinitely abundant provides infinitely in abundance.
Bilkul sahi, absolutely.
Right? To expect anything less is idiotic.
Yeah.
What are your guys' thoughts on Arabic poetry, or Islamic poetry, or Arabian poetry?
I don't know Arabic. I can read the Quran without making mistakes. I understand it to some extent, but I cannot speak, I cannot read Arabic. Yeah.
Not your language, Fayaz. Like none of our languages. I think scripture came to sort of guide. As much as like one would say like it's good to know the Arabic behind it, I still think the main like mission of any scripture from any religion was to show guidance in some form or the other.
Yes, but if Allah wanted to, reveal His words in any other language, He could have still done that. But why did He choose Arabic? Many scholars say that this language was chosen because this is the only language which can be read and understood even by non-speakers of any non-speakers from any area of the world, any region of the world, and they still don't have to know the language to read it. And it is true. I learned Quran by reading Quran. I was taught to read Quran by a ustad, and all that I learned was to read the Quran. If you keep a Quran Sharif in front of me, I can read from Alif Lam Mim up to the end of the Quran without making a mistake. But if you give me some Arabic text, I cannot read it. Yes, I can read it, but I will make mistakes. You get my point. But the same thing you cannot do with other languages. If I gave you a book in French, if you did not know French, you will not be able to pronounce it right. Maybe because the alphabets are English, similar to English. You may still be able to read it, but you will read it as an English text. You will not be able to, pronounce it the way it needs to be pronounced.
What do you mean? That's also taught for us. Like even the pronunciation of like words in a language like Arabic are still like taught. That's how you've learned.
Yes, I know. But what I'm saying is, it's very difficult to learn other languages just by reading. If I had
phonetics.
Phonetics, yes, that's the word.
True, and every letter would have its own distinct sound, which is very particular to Arabic. Like in Farsi, we have all the letters, right? And 3 or 4 more added, like p, g, j, ch, which Arabic doesn't have. But it won't have a distinct sound in like the S's, like the th and the whatever, the different S. And like the Zers will have the there's no distinction. Although when you write them, you'll utilize the different sounds, but not when you say them.
I like that more than Arabic. It's more like I think more romantic, more French
Yes,
in its flow.
yeah. Also contains quite a few French words.
Oh, it does. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Like mother, and just any other, a lot of them. Like here, basic colloquial. Farsi contains a lot of French.
I didn't know that.
Probably because of the French rule and the all-inclusivity. So I think Dari would be the original language of the empire. Till like all-inclusivity in the expansion of this empire just led to like a pantheon of Farsi. Just keep adding on to the language.
What is the origin of Farsi? Where does
Like Afghani speak.
Okay, Dari, right?
Yeah, Dari. I find it hard to understand some of the Dari, which is weird because can you imagine how much change Dari must have gone through for it to become Farsi? Some of the basic stuff would stay, but yeah, the innovation to Dari would be the Farsi speakers of today.
But anyways, the Imam Abu Hanifa's opinion was that you could actually, recite in English in your own language, right? When they're praying or whatnot during the prayers, they can read, they can cite the ayah or whatnot. They can use the translation. If they can't do it, for the new viewers, until they learn.
It's quite forward thinking.
Yeah, that's Imam Abu Hanifa. That's why I was telling Dr. Nubia that Imam Abu Hanifa, he actually, it was more sort of like
Sudan.
Yes,
so these are Sudanese follow like the Ansars that came from the Muhajirin and Ansar, right? So these Ansars went to Africa, went to Sudan first and foremost, and sort of settled there. They go back to the time of the Prophet.
Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah, hi. Walaikum assalam. Hello everybody, how are you guys?
Good, Rahil. Kaise aap? How are you?
I agree with you, but I was also agreeing if Farsi is a romantic language, are Persians romantic enough?
What kind of a question is that?
Persians are not romantic.
What is the point of a language being romantic if the people are not as romantic?
No. Rahil bhai, how do you know Persians are not romantic? Have you interacted with them? Have you met them? Have you lived with them?
Yeah. Two very important people in my life were from Iran, and it was a very beautiful experience. Unfortunately,
Is that what you're saying?
No. They are extremely intense. And romantic will be a very small word. They're extremely intense and dedicated. And they can, I don't know if any Iranians or Persians on the house here, but if they love you, then you're a very lucky guy. And they are very, very selective also. They are very selective.
Have you ever met like a Pahlavi supporters? They're beautiful souls, and you should get in, talk to them, have a conversation. They're Shah Iran supporters. They use beautiful language. We were engaging with him earlier, and he went down on his own, in the audience.
Rahil is a friend. Oh God, no. But Rahil, the thing is, I know I mean, Iranians are nice people. Their language is beautiful. And I don't have much interaction with them. There was one girl who studied with me during the college days. Okay, she was from Iran and she was studying here. That's all. That was the only interaction I had with any Iranian, in life. But she was a nice person. I knew her parents. They were nice people. That's all I know. But I know some Iranians, Iran, and she's a nice, beautiful person. Okay, so yes, I agree with you. They are nice. They can be intense also, and I'm sure they are very romantic as well.
We'll have to know Nargis better to know that. But I think, yeah, you're right. They're very intense and they can be very extreme also in their feelings. I don't know if Nargis is from Iran or where. Like if they like you, they love you, then you are very lucky, very, very lucky. But if they decide that you're trouble and they don't like you, then you'll have a tough time surviving.
You seem to have had a good experience with them. What happened? Tell us.
I would like to remember the positive experiences. Why I remember the negative experiences. So yes, yeah, it was very early days of college, when you're 17, 18, those days. So a very, very beautiful experience. And as I told that, unfortunately, it was just for a couple of years. Then we had to part and they are very, Iranians and Persians are very, what do you say, that protective, that, okay, you should marry, a girl should marry, a boy should marry within the community. That's what my experience has been. They're not very open to people, their girls especially, getting involved with a man who's from outside the Shia or Iranian community. And unfortunately, they can be a bit racist sometimes. At least the Iranians I've met in Pune, where I grew up. So color of the skin is the big deal for them, which is very sad. That is one negative. But anyway, my love story couldn't go the long haul, and we had to part. And then after a few years, I came to know that she has left the world. So that was very heartbreaking for me. Yeah, it's this. I can't say more about it. Thank you.
Not so racist. Maybe a little bit.
राहिल भाई, हमारे देश में भी तो सब कई racist हैं. We are racist to some extent. Indians, as Indians, I'm saying, we are also racist. So the racism exists in every society, every country. So we cannot generalize. But I'm very sorry to hear that your love story could not be, did not extend beyond a point. But I'm also sorry to hear that that girl is no more. But at the end of the day, there's only one thing. Okay, nothing is in our hand. It's all predestined. माथे पे लिखा हुआ है, right? So she wasn't made for you, probably. And maybe God did not want to give you a pain, so he took her away before she actually went away. So a lot of things. If you really want to talk about college days and all these broken heart stories, we can have a separate room for that. We can invite everybody. Everybody can share their thoughts and pains.
Actually, you know what, since we're on this topic, so I don't mind sharing a little bit. You know why? Because it might be helpful for people who are listening, who have young daughters or sons and all, because this is a very interesting thing, and that is why I feel like sharing. It's okay with you guys. So, her family, and we just can't force people to marry to someone whom we like. Like, can't force our kids to marry someone whom we like. It should be the kid's choice. So her family were really shocked and upset and angry that how could she even think of a non-Shia guy? Iranians are mostly Shia, and I'm a Sunni, right, Khan. So they were very angry, and her uncles and cousins and gundas behind me and all that, which I got a bit scared, but I could deal with that. And then she was ripped apart from me and forcefully taken to America. And then at that time, I don't think there was internet and WhatsApp and all that, so we could not stay in touch. So they literally forced her to take her to America and all to relatives there. And then after a few years, I got to know that they got her married to a guy who was 12 years elder to her, which is fine, who was a Shia, which is fine, who was extremely religious. Like middle of the night, he used to pray. If you know Tajud ki namaz, 3 o'clock in the night, there's the 6 namaz in Islam. He used to pray that. A software guy, drawing a huge salary in an American company, and they used to popularly call him as a Maulana. Although he was a software expert and but still very, very religious. So they thought he's the best guy for her, although a bit elderly, but that's okay. And they got her married. And okay, against her wishes, of course, because her parents forced. Yeah, I don't know what's so funny about that.
How he's elderly. He's 12 years older.
Yeah, older to her, I mean. Can I just continue?
Yeah.
Yeah, older to her, not elderly. So then I said, fine, good for her. She's married a nice Maulana, religious guy who's doing very well for himself and all. Then after 5 or 10 years, I got to know that she killed herself. She took some poison and killed herself. And then all the skeletons came out afterwards that the main reason was her husband, the same Maulana guy, the software guy, who was a extremist kind of guy. He used to not like her wearing clothes and men looking at her, and so he used to be a lot of domestic violence and things like that. That too in America, not in India, okay? And poor thing, she didn't get the support she wanted from her family, and she thought the best way out will be to kill herself, leaving her daughter behind. So that's a very sad story and probably a lesson for... Yeah, and that's, I think, a lesson for all of us here. That's why I shared it. So we should never force our children to get married to someone whom we like. We should let children take the decisions and let them see where life goes, because whatever good, bad happens, then at least they chose that, because we as parents are not in a position to say what is good or bad, who they should fall in love with. Yeah, I'm done. Thank you for listening.
That was such a depressing story. Thanks for sharing, man.
Yeah, thank you, Jazakallah khair, for sharing, Rahel. But did you find another person to get married to, Rahel?
Yeah, of course. Life goes on. Yeah, we all live, but that pain will always be in my heart. That at that young age, I didn't fight for her, and I didn't do heroism and pull her back or run away. And because of that, today she's up there in the skies, probably watching from heavens. So, but at that young age of 18, 19, you don't have the courage to fight the entire police and gundas and parents and rich and powerful people. You know what I mean? So that regret will always be there that I didn't fight for her.
Yeah, maybe Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has something planned for you, that's why maybe it was going to happen. It happened for the best.
It's not your fault, right?
No, it's not your fault.
Don't carry that weight on your back. This is not your fault. She had to do it. And it was her choice. You have to respect it.
No, it was not her choice. No, it was forced upon her. Like she didn't have a choice.
No, we all have choices. Either live or we don't. Living is a choice. It's a privilege.
Oh, you mean that? I thought you're talking about the marriage. For the marriage with that Maulana, she didn't have a choice.
But living in and of itself is a choice. It's a virtue to exist.
No, but certain times, it's very easy for us to say that people have choices. But when a person decides to kill himself or herself, I mean, they have really lost all hope. I can imagine. I can't even imagine neither of us that because taking on life requires to take this extreme step means you have gone through hell, extreme hell, and that's why you think this is the best way out.
Right, it happens a lot in America, by the way. A lot of people. If you look at the data, there's a lot of people that try to commit suicide. It's because it's depressing, right? You have, a lot of people are lonely. I'll share this was posted in Times of Israel, Times of LA Times, a long time ago. I keep bringing up Times of Israel. So this was posted in LA Times when I used to own a store. I used to read a newspaper, hard copy, every day, because I was selling newspaper. So there's a story posted, an old man, right? He would go to a park. He was so lonely, right? No family, no connection, whatnot. He started paying people to sit with him to have a conversation with him. That's how, the loneliness, it gets to you. You see what I'm saying? And it happens a lot. Why do you think on this app, there's a lot of people on this app, they actually have loneliness as well in their real life. They don't have nobody to talk to. Why do you think people are on this app? It's because of that. So all I'm saying, and I have spoken to a few people that were going to commit suicide. They told me that. And I spoke to them in private room. So I'm sure a lot of you is here.
Sorry, you didn't complete? Okay. No, in Japan, loneliness is a very big issue. In fact, they now have government sponsors people to go and spend time with senior elderly people because they commit suicides, they take their own lives. So there are also agencies in Japan whom these elderly people, lonely people can reach out to, and they will send somebody to spend the evening with you. So this is a big thing. I agree with you, but I just want to get back to the point that Rahil was making about, he kept referring to that guy as a Maulana, and he also said that guy was also reading Tahajjud. Now, I just want to mention one thing. Just because somebody reads, I don't know about that guy, so somebody reads Tahajjud, we cannot call him a Maulana. Okay, I pray, every time I have a hajat, something that I need to ask Allah, I try to pray tahajjud. Because if I pray tahajjud and if I ask for something in tahajjud, alhamdulillah, Allah responds. He gives it to me. And this has been my experience. But I am nowhere near a religious person. Okay, people who know me, they tell me, tum kab sudroge, you know what I mean. So that kind of a thing. I don't have any vices, but I'm also not a religious person. So just because somebody reads Tahajjud, we cannot brand him as a Maulana. And we, I don't know why we as Muslims, denigrate the term Maulana. It need not be denigrated. Maulana is a title given to somebody who has studied religion. And this guy that you are talking about, he may not have studied religion. Okay? So this is just something that I wanted to tell.
Yeah.
But no offense to you, right?
No, you're right. But the thing is, he was popularly called as Maulana. He was not given the title, in a lighter vein, because he was so religious. That's why people used to refer to him as a Maulana. Like, he's such a religious and nice guy, inverted commas mein. So that's why, it was just in lighter vein, people used to address him as that.
But regarding Tahajjud, Rahil, I tell you one thing. Try to pray Tahajjud. I'm telling you, har ek minnat hamari puri ho, personal experience.
There's something about that time of the night, right? It works differently. Like spiritually, it just hits a different chord.
That's around 3 in the night, no? You do the... Am I right?
Just before Fajr.
Yeah, just before dawn.
Maybe 2 hours before.
Yeah, that's right. But I tell you, Rahil, it gives you so much peace of mind. You literally are one with Allah when you are praying at that time. when you are in sajda, you literally are transported to the other, bring benefit for you. You are given. There is no denying that. You are given. Alhamdulillah. Pray 2 or 4 rakat, tahajjud, and just submit the application to Allah. That's it. And do it in such a way, and you do such a devout way that He cannot ignore you. But what happens actually is when you are in tahajjud, you are actually alone. Even the people inside your house are sleeping. So literally there is a calmness that you cannot get anywhere else. Okay, during daytime, if you are praying in a room also, where only you are there, you don't get that calmness. But at about 3 o'clock in the morning or at about 4 o'clock in the morning, that's the time when people get the maximum sleep, what is called as a REM sleep, that's the peak of your sleeping pattern. That's the peak in your rhythm, sleep rhythm. So that is the time when everybody is asleep and deeply asleep. That's the time when you wake up, you go and start praying, and you are literally one with the God. There's nobody around you or between you and God or within you. Literally no one. You are just there with Him. That's it.
Yeah, well said, well said. But but right, there's a lot of Maulana that are good people. There's a lot of Maulana that are bad people. There's even people that are non-Maulana that are good people. There's non-Maulana that are bad people. And it's you can't just generalize it. There was a Maulana and this and that. Maybe Allah knows best. Whatever happened, I don't know. So it's sad. And may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala give her space in Jannah, but committing suicide actually goes against the religion.
So 2 years ago when I was in Maulana, guys, so I have a story to tell you. And so the most successful years of my life. In fact, I was so respected and find me good enough. So,
was it on clubs?
Yeah. It was my class career as a Maulana.
Oh, yeah. And the person is still here that keeps kicking you out.
But Nargis, don't you still do the work? I mean, I've seen you in the rooms on religion quite often. You are discussing.
She gets kicked out of her own room.
It's been a long search for me, Fayaz. I was not raised with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
But Nargis, I don't know. I mean, I don't want to preach. But this is one thing that everybody should try. Everyone who knows, who wants to practice, who wants to practice Islam, try tahajjud.
Of course, I have, yes.
I'm telling you, everybody. This is what I tell anybody whom I want, who comes up to me for a solution or suggestion. Just go and do this. And you also know that in the Quran, literally every word is meant for something. Okay? Every word is literally meant for something. And when you join 2 words, they give you something else. When you join 3 words, for example, Ya Subbuhu Ya Khuddusu. If somebody is upset with you and somebody is, giving you a lot of problems, all you have to do is look at them and pray to Allah by reading these. These are these 2 are His names. 99 names. These are 2 of His 99 names. Okay, Ya Subbuhu Ya Khuddus. It melts their heart, and I have tried it. Few, tips. I'm sorry, I'm going on the religious side now. Rahil started it. So, for example, if you read, Surah Quraysh, Lila fi Quraysh and Ilaf, okay? If you are not able to find, for example, you have to go somewhere, you don't have a transport, you don't have a ticket, you are not able to get an airline ticket or you're not able to get a car to go, read Surah Quraysh and pray to Allah. The way He arranges it for you, He arranges transport for you mysteriously. You will not believe how it happened. Similarly, there are, small cures for everything. You get it from the Quran. Literally everything. Okay, I'll just be back in a while.
Yeah, sorry, I was not in the network area for the last 10 minutes or something. So I didn't hear if anybody asked me any question.
No, I think we didn't ask anything. But anyways, anybody else? I don't know. I think I'm probably gonna end it. So if anybody want to come on up, you guys are welcome to come on up. If not, so I'll be ending the space. And okay, Kim, come on up, Kim. See what Kim. Before you end the room, fuck Israel. All right. Anybody else want to say anything? Free Palestine as well. Yeah. Fuck Israel. Yeah. Let's check. Oh, there you go. Yep, I see it. Yes. Okay. Check. Did you get it? You got it?
Yes.
All right, good. So, yep, there you go. We're in touch, and apparently that person, that person changed his name to send you what he has changed.
I know.
You seen it, right? He really wants more of the dinero.
Wait and see what's coming.
So are you gonna do it on this expose? When? So when should I be expecting? I need to grab my popcorn and soda. When are we doing? I'm gonna bring my people in there.
Not me. They're coming.
Who's doing the show?
The officials will take care.
The official, but on this app I'm talking about. Somebody's gonna do the show.
I'm not sure now. If he's around, I don't. Not take.
But you have to let me.
Let you know.
Yeah, I need advance notice. You do. Okay. So Nargis, can I ask you this? The numbers, would you say, is it 5 zeros?
Not just America. The others large also.
No, I know, but other people, are they in touch with you?
Yeah.
Okay, how many would you say? Is it 5 people, 10 people?
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm talking about the people in general. Like
people. Those still on here, still hanging around, looking around. But some others also, I heard. That's why I got on. Because that's what the government needed. Info.
So your side is 5 zeros, right?
Of what I know, not yet.
So I want to give you this scenario. So do you think this person?
But that's what they need to take. Which other party? What's your network? Who are those involved? Working with you, etc. So this I filed a while ago. It was required of me for the sake of my taxes and all that. And then, I have to let you know.
Let me know. I'm gonna bring my popcorn soda. I'll probably be in the audience. If you do,
because of the amount of damage been done, it's
रोज ही यहाँ पर बैठा होता है
इधर पे
रोज ही होता है सर पे पता है ना रोज यहीं पे सोता है हकता सब मुँहता ही पर ऐसी आता है
Why do you think?
नहीं तक उसी की बात कर रहे हैं ना जो है वो जो सांस जिसको सही नहीं आती हाँ वो यहीं पे अभी अभी ऑनलाइन है रोज 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 रोज
Morning, noon and night.
रोज रोज उसके हमारी यहाँ रात होती है उसकी सुबह होती है वो जाग रहा था पूरी रात
Markets now, how they move. Anyway, all have understood the working process. Even the little religious boys that were like drawn into it and cheated. All of it. Done it to a lot of good people.
Man, I don't know if you signed the NDA. Have you signed the NDA?
Nope.
No, okay. Do you know the party's name and company name and everything?
It was a scam. So.
Okay. So if I was you, if I had the information, I would, once the case goes through, then I've got to bring awareness of this episode. So people.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So you would have to open up a room or something.
Absolutely. They've opened before. That's how I came to know. Through some other brother who said, do you know this person? Like, don't ever get involved if there is. I was like, you're kidding me? It's 1 year of misery. I've been fighting this shit out. Usko malum nahi hai. But with the companies through which these things were done are reputable companies. They should not have allowed it. So those are the ones like I fought, right? And it's come through almost after such a long time. How is he planned it out? Like this has to be like scam of the decade.
Ponzi scheme. Ponzi.
This is scam of the decade. The way like all of this was put together. So if they do anything, they probably. He was like, let's do something about it. I said, no, wait, like I can't jump into it like that till like everything is settled and closed. Nothing. They still want that dollar amount come out of that taxpayer, right? Who has the funds? They don't want to fucking stolen funds, right? Because who's paying taxes on those? These guys are not paying taxes on those.
Yep.
Yeah. So for its own sake, it's going to be after such crime. No, has to be exposed. Has to be. I don't care. Even if it means like we're dying for it, I will do it. Because there's so many others who will fall for this shit. Calling people into rooms, talking about how much you've got, this and that.
कितने जूते दिखाता है रोज कंजर
And the juta is an excuse.
जूते तो उसको जूते पड़ने चाहिए उसी जूते से जूते पड़ने चाहिए
all these सब जूते are excuses. उसके पीछे जो होता है that's a different criminal activity.
सही बात है.
Yeah, tomorrow anyway I have a meeting with my lawyer. Yeah, and after that like just give it a little more time, a couple of weeks, 3 weeks, till I sort of settle this one out and then get to that. What fucking. This is why I think when decisions are made based on just this person's religious looks like they cannot do you harm. I've not had that experience now. I mean, for me, like anybody who holds religiosity means they're good. This is what's happening in my psyche. I was not raised with such an environment.
बहुत खराब इतनी अच्छी दोस्ती थी बहुत खराब कर दी उसने वो गेंडे ने.
What happened with you, but?
With me?
Because I wasn't there.
तो मेरे ऊपर उसने 20 रूम चलाए 20 से 25 रूम. बीच में सोलफी की जो ना मैंने माँ बहन खरीदी इसके रूम में तो किक आउट उसके साथ जो भी शिया लड़की कोई भी आ रही कि तुम्हारी बेटी है बेटी के साथ मुट्ठा करूं ऐसे गंदे लोग हैं ऐसे तो मैं जना उनको मना करता था मत करो निकाल दे रूम से तो वो निकाला फिर उससे कंप्लेन करा फिर उसके बाद दूसरी कंप्लेन फिर दूसरा रूम बना फिर उसके बाद दूसरा ये वो बैक एंड फोर्थ and then I moved on. I'm like fuck you. There's a room भी कुछ खोला मेरे नाम पर और कंजर है मतलब तो वहाँ से फिर हट गया और आखिरी मेरा हुआ है अल्टरकेशन उसके साथ नूरी के साथ नूरी कंजर जो ना मेरी नूरी और एजे कंजर एक सुअर का बच्चा है पीठ पीछे बहुत गंदी बातें करता है उसको तो मैं डायरेक्ट मेंटल रिटार्ड वगैरह बोल के उसकी वो क्या कहते हैं ट्रिगर हो गया था मुझसे फिर नूरी बकवास कर रहा है मेरे पीछे और फिर मैं जब रूम में आया तो मैंने कहा मैं तुम्हारी माँ के साथ मुद्दा कर रहा है इसलिए तुम तो और ट्रिगर हो गया क्योंकि सुननी है ना ये सीआईडी टैक्टिक यूज करो तो ट्रिगर हो जाता है मैंने कहा तुम्हारी माँ के साथ मुद्दा कर रहा था क्योंकि मेरी पता नहीं क्या क्या बकवास कर रहा था मैंने कहा तो वो पार्टी प्लेस या पहले आते थे यहाँ पर या फिर गायब हो गया तो उसके बाद जो है फिर
सब बेल के काम करते हैं कुछ
I don't know
either actually to be fair
I don't think
I don't think so
वो यूके वाले भाई साहब तो नहीं सिर्फ इसके ये कहानी इसका और इसके पीछे पड़े हुए कुछ लोग हैं और ये चोर है एक नंबर का
around this time last time
बताते तो सही मुझे कि पैसे दे रही हूँ मैं
how did I know
कुछ एडवाइस तो ले लेती कुछ लोगों से
how did I know कि ये है
मैं तो पता है शुरू से इसको
इंट्रोड्यूस किया और ये सब लोग डाले क्या thing and then I was very well done but my god such a well done
लेकिन नरगिस मैं डे वन से जब से रूम शेयर किया जब से ये फ्लैक्स करता तभी बुलशिट में लगता था क्योंकि जो भी फ्लैक्स करता है सब बुलशिट है सर में
मुझे मालूम नहीं था
पता है ना यहाँ इस ऐप में बिजनेस रूम के अंदर ज्वाइन किया था मैंने सही है वहाँ पर इतने बुलशिटर आते हैं मेरी इतनी प्रॉपर्टी मुझे कितना बड़ा बुलशिटर है साला जिसकी प्रॉपर्टी होंगी ना वो कभी बकवास नहीं करेगा ऐप पर आकर फ्लैक्स करने के लिए फ्लैक्स
didn't know those things
अब लॉयर के थ्रू देखते हैं क्या होता है
okay I mean there is a system of justice by which like this world is governed I've never lost hope
Inshallah, I hope you win the case.
Yeah, inshallah. I hope the wrongdoers get caught because they're creating more harm for others. ये जो लड़का है जिसने सलाफी लड़का जो दूसरे लड़कों के साथ उसने इसके बिजनेस में इन्वेस्ट किया है और उसने कहा कि इतना पैसा हम लोगों ने डाला इसके बिजनेस में और पूरा का पूरा ये चोरी किया एक साल से इससे पूछ रहे हैं आखिर वो आके मुझको नहीं लोग क्योंकि ये मुसलमान रूम्स और इस दावा रूम्स लगाया था तो इसलिए सबने सोचा कि ये कभी भी ऐसा काम नहीं करेगा लेकिन डायरेक्ट इन्वेस्टमेंट जो इन लोगों ने किया like more than 20 people or so 22 people इसके ही डायरेक्ट कंपनी में इन्वेस्ट किया इसने चोरी किया है has not just not provided a profit on the investment इसने वापस ही नहीं दिया unbelievable and these are large amounts including mine and some others who joined so it's almost like 30-40 people of which I know of which
कितना होगा 5 लाख होगा ये जूते खरीदता रहता है बार बार कंजर
uses this whole Amazon thing what the fuck it is anyway I'm embarrassed for a few months because I have been a business person
इसलिए गायब हो गई थी
the depression was fucking
oh yeah
I felt like dying and having a child, being answerable for it, and falling for some bullshit Islamist on an app. Because I thought, कैसा झूठ बोलेगा ये जो इस्लाम का दावा
नरगिस
करता है?
50 से ऊपर है?
Of course.
50 से ऊपर दिया है?
Way more.
या अल्लाह, नहीं आपने
Way
Yeah, what's going on here, man?
Yeah, hang on, AB, please calm down. I'm about to end the room anyways. I'm just trying to finish this conversation. Yeah.
But I'll let you know. अब मैं नहीं बोल सकती. मैं तुझको मैसेज को दे दूँगी.
Okay, no problem.
Okay.
चलो अपना ख्याल रखना और एक और सवाल. क्या ट्रस्ट कर सकता हूँ बनोगी मॉडरेटर इस रूम की?
लेकिन मैं I'm in and out. I mean,
उसके पास चली आती बार हाँ?
नहीं. I'm in and out working. Or I'm just in and out. But yeah, when anything that resolves and stuff,
बनोगी?
definitely. Let give me some time.
ग्रीन स्टार बनोगी?
थोड़ा टाइम दो मुझे को.
चलो कल परसों ट्राई करते हैं.
हाँ
चलो इंशाल्लाह फिर बात करते हैं. All right, thank you for the share. Thank you for coming, guys. Sorry, we were engaging in there was a secret conversation, confidential. When the time is right, you guys will find out, inshallah. But until then, please don't trouble your mother and don't trouble your brothers, sisters, your family members. Just, take it easy with them. And we'll be in touch with you tomorrow, later today when I open a fresh new room. Thank you for coming. Assalamu alaikum. Take care, guys.
Dead also before they actually announced when he died, right? Because a lot of times people get so caught up in religion, they forget about the relationship. They forget about when if we're going to talk about God, right? When God is speaking to you and giving you information, right? That trumps anything that's just willy-nilly, even on the news. Because even the news, everything, they give you bits and pieces and they throw in lies in there as well. And this is why critical thinking skills is a lost art, because a lot of times people receive whatever information, even if it's a quote unquote reliable source, and they run with that information as its complete fact. And the reason why they don't tell you everything, especially when it comes to the Roman Catholic Church, is because they don't want you to know. There's things that they keep secret and hidden because it's not for, they don't want the public to know because they feel like the public is either stupid or don't have the capacity to understand why they hide certain things. And then they're scared they're going to be accountable for the things that they do hide as well. So I'm speaking from, let me tell you about me. I was in Catholic school for 7-8 years. I had to learn everything from the root of the tutor. I couldn't even pass to go to the next grade. So you're not speaking to somebody who does not know about the Roman Catholic faith. And I'll land here. I have been to Rome. I've seen the Sistine Chapel. I've been to the Peter Basilica. I've been to Spain and seen the La Sagrada Familia that has a museum attached. I've been to Israel. Okay, I've been to all the lands that the Bible derived from, besides Egypt, and maybe we went a little bit in Jordan. So I'm not speaking from someone who has not actually experienced these things, seen these things with my eyes, put the little pieces together, and even then, I don't have all the answers. So I only speak on what I actually know, and that's what I was talking about when I interrupted Magnetic about when she was speaking about the death of the Pope and the code, that to remind everyone that was listening that he opened portals before he died. That's all I said. And I don't know how this turned into, I need to tell you what, social media. It's not that serious. It is not that serious. I'm glad that you're well schooled. and your theology and understanding the Bible. I hope you know about the Apocrypha, and if you don't, check it out. And that's it. Girl, I was being magnetic. I was being nice. I was being nice.
Yeah, we can't be nice with these people. They're crazy, girl. Shit, they want to give out that bullshit in that upside down version. No, that's the wrong way to give out those scriptures. And did you know the word Cretan and Christianity are one and the same? It meant stupid, imbecile, stupid people. Like, it was derogatory.
We can't even talk about Mommy Wata.
Yeah, so...
Okay, so go ahead.
I just wanted to respond to what you said. So I don't think my response about the doors had anything to do with what you said. I think I wanted to let you finish respectfully. But my response was just basically on the general idea that they mean anything else other than what they meant traditionally. And I'm sure you know, with your experience and your studies of the Catholic Church and going to Catholic school and things of that nature, I've been to Catholic school as well. I mean, I'm sure that you understood or should have understood about the tradition. You know, the tradition has been carried out every 25 years, 15 years or so when these things take place. So it wasn't a response to what you were saying about them. Sure, conspiracies about like the news and things of that nature, you know, I really take no part of. You know, I mean, that's pretty much where it's at. I don't think the response was towards you. I think the response was generally that on social media, people believe that these portals meant something other than what they actually were. And that's because TikTok and things of that nature came about after the first one that occurred, well, not first one, but it's been going on for 1,400 years, as you know, right, from what you studied. The opening of portals was going on for 1,400 years at these 5 basilicas. But what we noticed is that TikTok came on the scene after the last time the doors were open, which was around 2015, 2016, and people started to take them in a different way. So that's pretty much all I was highlighting. And about the whole thing about Christian comes from the word Cretan. That's actually been proven to be false. The etymology of Cretan don't match with Christos. Christos comes from the Greek word to rub on, which is where we get our word Crisco, right? That comes from the whole idea of rubbing on or to smear on. That's where it comes from, which comes from a Hebrew word that's already used.
Sir, the Christos is the Christ, and the Christ is a sacred elixir that's located in the central nervous system. What the hell are you talking about?
Okay, so I'm talking about the etymology.
And Christianity go hand in hand, and it means imbecile, stupid, not get all.
Yeah, magnetic. Can you provide any type of proof of that? Because Christian comes from the word.
Don't you got something in your hand that's called a smartphone?
Right. So, well, I'm asking you because you made the claim, right?
I don't care if I make the claim, but that means you need to go look it up.
Well, here's the thing. If the idea is that we should look up what someone is saying, then I think that should have been something you should have done, right? Like, for example, when I mentioned Christos, which is actually a Greek word, actually spelled with Christos, right? Christian, tien, the suffix tien actually means those who are related to. Christianity means those who are related to Christos and also practices those things that are related to Christos. So that's where it comes from. The word Christos itself is not original to the concept, though, because, again, he came as a Jew. And the Jewish people was being dealt with. So
Jesus was a female, and the word Jew is the root word of jewelry, and the jewelry will take you to something called family crest, and the family crest gonna take you to somebody called the people that stole a lot of our shit, which we the motherfucking Moors and shit. So we ain't trying to hear what you're talking about.
The Moors would have been in the 8th century AD after the Islamization.
So what you about to say, Rock?
No, it's not. I'm just trying to. Yeah, magnetic. I'm just trying to set some things straight.
Jews not even real. That's talking about the jury. It's giving you codes and symbols. The jury esoterically, the jury is also speaking about inside the body is connected to the 7 of the chakras, sir. It's connected to how you raise an ascension.
Okay, all right, no problem. So what I'm asking is that, there's a lot of claims to be made here, right? So number one, when we're talking about the Moors, they stole from the Moors. How could
the Moors stole from people?
So how could a religion? Let's look at this claim for a second, because we're making it an anachronism. The Moors were for the Islamic caliphates that ran through Africa, sub-Saharan Africa. Those Moors actually ran themselves up and took over much of Europe in the middle of the medieval period, right? Christianity actually has its roots in the 1st century. And Christianity has its...
religion is a fairly new concept brought to the realm. If you don't knock it off, that shit is new as fuck.
All right, no problem. I don't think I have to...
In primordial times, we never had a religion or Bibles. What are you talking about?
No problem, but...
You know, with this new age shit, that from the Reconstruction to the construction, y'all just lost. Get out that motherfucking Bible. But listen, if you really just want to learn that Bible, I mean, you want to be in it that bad, then okay. The Bible do got hidden information in it, codes, clues, like I was saying earlier, but you wasn't in here. Go learn it from the ESO. Listen. Go learn those scriptures from the ESOTERIC way. Please. If you learn it from that way, esoteric and the exoteric format, and you only trying to give up that one unbalanced version of it, and that's not good.
Well,
motherfuckers is tired of that version. That's the belief base. The way you're giving it out is trying to keep my people vibrating in a 10% or less thought form in a belief-based system. Belief systems are null and void now, sir. We're in something called the lonely.
I hear what you're saying, but
you cannot put us under that spell anymore because that shit is dumb.
It's not a spell.
Work.
So here's
It is one. It used to be one on me, but that shit ain't no more. And now I understand it from both formats. One format is lies. The other format is the truth. And you want to be on the lie. That's dumb. Go learn it from this other version.
So what I'm trying to do is just understand where you're coming from. Respectfully, just, and a lot of things what you're saying, I'm sorry, they just don't match up with history. Like the Reconstruction period, like that was after Civil War. And that was like maybe 1,000 years or so after the time of the Moors. And the time of the Moors was almost 1,000 years after Christianity. So I think when you're putting all these things together, sure, they sound nice.
Boy, I'm talking about
but they're just not.
I'm talking about a new reset. Boy, this is, you so stuck in that damn Bible, you don't even know when we had a reset. That shit was not that far long. That shit was not that long ago, sir.
So, Magnetic, I want to ask you.
Made up.
Okay, no
the
problem.
Shit you talking about, you trying to equate to 1 BC and all this shit, that shit is made up, sir.
Okay,
it has a meaning there, but it's not the meaning that you think it's saying at all.
All right, no problem. So, what do you know about Christianity? When did it start?
I don't give a damn when it started.
So, I mean, even if you're against it,
that shit is not real.
Well, hold on, no problem. But if one says that it's not real and one
that shit is not.
I would think that they will.
From the context of you, the way you give it out, none of that shit is real.
No problem. But I feel like if one is to, if you're going to be in your position, which is fine, then I think that you should owe it to yourself and others to actually prove what you're saying, or have knowledge of what it is, that even if it's a lie, to refute it. And the thing is that if I'm talking about the Bible, the Bible doesn't say that.
It's bullshit. So it ain't that serious. I'm not about to argue with you over something, and you in a belief system.
So Magnetic, the Bible actually does not say that. It doesn't
Let me tell you something. You really in too low of a system for me to even be conversing with you. Because for right now, you think you can pull out my frequency, but I'm not a transmute energy, buddy.
Okay, no problem. So
whatever. You're information wrong, that this is not a Bible thumping room.
Okay, no problem. No. I'm not trying to make it a Bible thumping room. What I'm saying is that in your claims about the Bible, right, I'm verifying if you're familiar with what it is that you're saying, right? So, for example, when you say that, Christ is a female and this, that, and a sort.
I said, what did I say? I can't go to work saying she a female nervous system, sir.
Okay, did you not say Jesus was a female?
Oh yeah, she is a she. Yes.
Okay, can you provide proof for that?
Well, your scripture said that Jesus was born of a virgin birth, and that virgin birth is very significant, and it's good that it said it because that's a code. So the virgin birth mysteries are the parthenogenesis mysteries, which we only birth females from that, sir. So yes, Jesus is a female, and two, the letter J is still not in you guys' alphabet. So at that time, they were using the small letter I. So instead of Jesus' name being spelled Jesus, it will be spelled Iesus, When you have two vowels right next to each other, you drop the second one. You can drop the second one. Hold on. You can drop the second one. So that means instead of I-E-S-U-S, because we learned that in school, you're going to say it's I-S-U-S. So I-S-U-S surely sounds like my sister Isis, which was the youngest female principal that you guys came to colonize. When she
feminine pronoun that's ever used for Jesus at all in the New Testament. So we can't conclude by this thing of aparthogenesis.
Sir, your scripture says
okay, no problem.
What you say,
so
Rob?
Also the whole thing about...
Kevin, because you've been trying to debate me about this Bible bullshit.
No, I'm not trying to debate you. All I'm saying is that...
Wait, hold on. I want to hear what Rob has to say, because me and him was on the same level as information. What you say, Rob?
All I wanted to first and foremost, because I'm gonna give respect where respect is due. I appreciate the brother approach, being diplomatic and patience. Right, that's something I can rock with. However, but that was her point when you said this is spoke about in the New Testament. A lot of this modern information is made with a twist. It's a great ritual to remove you from your original mind. I don't have a problem with your belief, Kevin. My thing is this: how can we all come to a medium? I said this before. The thing about the information that me and Magnetic and Shiny is speaking from, people like Barack Obama, not Barack Obama, I don't even know why he came out. People like Bobby Hemmett, people like Phil Valentine, people like Eileen Bay. These cats can take the information no matter where it's coming from an Islamic, Moors, Judaism, and can relate to how it metaphysically makes sense, right, to what's actually being spoken about. But when you, coming from your perspective, it's like, okay, but this is what I'm saying, and at the same time, if you don't see it this way, then it's like we can't have a conversation. That's kind of like what you're telling me in Magnetic. If we're not seeing it from your way, we can't have a conversation, and that don't make good solutions, or, you know what I'm saying, or good resolution.
Yeah, I don't think, so I never made a claim of the sort. I don't think I ever said anything about, well, if we're not speaking the same thing, we can't have a conversation.
No, you didn't say that. I assume that. But what I'm saying,
okay, no problem.
I'd rather listen to you and sister have a conversation, right, and see how y'all can relate versus going at it. Because it's like you want to, you're trying to trump her information.
Well, no.
Exactly. Even when I said portals instead of doors, he had to say, no, it's doors. We know what we're talking about.
I said anything like that.
Sir, it's in the chat. Sir, it's in the chat.
Yeah, I just said portals can be doors. That's all I said.
Like I said, we're saying you don't need the extra sauce on there. Like, I said what I said. She said what she said. He said what he said, and you said what you said. Nobody's trying to change what you're saying. Do you get what I'm saying?
Well,
it's a respect level, right? It's not. It's almost like it's being antagonized and like, oh, let me play. Actually, that's not what it is. When it still is a portal. Whether you want to call it a portal, a door, whatever the case may be, what I said was what it was too, right? So we can't have it, and this is why I said earlier, we cannot have a true That's what I also said in the chat.
Yeah, I would 100% agree with you. I think research is the way we have a common conversation. Mm-hmm. What I'm about is actually the objective truth, which is what I'm talking about. For example, like I hear a lot of things that Magnetic says, and I respect her. It's her space and things of that nature. But I will object respectfully because the information presented is just not what it is. For example, the whole idea about ISIS being the name of Christ, that's actually not true. The word for Christ, where we get Jesus from, is from a Greek attempt to spell Yeshua in Iesus. Iesus, because the Greek doesn't have a J, nor does the Greek have a Y. So what the Greeks did in order to try to sound out the Y, they combined two Greek letters, which is iota epsilon. And iota epsilon, which is the beginning of the Jesus, was an attempt to spell the Hebrew Aramaic name, who is Jesus, which is Yeshua. So Yeshua is actually the name of Jesus. Yeshua was translated into Greek, which becomes Jesus, And Jesus, because it's Greek oriented, when it came in contact with Germanic languages, that's where you get the letter J from, which is your Latin languages, like, Spanish or like English or Germanic, just your Germanic languages, both Latin and Germanic based. So that's where that comes from. It's not a conspiracy or...
I know what the AA source is. They're still talking about, you can still break that down to ISIS, sir. I know what the hell I'm talking about.
You can't, because you don't have...
I'm retarded now.
Yeah, so...
Pre-creation information. What are you talking about?
Yeah, no problem. I'm just trying to deal with the information
world. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You're not understand. I get it. You can't understand this realm I'm talking about.
Okay, so I mean no hostility. All I'm talking about is when I came in this room, I heard things, especially with the religion that I deal with and the space that I deal with, a lot of things that just aren't, respectfully, just aren't true. So what I wanted to ask was, where was this information coming from? Like a lot of things I've said about history, a lot of things about Christ, and this is why this, that, and the third, and everything else just doesn't chime well. Like one of the basic things about Christianity, for example, when it says that he's female, the Bible actually doesn't posit an idea that the advent of the person of Christ took place in the incarnation. It won't be his birth that actually makes the person. It's who he was before, right? That's why we have in the prologue of John, in Arte in Logos, right? In the beginning was the Word was with God, and the Word was God. The same was in the beginning with God. All things were made through him, and without him was not anything that was made. Then in 14, we have where it says, and the Word became flesh and dwelt among us, and we beheld his glory as the only begotten of the Father. He has come to make him known. So the Bible fundamentally does not teach the things that are being said in this room.
And that's where we're going to have disagreements. You know what I'm saying? Because we can understand the book without seeing it from a literal standpoint. In my mind, it's metaphysical. When you speak about Jesus, Yahshua, Joseph, Abraham, all of them, when you look at esoteric information, is broken down deeper and from a metaphysical, right? There's a difference between the two terms. You seem really...
What is metaphysics?
I'm about to get into it. That was my next statement. There's a complete difference between esoteric and esoteric, right? And you're coming from an esoteric, which, again, a lot of the people who are speaking this new information, like the Sister Magnetic was saying, this modern information going back 2,000-3,000, bro, that's like 2 seconds old compared to where we coming from. It's new information. And then I don't have a problem. See, the thing about information is I don't believe in right or wrong specifically. Information is information. It's just where the individual who is analyzing it or observing it can see it from a level of consciousness. And a lot of times...
That wouldn't be what esoteric would mean, right? All esoteric means is that which is understood by a small group of people. That's all esoteric means. So it's not... esoteric within itself doesn't carry any level of understanding of information. Esoteric... Here's the thing. So, esoteric means to be understood by a small number of people. Like, for example, if the country is 90% conservative and then only...
No, brothers, you don't have to preach to me. I just looked up the definition before I even spoke. But the point that I'm trying to make is it's the so-called new information that you're speaking of. It's not information that's going to resonate in a deeper understanding. No one is refuting your information. All I'm saying is, how can it relate to information that we're speaking on? Versus you're saying, hey, what you're saying is not correct, or you're saying something that's incorrect. What you're telling me is your truth, and they ain't going to get no deeper than that, to be honest, Kevin. Like, you're giving me think about it. It's really common sense, even though common sense is not common no more. You are literally giving me your perspective, like your view and how you see things and your brain and all the makeup in that paradigm, bro, is coming from you. But that don't make it fine truth, if you understand what I'm saying. Don't make it wrong.
So
neither.
Yeah, so here's the thing. So the Bible does teach very, very deep things about spirit. We're just, you keep talking myself as a rule.
Mention on bro.
Well, here's my thing. So
let me ask you something real simple. Are you or the Bible? Which one is stronger?
The Bible obviously is stronger. So yeah. So let me know which one fits my statement here. So
no. I said, is you or the Bible? Which one is stronger?
The Bible.
Okay, we definitely
no problem. Let me just. I mean, it's fine if you make claims, right? But I think those claims should be,
But what I'm saying is,
when it comes to
made the book, bro. It's simple. Made the book, but the book can't make a man.
Well, that's fine, but then that will be circular, because if man is greater than the book and the book is a product of man, that means I'm facing the same greatness of myself. But that would be circular reason,
bro.
So, but hold on, I just want to make this statement.
You said in the beginning with the word, and the word was God, and the word was God, right? And the word became flesh. That's the answer right there.
Well, if you understand it, that is. So here's the thing, right? So it's not that Christians are in lack. Let me just finish, brother, if you don't mind.
Question that you are greater than the book. You are a three-dimensional being, right? You're a multi-dimensional being.
Right, but if you're talking about that was created
in this hemisphere.
Okay, so if you talk about myself as a three-dimensional being, three-dimensional information cannot in no way compare itself to transcendental information or transcendent information. So hold on, let me just talk about such wisdom. If one is not shoulder to shoulder or on the same yoke as me, is what these things understand. The Bible has a plethora of logos. What is the concept of the logos? No problem. Okay, so you give up. All right. So again, I don't
know that verbiage. You can enlighten me.
No problem. So here's the thing. I think that in these esoteric circles, information because they feel like the Bible lacks this vocabulary or lacks these concepts, when the opposite is true, right? The Bible's chock full of them. And wisdom and understanding, even from the conceptual, either from a transcendent standpoint or from a peer-to-peer, meaning man-to-man, or even a lower point of that, could be understood. Like, for example, there's tons of patristic sources that talk about this. The reason of God, logos, information, the fluctuating information that upholds all things, existence itself, right? These things can be talked about. But the liberty of talking about these things always has to come through the front door, who is called within that same gospel, the logos, right? Or the word of God, which the word of God is understood to be the conceptual information that either we can perceive or cannot perceive from a metaphysical standpoint, that upholds all things that we are: matter, physics, mathematics, logic, morality. So that it comes with the presupposition as though we lack this understanding. Well, we do not, right? Just that the understanding of such things must be a picture, right? I can only, because it is a set principle, deal with the truths in which the Bible is even talking about. There's a theological goal in the Bible, meaning there's a goal to it. There's something that's going to happen, and there's a goal for every man, woman, and child that puts themselves in Christ, and there's a goal, right? But if we're going to talk about these things fundamentally, we must agree on what they are objectively. Like when I ask you, what is logos? You say you're not familiar with my terminology. Fine. Liberty.
That helped me survive in this dimension. This thing that they call.
Can I interject? Can I interject briefly to help, facilitate this confusion? Now I'm going to play by Kevin's rules for 2.5 seconds. Now, Kevin, do you believe, since you strongly believe in the Bible, do you believe the other part of the Bible is not just a religious text? It has spiritual aspects to it that are only unlocked and secrets that come from the Holy Spirit?
Sure.
To interpret. So until that relationship is connected to the author of the book, right? There's no way to interpret everything. We're just going by what we think or our logic. There's certain things that are only unlocked when you tap into the creation, the creator, right? Because it's not all about us. Because we can all sit here all day and interpret things any which way we want and be wrong as the day is long. Can we at least agree to that?
Sure. I mean, I would agree with that, because if you look at John 16, for example, Christ even says himself, I have many things to share with you, but you cannot bear them. But when he, the Holy Spirit, comes, he will teach you all things. He will not speak of himself, but only speak of those things which he have heard. And those things he have heard, he have heard from me. And what I received from the Father, and therefore he will take of what is mine and show it unto you. So the whole idea there is of such scripture that come through men who are moved and inspired by the Spirit of God, right? So yes, that prerequisite is definitely there. We shouldn't be trying to do it based on our own way.
Exactly.
However, when we're dealing with something such as the Holy Spirit, we must also understand that the Holy Spirit is going to be one that's going to be an advocate for truth. Would you agree with that? In other words, the Holy Spirit would not would not vary on truth. It's not going to speak a lie, for example. You would agree, right? So if the verification of the Spirit is truth, that therefore the Spirit must base its conclusions on objective reality. It can't base them on subjective whims, right? And the Spirit, being a part of the Creator or proceeding forth from the Creator, who is the Father, if he is making claims about the world, those things must be falsified. They have to be falsified. If the Spirit does speak truth, then one can deduce that they're not hearing from the Spirit.
Kevin, I can't let you slide like that, bro. So if you say, given what you just said, right, the truth has to come from the Spirit, that ain't going to be about no Bible at that point.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So, yeah, I see the magnetic. You're talking about Christ. I think you're referring to the Egyptian word, right? Yeah, so I'm gonna take a little bit of my background. So I have studied a long time. I would say probably all my life. I would say ever since I was 12 years old, I've been involved with different forms of information. But I'm 40 years old now, so I bet that's almost 30 years of studying. And I've always had a heart for it. Like, I read stuff by Jacques Vallée, by Donald B. Redford. I read various lexicons. I read various authors like Dr. Michael Heiser. Daniel Bayarin. I dealt with Egyptology. Like I read about the pyramid text, coffin text book.
You keep saying Egyptology. Do you think that's the preference we're coming from?
No, not at all. But I see that magnetic had put the word Chris. Like the word Chris actually means to be buried. The root word for Chris does not mean Messiah, right? When we look at, so the only time we see the word Chris,
the Chris is the crease. If you understand, you don't even know how I'm saying it. So you want to knock me down so bad.
No, I don't want to knock you down.
What's crazy is you don't understand that I stand 10 toes down on any of my scholarships, sir. You can't knock me down, and you can't try to gaslight me on my mama. Because one thing about me, I make sure when I put in that chat, I'm gonna make sure I get some research on it.
Okay, no problem. So
every time it's like you're looking at. First of all, you chat gazing. I'm just calling it out. You chat gazing on magnetic. Every time she spills something, you speak on it. You can be having it.
Can I hop in there?
No problem.
Can I hop in there?
Hold on. Kevin, let the man chime in for a second.
I've been listening for a minute, and I get lost as the dialogue go further and further. You know what I'm saying? I think Kevin made a point, and we have to all respect that point. Point is that when we say certain things, we can't just simply make up what certain things mean and then run with it and create a narrative around it. We have to at least, first and foremost, have a place by which we get these things from and understand what they mean to the people who where these meanings would have derived from. Which is from the Hebrew word Mashiach, which is from the root word Mashach, which means to rub, to anoint. They didn't just make these things out of thin air. And if we don't accept that, right, and we just simply say that Christ means this, it means something else completely foreign to the people who it first derived from, then we got a problem. Right. And that's what Kevin is simply trying to point out.
And I'm speaking from, I didn't mean to cut you, brother. I'm going to let you come right. I'm going to just give you 2 seconds.
You ain't cutting my views out. We was finished anyway. Plus, we can't hear you, Rob.
Oh, you can't hear me?
I can hear him.
To me, he was going in and out.
Can you hear me?
I can hear him. I can hear you, Rob.
Yeah.
Can everybody else hear Rob?
Can anybody else hear me?
Now I can.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I was actually gonna yield to Brother Yes and let him finish, but the thing of it is, okay, and I'm 49 years old, right? So I've been around the block a few times. My thing is, it's information. Now, if we're gonna be honest, this is right here the normal American conversation. You got people outside of this corporation, because this is what it is, right? That has never had access to the information that we talking about, nor is privy to the information, right? They have their own culture and how they see things. And it's like, how dare me say that, hey, this information that you're talking about, I don't even know what this is. This is nonsense. Like, it's going to come off egotistical. I respect the paradigm and his mindset. I'm talking about Brother Kevin. But every time somebody else speaks,
so that's why
you know what ego means?
Hold up. Wait a minute. Let me stop for a second. Because number one, Sandra was trying to speak. And before I let Sandra see it in two seconds, is the fact of, right, if we really want to get to the word, right, it also says, don't throw your pearls to swine. And if someone doesn't receive what you're saying, dust it underneath your feet. And at the end of the day, regardless of where you got your information from, right, you can always, it does not hurt. Like today, I was sitting in my friend wanted me to visit her church. I listened to what they said about how many angels were actually named in the Bible. They said only 2. I knew immediately they were incorrect. Why? Because I read the Bible. Did I challenge anybody in there? No. I took my own due diligence to verify what I already knew, and knew there were at least 4 to 5 about the ones that actually, the ones on the one side, but not the ones on the other side. See, it's okay to disagree with something that someone has to say, or don't understand where someone gets the information from. This is why we have technology. This is why we have critical thinking. This is why we have research, right? And we can also read the text. Remember, the texts are old. Look, I've seen the Dead Scrolls. These things are old. These things are ancient. There's certain things that are not even written in the Bible that people haven't read because they don't even know about the Apocrypha. So always, before you are so strong to say something, at least take the time to research it. So at least when you come with something, you have some validity. Like, I could actually come back to that person and say, this is actually wrong. There's actually 4 angels, right? There are actually 4 angels that were mentioned explicitly in the Bible, but I didn't have to do that. I did it for myself. Now, Sandra, go ahead and speak. Thank you for allowing me my two minutes instead of 2 seconds. Go ahead.
Peace. All I wanted to say is we increasing. We not staying stagnant in the books. None of that. We increasing. So we know what's in the book. But right now, we outside that. We moving forward, going nation. We here to progress. So, just for all who speaking.
Yes, we're here trying to learn. And when you're trying to discredit somebody or try to overcorrect, because I mirrored you actually, Kevin, because I wasn't going to say all that stuff about my background, right? But I wanted you to see yourself for a second. I don't need to say all the things that I studied. My thing is planting a good seed. I don't care about anything else but planting a good seed. If anybody takes anything that we've said today away, I want you to take home this. Whatever information you receive, challenge it. Even God wants his word to be challenged. So I don't understand the visceral. He don't need anybody to beat somebody down with the Bible. He doesn't need that help. He does not. So you can just take that off your shoulders because it's not needed. Jesus died, Jesus wept, okay, and resurrected, okay, according to the word of God. So he doesn't need you because you close people's ears. They can't even receive the information because there's so much visceral, because I got to prove to you I know something. I got to tell you because you don't know. When we say for people to research, it's so that we can all learn something from each other. That's not to downplay anybody. 2 ears and 1 mouth, so we can listen more and speak less, because we can learn a lot when we listen. Okay, I listened to what that person said. I don't agree with this, this, and this. Let me write it down and look it up real quick, and then share what I found. So that's how you can actually have elevated conversations, even when you disagree. But when it comes with the visceral or the let me tell you something about yourself, or let me tell you, because you don't know, or you're stupid, or you start using you're attacking the person instead of really talking about the topic itself. And that's how people come in and they're lost, because ego and pride is all in it. They can't hear the actual content because I want to be here. So I open the floor back up to whoever wants to speak. I just wanted that to be known. You're not going to get anywhere with the visceral. Just in this room, anytime you see Pretty open room, it's not a man bashing room. It's not a religion bashing room. It's us actually having discourse so everyone involved can learn, regardless of what people think when they see the title. All right, continue.
Yeah. So, and I appreciate what you just said. You know, I think that nobody wants to.
Touch off real quick if you want to say for replays.
I know it's been at least 6 hours on this room, and I think they cut off at 12. Okay. Yeah, it's been at least 6-7 hours. Go ahead, Yeshua.
Yeah, thank you.
Just time.
Yeah, thank you. No problem. No, I appreciate what you said, and I think that I don't think it was Kevin's intentions to be visceral or to sound visceral or whatever. I think he was just saying that, you know, the information from, you know, just dealing with the meaning of certain words was kind of misplaced, and it would actually draw faulty conclusions. But engaging in discussions that are mind-blowing. We love it, you know what I'm saying? Me and Kevin, we do a lot of work together. We share a lot of information, and we tell people where we get our stuff from. And so when the question was being asked earlier about, you know, where do your source for and it may not be to you, but I can't remember who it was towards, but hey, where did you get this from? It was more so of just finding common ground for understanding so that we can move forward. Because that's important, you know what I'm saying? I was born in Nigeria. I have a village that I go to, and there's a particular culture in my village. They have their form of religion that is indigenous to the people that are there. And so I have the best of both worlds of one, living as a Christian, but two, also knowing what my people from a tribalistic standpoint believed in and adhered to, and so seeing the connection between what they believed and what was believed indigenously in my tribe, and what is believed now by the majority of people in my tribe, and why they believe it. So I think that just the importance was being able to have common ground with the information and where it came from, so we can build from there. And I think that that's all Kevin was doing. On that, I really appreciate the discussion, and I'm going to just go ahead and yield. I love you guys with the love of the Lord, and hope that maybe another time we can dialogue further. Y'all be easy.
Yeah, I want to say, I want to try this.
What you were saying?
I'm sorry, was that towards me, sir?
Nah, I thought Magnetic was saying something.
Oh, okay, yeah. I'm you.
No, I said we ain't gonna turn this place into no religious room.
That part, because the title was about creating life, and I hate when people just came in and didn't even been in this room for 5 to 10 minutes, not even 20, and have so much to say in the chat. You guys can learn so much by just observing. Nobody was arguing and carrying on. Actually, that was earlier, and it wasn't even Kevin and everybody on the stage. So I don't even know, even Kevin and everybody on the stage. So I don't even know.
Yeah, to be fair, I haven't even said a word on here. I was just saying that I definitely.
But Ryan, you just got here, sis. Not yet, correct?
Oh, you have to close your mic to be
I have to close my mic because I'm a moderator, and I respect the space and the people in here. And I've been here for a long time. We're not here to argue. We're actually here to learn from one another. That's what we're here for. That's why Pretty opens these rooms. Not to troll, not to male bash, not to female bash. We're actually here to learn. So he did have an open floor to speak, but you maybe weren't here when he started speaking. And he spoke a whole lot in the chat. You can scroll up. It is on replay just in case you want to check before you make a statement. I just want people to come in, read the room before making statements, because you shift everything off when you've only been here for 5 seconds. You got the...
Yeah, so clearly you misrepresented what I was stating when I said that I think Kevin should have the time to speak after what you guys were stating. I wasn't saying that you guys were neglecting his ability to speak in totality. I was saying that everybody was consistently speaking and making the same point when I joined in here, and he came off of his mic to respond, and then somebody else went back in and said the same thing again, and then everybody just took back over making the same claim again.
Right.
So, and before you take over, Rock, I would just like to add that the only sufficiency within my claim was stating that he should be able to respond to the ego, because when you made the statement that you would do better listening, and that when you went to church, like you didn't just immediately objectify when there was a false claim made, that you went home and did research on these angels, whatever, cool. There's a difference between like appropriate timing in a church and disrespecting somebody who believes that they're leading a congregation versus like a conversation on Clubhouse. So I wasn't stating something that happened before I got here, or stating something that I did not see myself. So I don't know where you're getting this. She just got here for 5 minutes.
Rock, I got this, Rock. Because what she did not see, which you could scroll up, right? Are you done, right, before I go there?
Oh, yeah.
So what you did not see, okay. Are you done? Okay, awesome. So what you did not see is what him talking about his whole background, about all his on the stage and open this room. I don't lead with, well, I went to Catholic school for 8 years and I did this and this viable for what I say. I only mirrored him, like I said in the chat earlier, so that he could see what he sounds like. So at the end of the day, we're trying to learn, not use titles, not feel special. If he wanted to rebuttal at any time, he had the floor to rebuttal when it was silent, because at some point, everybody does stop talking. I don't think people need a referee here when we have the mods. And I've been modding on stages for the past on Clubhouse and opening my own rooms, right? For a good 5 years on this app, and having my room for a good 3. So I know how to mod a room. So if he wanted the space, I think he's grown enough to like say, hey, can I speak to what you guys are saying? Because we're all trying to learn here. It's not about ego and attitude. And this is why I think sometimes we need to go back to having no chat, because people get so caught up in the chat and they're not on the stage. And then a lot of the things people say in the chat, they could never say on stage or in people's faces. It's just giving people more brazen things to deter the topic that we're talking about. So we're going to stop talking about religion at this point, because, people and spirituality in this manner, since it's gotten people all riled up in a bunch, and go back to the topic at hand, which was scientific when we first started this conversation. So to say about men don't create life, prove me wrong. Let's hear what people's background about this topic is.
Yeah, sure. So if you guys don't mind, since my character came up and was judged several times, I feel I was consistently respectful in the room. I didn't come up in the room and even say, hey, I'm this, I'm that, I know this or that. That didn't happen. I came up, Rock invited me, and then he asked me, what is your background? And I gave him my background. And then even while I was speaking, Rock even gave me the credit to say, even though I see that you're interfacing with Shawnee and I forget what the other sister's name was, he says, I appreciate you for being respectful. Nothing came up about me I don't have that about myself. And I'm not going to argue with people about it because I know it's incorrect. But I thought that I'll talk about it now just to move it forward. That I don't think that is right to say that I was showboating or there's people up here that know me. Like Ryan knows me. Sure, I've studied with him for about a couple of years now. And he knows that about me. Right? So I don't think that was the idea. I think the prime idea simply was just this, right? That me being familiar with certain things, if certain things are being said, then I think that one who is an advocate for those things should at least offer the truth on them, or just talking about it to make sure that people are well informed about what's being said. That's it. I mean, that's pretty much it. But I appreciate Rock for inviting me up and for asking me those questions.
No problem, Ken.
Yeah, appreciate you, man.
And it looks as though we lost Magnetic. All right. So does anyone want to talk about the actual topic and that's in the goo or whatnot? If not, we've had this room open for, and if anyone in the goo wants to come up, I'm going to close the space in 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes, if no one wants to talk about the actual topic at hand.
Dang, man, y'all got up thinking all got up in y'all religion, man. It tore it up, man.
Yeah, because people use it as a weapon, and that's the problem. That's the difference between religion and spirituality. And we're talking about science.
It's
and
not
somehow we got here.
It's not in a book. Life ain't in a book either.
Man, so you can't tell. Listen, the very point that Shani made, that I think we all can learn, it's about when you step in spaces, you need to read the room. I literally came in this space, I seen the topic, and I hit the chat. I said, oh, is this another male bashing room, right? And respectfully, Magnetic, who was at the time, she was speaking, continued to speak, never changed her vibration. No one responded to my question. And I guess, and I'm gonna keep it a beat. I guess because at that time making this, I didn't even have to get answered. Instantly, I respected the room at that point and said, you know what, let me see what's going on. And I listened. And it literally took me less than 30 seconds to understand what the space was really about. And at that point, I matched the frequency, and then I got on stage, and it continued from there. It was only until one brother who entered the space, and I guess another brother who, according to him, was already in the space before I came, both coming from a Christian perspective, right? But it's never freaking failed.
So the truth, some of them don't read the stuff, and they won't die. It's just to be cute with everybody else so that I can say I belong to something, because they'll talk about dying and be like Peter and deny Jesus 3 times when his life could have ended right then and there. So I met somebody who's really about that life. I can honestly say this weekend I met somebody that was really about that life, that you know, that literally could have went to jail, could have died, lost his stuff, lost everything twice, and his daughter. That man, he's serious about his faith. All right. I can't say that for everybody. But anyway, that's not about him. But I just wanted to give that example. Look, like a lot of people just think it's like cool, like being part of a fraternity or sorority, and like to nitpick, because even there was a man earlier that was cursing, using the name of Yahweh to curse the people in the room. I said, where does it say in the Bible that you can curse somebody with God's name in it? Oh, because when Jesus cast out the demons, that's casting out demons. There's no demons up and through here. And a lot of times, while people are sitting up here pointing the fingers, they have the issue that they're pointing the fingers at. And this is why I'm saying for people to read the room before you come in and you speak or you type in the chat, because you haven't been here. Like, and it's sad. And back to the topic, no one has anything to say. But the visceral is all around religion. And it's just like, this is why religion is so divisive. It's so divisive because, well, I've had to deal with it, and so has everybody else here at some point in time. And this is why we can't move past things and learn from each other, because, oh, I have to be right because of my background, or I have to be right because I think I'm right. Like, we all don't know everything.
We don't know nothing.
That's what I'm saying. I've been a teacher, okay? And what I've learned as being a teacher many times is a teacher is always a student. And when you come at that with that approach, you're not so quick to let me tell somebody off. Let me tell somebody who I am and what I know. Because that's great that you know that. But there's a lot of people that don't or have a different perspective that you can learn from. Is the ego and the pride. And until people can get to know themselves, see themselves as they really are, and for those who believe in God, to see yourself the way God sees you instead of the way you see yourself, then maybe we can get to a level where we can have conversations that are elevated where we can learn from each other. And I see Paris, you just came on stage. Did you want to add to the conversation?
Yes, I want to say I appreciate the room, the way that you all modded. It was more than lenient with somebody being disruptive and not respecting the title, even when you tried to call them back to respecting the title, and to stop contending with people by asking questions, but rather go ahead and make your own point. That was asked several times, but never honored. And it just came to the point where you all still allowed that type of behavior to go on and still converse with that person as much as possible. So I do want to acknowledge you all for that, because sometimes the grace and the decorum that we have in this room gets or tries to be overshadowed by people who don't like the topic. If you don't like the topic, you can always open your own room and have. But I do want to acknowledge you all for hosting a beautiful space, and thank you. And I look forward to being in another room again.
Yes, I see Angel, you wanted to come up. And, and I see what's in the chat. Only God don't really know. He knows the hearts of people. And it's really sad. It's really, really sad. That's all I'm going to say. Go ahead. Angel, I just gave you a request if you wanted to speak before I close the room. And then I'll leave it to final thoughts and close the room.
Is all I want to say is crazy, because before the shindig went down, we was really on some good shit. You know what I'm saying? The frequency was there, the vibration was there, the energy was there. All it takes is one bad apple, and it takes 2 seconds to dismantle and destroy. But it takes,
because it started in the chat.
Yeah. Thank you. I don't know what the discussion was all about or how deep and intense it was. I just say that just speaking on for me specifically, and Kevin will probably agree. He's free to agree or disagree. I think that when I constantly hear bashing towards Christianity, I will honestly say that I get incensed by it, and I get irritated by it, because many times there's certain statements that are being made that are not necessarily true, and there's certain things that we're forced to accept, especially when it's not, especially around the fact when it's not even true, because of the moderation of the room. So I'm quiet and I'm listening. I mean, I looked at the topic, men don't create life, prove me wrong. And I actually agree, men don't create life. The reason why I was quiet is because I was waiting for other people to, kind of speak on it, to kind of get an idea of the direction of the room. But I actually agree with the title, men don't create life. Yes, religion does divide. And I think more than religion dividing, I think truth itself is divisive. Whenever the truth is being told, there's going to be people who are not going to like what they hear and want to push back against it. That's just the reality of it. So if we're ever trying to get to a place where we're just trying to unite everybody, it's just impossible if we're going to be truthful. That's just the reality of it.
So in that, right? Religion is totally different than spirituality. Spirituality is a relationship, right? Religion is man-made. It could be ritualistic. It could be because people pick and choose. It's because people are imperfect, right? That's what the problem is the people that are imperfect, and they utilize the word or spiritual text to justify the actions. And that was the problem in here. It's nothing wrong because even some of the speakers that we were listening to on the audio did bring up some esoteric things, did bring up some things from the Bible, but it didn't create divisiveness in the room. let me be clear, in both the rooms that was had around this same topic, because there was a room before this that lasted 2 hours, 3 hours. So it's not what you say, it's how you say it. And I don't know how it is, but when you come in here with a chip on your shoulder, you haven't read the room, and you're throwing what you do in all your knowledge, that I feel like I can speak on it because I have all of this accolades, then it actually takes away a truth. Like I said before, truth can stand by itself. Like I have in my bio, a truth teller has no friends. Nobody has a problem with hearing the truth. It's in the way people try to use if they're using the truth to attack people, because then it's not going to go anywhere. Because even if the person wanted to hear any part of the truth that they were saying, their ears are closed now, because even guess what? Even Jesus, since we want to bring up religion and want to bring up spiritual, even Jesus, when they said crazy things to him, guess what he said? A lot of times, absolutely nothing, because not everything needs a response. And I'm going to leave that there. If no one else has anything else to say, it has been a pleasure. For those who came and enjoyed the room, you guys can listen. For those who want to, you can listen to the replay. The first audio that we listened to was from Cynthia G. The other ones that Magnetic played, I am not sure, but it was in her own library of things that she's heard. I don't know the names of those people. And I hope everybody has a wonderfully blessed day and can take a breather. Because, child. Take care, everybody. If there's nothing else that anybody wants to say before I close the space.
I just want to thank you again and close out. My final statement is 2 Timothy chapter 2 tells followers not to do what these so-called followers in here did. So thank you for being so gracious and not letting that ruin the energy completely, because like it was said, we had beautiful study, and I look forward to coming back. See you next time.
Take care.
Which is ridiculous. Like, she's never been that low in her entire time as a senator. They think that even despite the fact that she voted against the bills, she voted for the motion to proceed for the one big beautiful bill. And I think that still is what hurt her, because it eventually then became law. If she did not vote, vote for the motion to proceed, it wouldn't have been able to even go on the floor and get voted on. So she's riding the line, like you said, but people are also saying that Janet Mills, Janet has said, give me till August. I'll make it. She has a 52% approval rating in May. She is considered the only person that can actually beat Collins in a head-to-head. They've also done that, matchup with the two of them. She does beat Collins. And so what's interesting is she's older. She's about 76. So if she runs, she'll be like a Bernie. She'll be like some of these very old senators that we have in the New England states. That's not really a problem for the New England states. A lot of people are like, she's too old, though. What do you mean she can't be a junior senator in her 70s? Yeah, she can. Y'all elect these people all the time, and they're 82 and 83, and they're freaking senators. So stop talking, not y'all, but, people are trying to say, like, how could you do that? Jim Justice in West Virginia is, like, old as hell, and he is running for one term. And he did, and he got Manchin out. So people got to understand, it's totally fine if she runs for one term and at least gets Collins out of there, so that you can have new young leadership come in and run. And the other thing that people don't realize is Troy Jackson, who, by the way, he follows me on X, and I'm like, I nerd out of that. A bunch of other, like, very prominent Maine Democrats, they're all running for governor. A lot of them are going to be dipping out of the race, though, because when you look at the writing on the wall, there are a lot of folks somewhere to go. They do want to still run statewide. So you have AG, right? You have a lot of other places they can run to. But a lot of people are saying they're giving Janet Mills first dibs on the Senate. She's the one that can win. She's the one that number of states can win. So they're going to, like, let her be the one to decide, is she or isn't she going there? So I actually think Janet Mills, and Split Ticket, Huck, Atlas, all of them are showing that Janet Mills beats her. Just like Roy Cooper even beats Laura Trump and pretty much every single North Carolinian Republican that they can put on the bench. Ossoff is currently every single Republican that they put up. The only one that could have beaten Ossoff is their actual current sitting governor. So I feel comfortably confident about certain seats like that. Iowa, to me, is still a toss-up, but Nathan Sage is still Ernst. I actually think those 4 seats are interesting. Now going to Alaska briefly, Mary Peltola, who was the House representative at large there, she lost last year to Nick. Was it Begich? I always say his last name wrong. He's the Republican. He's a part of the Democratic family dynasty. His uncle is Tom, and Tom has said he'll run for governor if Peltola doesn't, because it's no good seat. So everyone has said he'll probably win quite easily because he's a family dynasty in Alaska. And so Peltola is trying to decide between governor, if she's going to run for the House again, or if she's going to challenge Dan Sullivan for Senate. And actually make, according to them, according to Cook actually is the one that said she makes Alaska competitive if she chooses to run against Sullivan. Everyone is salivating at the thought of her getting Sullivan the fuck out of there. Now, this does not mean all these races will be won, but this just means Democrats can be actually competitive. John Bel Edwards, who is now gone as governor, he's considering running against Cassidy, who is also very flawed. MAGA hates him. He voted for Trump to be impeached and, convicted in the Senate. He was one of the only Republicans who voted to do so. He just put up RFK, lied and said, let's see what the guy does. And make America healthy again is doing what we all know, not making America healthy again. So, Cassidy's extremely flawed, very vulnerable. Yes, he's an incumbent. And according to Trump, they're trying to mount a challenger for him in his own primary. However, if he ends up winning, he's not guaranteed. And I do think that John Bel Edwards, who has won twice statewide to be governor of Louisiana, has a shot to run against him. Schumer's trying to recruit him really bad. So there are other states to look at. Obviously, some of these are long shots, but others are not. Others are little outliers that people don't really chat about because I've been watching them, and it's just fascinating.
Yeah, you be on it.
I know I'm an artist. I'm a loser.
No, you're not.
I gotta go to the gym now. We can run.
I think Susan Collins polled bad the last opponent, and past history showed that even if when her numbers are down, she still won. So whether she's gonna run as a senator and give up the governorship, I see Susan as back in again.
She's term limited. She's not.
Yeah.
She can't run again, so she would be running.
Yeah.
She wouldn't be losing anything by saying she's going to run for Collins' seat. But she said, "I'll get back to you guys in August." And when asked recently, she said she's not made up her mind.
Yeah, that's why I say she's squirrely. But outside of her, even the last time Susan polls were down and then she overwhelmingly won, they still put her back. So outside of Janet Mills, who is the strongest opponent to her, I see her back in power.
I'll see some research from Split Ticket that would maybe help understand why this is the lowest she's ever been. And they actually show the math that she doesn't really have a path forward unless somehow magically her polling rebounds, which is still possible. Of course, anything's possible. But they very squarely show, like within how they calculate the war of her candidacy, her incumbency, and all that, that she actually doesn't have a path forward. Even if it's not Collins, Mills, there are others that they put that show they could beat her this time. It really will take resources though, so it's not going to be easy. But she's not the only candidate that can win, but she's the best candidate to put up on against her. If it makes sense. But I can send it to you from Split Ticket because they broke it all down, and I was like, "Oh, fascinating." He's been talking a lot about. I'm a. God was like, "Matt, you're a political junkie." And I'm like, "Yeah, I know." Like a crazy. It's pretty embarrassing. But I have a whole spreadsheet. I have so many different candidates. I've already I have their matchups also from all the different pollsters. Angus King's son. They're also floating that he could be. I'm sorry, Angus King's son. Yeah, this is son. They're floating. He could be also someone that could beat her because of the name recognition of the Kings in Maine. People will think that it's the dad on the ballot. So they're like, but Angus King, if his son does not, take break for governor, put him up against Collins. He could probably beat her too. There's a lot of internal polls I also look at. Y'all can get access to them if you go to Cook Political.
Oh wow. No, you're not. You're just a political junkie, like you said. Child, because there's certain things I follow, but not as in depth as you do.
I needed the breakdown, because I was looking at an article that had somewhat of the breakdown, but you really know what you're talking about, so thank you.
Oh, no problem. Well, thank y'all for listening to me ramble, because I've been talking about this shit on the phone to my nigga, and he'd be like, man, she's from North Carolina, and she actually used to be a staffer, and I think she was a campaign either manager or she was an assistant.
I love her. Yeah, she comes in here sometimes.
Yeah, if y'all get her, she will give you all the North Carolina stuff, like the triangle, like all the demos, and we were talking about it all the other day, and yeah. Oh, by the way, sidebar: Cooper is running. They've already one of his advisors already. He is running. This event this weekend is going to be his big that is already scheduled and has been scheduled for 3 months. This is his big stump speech, by the way. That he's going to be speaking at, but he is running. So everyone's now saying, "LOL," Miss Laura Trump talking about, "I decided after Thanksgiving, girl, you ain't gonna win even if you run." So as soon as Cooper officially announces, probably before the end of this month. I mean, I'm not sure who the hell is going to be dumb enough to stay in the race. Sorry, but let me get my car. I gotta get to this one. Oh, sorry, I said Cook. So go to Split Ticket. I'll write it in the chat. Split Ticket, something you guys should follow. That's on Twitter, X. That's also a website. Cook Political. You can pay for it. It's not that expensive. I don't even remember how much it is, but Cook Political. Puck News. Those are ones I would follow. And then Atlas. Always look at Atlas. Atlas is the #1 pollster, the most accurate pollster in the entire country. So those are the best ones. You can look at other ones too. There are several pollsters that are cool. Morning Consult, right? But I like Atlas the best. If Atlas doesn't have one out, like Mammoth, if Atlas doesn't have one out, I'll go to Morning Consult next. And then Mammoth, I think Mammoth is closing up. And then there's a friend of mine named Adam called, and so he's another one to follow. But yeah, y'all, I literally read this every morning. It's like I read this and the trades because I'm in the entertainment industry, just because I have to know what's going on.
So have you had any gigs lately?
I actually just sold a movie to Amazon. We're doing it with Aldous Hodge. I don't want to talk about the details. They'll know. I don't know. Maybe they will. But it's set on Wall Street in the world of corporate finance. So it's essentially a reimagination of the Count of Monte Cristo by Alexandre Dumas, classic literature. And I would say it's if any of you watched that old movie by Tom Cruise called The Firm, that would be a comp. The Firm meets Succession, and it is a run by a matriarch. And we have Julia Roberts reading right now. I don't know if she'll do it, but we'll see. Yeah, she's reading. She's read by the same. So I'll say it. George Tillman Jr., the director who just did the George Foreman movie. He produced the Bob Marley movie. He did Hate U Give, Soul Food, Bro Bounce, Barbershop, Beauty Shop, Men of Honor. I mean, he's a legend. Black. No, to direct it, but he has 4 movies lined up. One called The Prince of New York with Damson Idris, Letitia Wright, Giancarlo Esposito, and Anthony Ramos at Paramount. He has Nanny Cam, a thriller at Amazon he's directing. He has like some other corporate thriller that my friend Michael Starbury is writing for him. They did the inevitable defeat of Mr. and Pete together. George directed it, Mike wrote it, with Jennifer Hudson. I don't know if you saw that, but that was in India in like 2012, 2013. And then he also has another movie lined up. I forgot what it was about. Oh, and also I shouldn't say that. Last Friday, and they're closing their movie line right now, or it already closed maybe. So they're doing a lot of awesome stuff, especially a lot of good black stuff. But yeah, so they're producing the movie. We're out to different directors right now. Ronaldo Marcus Green is reading. J.D. Dillard is reading. He did Devotion. He did Sweetheart. He did Flight. Who else is reading right now? Cord Jefferson, who just did American Fiction, is also reading. So we're trying to get a director, but Amazon bought the movie. So just sold that. Waiting on my check to come in because it's going to be taking too long to pack. But yeah, that's one we just sold, and then we're in the process of setting up his own animated comedy series for Hulu. But yeah, so the business has still been okay for me. It's still been very difficult to get stuff sold, but the market is still fine right now. And I'm trying. My cousin, you already know who my cousin is. I already said it's Rashida Jones. I'm trying to be like Joneses. So she just sold a couple things. She had a project with my friend Kira that she didn't sell. So I'm afraid to go out with a half-hour comedy because they just don't seem to be moving at all anywhere. But 1-hour dramas, features, half-hour animated comedies, stuff like that. That stuff's moving. Yeah, trying to make some more moves. We'll see what happens as the year ends because it's been an interesting year in the industry as everyone reacts to this man being in office. I know.
You just went to the movies that I love.
Matt.
Yeah. Congrats, Matt.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I had my volume down so I couldn't hear y'all. Need my coffee. I wanted to, I hopped up to say that if you have any of those, or if you know of any of those projects, those Netflix projects that eventually are going to be shot in their new facility once it's done in Jersey, I want to connect with you. I just followed you because my client put in for the grant to build the workforce development pipeline.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah. So part of the grant requirement is to connect with potential employers upon their completion. So I think that we should connect on that and some other projects as well.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, back channel me.
Okay.
We've talked about shooting that. I mean, we have a new director, Nefertiti Nguvu. She's directing my movie Sonata that we're doing with Lexi Underwood and Zoe Kravitz. And we've discussed shooting in that facility, but we don't know the logistics of it yet. So if you know, T, let me know. Because we are talking to a company called Fifth Season that used to be Endeavor Content, and they want to fund the film. But we're personally wanting to go team up with A24 and have them just do a co-fi with the studio. Either them or this other company, Neon, or maybe even Black Bear. We're trying to see though if Searchlight or Focus Features want to just do it because it's one of those specialty art house films. Budget is around 8 to 10. My friend Judy, she's going to be our line producer. She's done everything from Apocalypto to a bunch of shit. And then my other friend is also producing with us, and she used to work for James Franco's company back before he was being a weirdo, and she's produced a bunch of his films that they've done. But yeah, so we're figuring out the logistics of that particular soundstage and that lot because it was perfect. We'll have a lot of exteriors to do in New York because it's actually going to be set in Brooklyn and Williamsburg in the classical music scene. So yeah, let me know what you know about that.
I'll definitely do that because I'm trying to build out like a short list, and I have a lot of people on the list already that are like locally based. They either live in New Jersey but work in like the tri-state in terms of film and media. Yeah, I can definitely hook you up.
Yeah, if you have crew lists, please send because we're trying to Judy's trying to. I'm glad because I haven't got time to. She's the queen of line producing, crew hire, department head hire, and all that. So she wants a large spreadsheet, folks, that we can go to. With okay, cool. This company is going to do a co-5. We have all of our ducks in a row, and I would love to shoot in the fall. I don't know if it's possible because of all of the logistics and all the things we're up against. We're trying to get Anjanu Ellis attached right now because we want to have a trifecta. Yeah, she just read the script 2 weeks ago. So I'm trying to I have a call with Brian. We have to talk about all this, and so it's been a lot going on. So
I have cool spots in Williamsburg if you're looking for locations and stuff.
Oh, thank you. Period. Please, yeah, absolutely. As soon as we get everything approved, I know we have a lot of exterior shots, like the lead, Lexi Underwood's character. By the way, if y'all don't know, she's from Little Fires Everywhere. She played Kerry Washington's daughter in that.
Oh, no.
Yeah, she's going to be trying to get a job with that.
There's a music shop here. There's a new record store that just opened on Bedford.
Do they have any? Well, we can just dress the set, obviously, but it needs to feel like our hope is that it's not. I want to do it in a way that doesn't feel like we're really like living in the gentrification of it all. Like I want to live in like old Williamsburg, If that makes sense.
This is the focal point of gentrification.
I know.
Look, there's still a few spots that are just like, spots here where locals still can afford to go to. There's still a few locals left. My partner's from Williamsburg. His dad's from Williamsburg. You're talking about generations of people that are from Williamsburg, and like the people on our block are still mostly like, we're born here and raised here. But yeah, it's wild, honestly. It's the weirdest place I've ever lived in.
I can't wait. I hope we get to shoot this movie, I swear to God, because it's like, it's called Sonata, and it's supposed to be, and it's supposed to essentially inspire them to kind of walk outside of their pain, their struggle, the things they're holding on to, and basically towards the person that they're actually meant to be all along. And it's just a movie that shows you that music is literally a bridge to the other side, right? To our best self from our worst. And we're using a classical music, of course, as our vehicle because she's a classical. She's a cellist. Her mother was a cellist, concert cellist. Was in the New York Philharmonic and all that stuff. So but we'll see what happens. But thank y'all. I gotta get this car in the shower. That's good. I gotta hit.
Sorry, I'm filling out this paper real quick. Hello, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
I thought I fell out of the room because I ain't even.
Nothing's going on here. Let me look at the news.
Did you hear? They're talking about. Wait, let me make sure I'm correct on this. It's about Barack. So we talked about, did we already talk about yesterday, Tulsi Gabbard threatening prosecution of Obama?
If you did, I wasn't here.
Yeah. So she is talking about prosecuting him. Trump has been posting these AI-generated videos showing Obama getting arrested.
Oh my God. Are we in the Twilight Zone?
This is crazy.
He's demanding his arrest. It's saying President Trump called for Barack Obama to be arrested. Freaking, this dude is fucking wilding out right now. Let me go ahead and go back to breaking news. But yeah, I just seen that yesterday. I was like, but they're going to talk about that in depth later on today with Lisa. Lisa wants to do a room on that. So, and I think she said she's going to open at 3 today. So,
that's awesome.
Yeah. Well, so we can be with the hotels. Yesterday, I freaking said.
I was listening to some.
Y'all are killing me with this assassination wasn't a real thing. Like, I was the only one on stage, like, no, they really, that kid tried to assassinate him. Like, I don't know how you fake that, because if you did, then Biden is a part of it as well. Because it was his goddamn, people was protecting him. And they was like, this is what they said. They seen videos. Depp ran here with that shit too. They said they seen videos where the Secret Service was directing the camera on where to shoot. And I was like, what's going on? Are y'all for real? Are we trolling Patty? They was like, no, I'm serious.
I mean,
Deborah, explain yourself. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, all I can say is that news has changed so much because I feel like because things move so fast, right? They didn't really cover this story like that. I don't know. It's just, I think it's like the media coverage that people have an issue with because it feels like the story came and went really quickly and it sort of just like disappeared. And I think like Deborah was saying, like, why haven't they covered the 1-year anniversary of this? Like, usually when we look at other assassinations.
So they did do it. They did do
okay,
it.
They did. Maybe like
so we talked about it
yeah.
in the room because I said it's the 1-year anniversary and I played a clip. Because they were talking about it. It's just so much other shit he's doing that overshadows.
Yeah, it's just a lot going on. And then the media just moves really fast. But yeah, I don't think that it's necessarily a faked attempt or anything like that. I just think it's just the media just decided we're just going to move on because we got a lot of stuff to cover. I mean, the media is very disconnected, I think, from like.
You know what I'm saying? Like, if you focused, if we would have stayed focused on his assassination attempt, what happened
for him? And maybe they weren't trying to give him as much coverage or maybe cover Kamala evenly. I mean, it's a tough decision to make because what do? This is an election at the end of the day. So I don't think it was planned or anything. Like, I'm not the type of person that he thinks he planned or anything like that. But I do think he milked it for what it was, right?
Yeah, I do too.
Certainly, it's shit, we have this gift. Let's use this shit. You know what I'm saying? Because people died, right?
Right.
You know? So RIP to those people that we don't really even discuss, but.
And they actually found shell casings. Like, the Secret Service had 8 casings. So, like, if this was an attempt to hide some shit, that means the DOJ, because this all would have been federal, the DOJ, freaking the Secret Service, and Biden is all in cahoots with freaking Trump. Like, this is not something you can, like, just pretend or fake.
Yeah.
That's why I'm like, oh my God. Yesterday I was like, no. And then here comes JD coming off mic. Well, I kind of think, hold on, no. You know, So I was like, you can't be my husband if you're going to be on these conspiracy theories. Oh my God. I'm oh man. It's getting bad because, Democrats, we really weren't like this. And it's been a couple of times I was like, what's going on here, y'all? Like, come on. We're smarter than this. We actually read the information and then have this conversation. Now we fuck up it sometimes interpreting the information, but we actually really do read. And
I think it was the fact that he milked. He conveniently used something to gain more publicity and stay on the air longer and gain sympathy. He had that big fucking diaper on his ear, or maxi pad, whatever you want to call it, on his ear. So it kind of seems like, oh, this is so convenient. Like he's, milking this thing for all he has, But sometimes, things happen where it's like a gift, and that's just what it was. So, who knows had that happened? I mean, we could do for the what about and all that stuff, but I'm sure gaining sympathy and all that stuff certainly helps. And it's like free commercial, right? Yeah. So I think he raised a lot of money the next day, and that's the thing too. The thing that scares me is that people, we're talking about this stuff about the election and the midterms and all that stuff. I think one of the things that scares me is that we're not raising money like the other side is, right? Tom Homan, very weirdly, it's very weird that whatever his title is, he's doing speeches and rallies now, and I'm sure that is raising a lot of funds, right?
So yeah, Catholic too. Huh? Like, why would he be doing rallies right now? He's supposed to be homeland security.
But it's fundraising. It's fundraising. It's that's what I'm saying. What worries me about the Democratic Party is that we're not raising money like our counterparts, right? Supposedly the DNC is broke, right? We need people to be on social media. We need to be, that's why I was like, I kind of like Gavin right now. I see what you're saying about Bashir, but Gavin is becoming like a big troll, right?
Yeah, but he's not popular. He's not.
No, he's not. But whoever's running, we just need whoever's running his Instagram, his Twitter, right? Because that trolling is top tier. You saw the Elon Musk and Trump thing.
Yeah.
That was funny. like Coldplay affair. I don't know. That was. I think
he could get people, like maybe people from New York, maybe, but outside of cities like New York City or the state of California, I don't really see.
Yeah.
See that.
I definitely see what you're saying. We need a safe white guy at this point.
Right.
We need a Kentucky, like a Midwesterner. We need to go back to the Bill Clinton-esque type of figures. So I'm all for that. I've been all for that for a long time. So hopefully that's what's going on in those rooms. And I want to see, can we get a hold of people in the DNC? Like, can we bring?
I'm sorry, I'm eating.
No, it's all good.
I don't think they'd come on this app. They'd probably do some research and be like, these motherfuckers too toxic. They too toxic. These people do whatever. Like, you can dox them. They're doxing them ain't nothing. They're public figures, but these people make videos, something. Now let me see what's going on. So I do got an article, and it's talking about
What to expect as Harvard takes on the Trump administration in federal court. So Monday, Harvard is supposed to be back in court for their hearing in the funding fight against the Trump administration. This is the next step in battle over restoring more than $2 billion in federal funding for research focused by the White House. If they get this fucking money back, Columbia kick rocks. A lot of those kids that go to these schools are really, when you're young, you have all these great ideas on how you see the world and how, they really have these, when you were young, like when I was young, I probably make sure this and that, like everything free. My daughter is kind of like that. And she has her explanation, but then I just look at her and just smile and be like, wait till you gotta pay bills.
Patty, I started off as a libertarian. Please do not, never leave this room.
How did you never leave this room libertarian?
I don't know.
You do live in Miami.
No, just me not experiencing life and just reading a lot and really thinking that this is the best form of government, right? It's just liberal when it comes to social issues, but fiscally conservative. And I think a lot of me is still like that. But the reality is, I joined the Libertarian Party and right away got out of it, switched to Democrat, and I realized that a lot of this stuff is coded in just racism, right?
Yeah.
And people will rather spend money on billions going to Mars or some shit like that than SNAP benefits. Like that, there's something fundamentally wrong with that. And you realize these Republicans, it's not about being fiscally responsible, fiscally conservative, right? It's about taking everything that poor people have and giving it to the very, very wealthy that are never going to spend this money. So, right. When you realize stuff like that, you're like, okay, now I see what's going on. But yeah, part of me is, I studied taxes, right? A part of me is like very conservative in a way, and I like VAT tax. I know it's not very popular, but I like a VAT tax.
I like VAT tax too.
You go to countries with VAT, they have way better education than we do, right? Our education right now is funded by property taxes. That's inherently racist, right? Right. So we know this country has been, many Black people still live in historically redlined areas, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, this system is racist as fuck. So it's like, how are we still, funding children's school off a fundamentally racist system? So, that could alleviate that. Obviously, it's a regressive tax, though. But if you have free, high quality education, free, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, but I don't like this deficit, right? I think we need to tax wealthy people. That period, that's it. And I think that, I was on this app screaming, Kamala Harris's tax policies because I thought they were good. And I thought, we really need to try something. We need to really tax this wealth. Wealthy people themselves, right? Like the Warren Buffetts of the world, right?
And a lot of them are real. The ones that are super rich are willing to, like Warren Buffett.
Yeah, they're like, talk to me. They're actually begging people to tax them more. So it's like wild to me that a lot of the wealthy. Of course, a lot of wealthy people are going to move out, right? We always have that. That's always going to remain. They're going to remove their citizenship, move to another country, and that's okay, right? That's always going to happen. That's happening now in UK. That's why I was like, we're going to have to play major cleanup, which is what the Labour Party is doing now, right? They're trying to reverse some of the shit that Brexit did, and they're trying to, fund the NHS system.
They're trying
trying to do everything that's fucked up, and that NHS is all behind.
I've never had like a white American nurse. Okay, it's like barely in my life, right? All the nurses are
Filipina, right?
Let's be real. So you want to deport all the Filipinos, right? Like, you're not the only show in town. Like, people are going to go elsewhere. And, like, now what are you going to do? So, UK has been moving goofy, and now what happened? Now we're dealing with those consequences. Mass deportation, mass divestment with these tariffs. And so now we're dealing with all these consequences. So we're dealing with the shit that UK dealt with years ago. And he said, like, billions leaving the economy. It's actually projected to be trillions, right? Because, like I worked on this stuff. And I helped get businesses out of UK after Brexit.
Yeah, because they knew what the revenue was going to look like. There was no freedom of movement, whether it was supplies.
Immigrants were taking their jobs. They thought immigrants were benefiting, and so they wanted the immigrants out. And so it was about racism, right? The same thing as, the election largely, right? Our this election was about racism.
Right, and we didn't learn the lessons of what happened with the UK.
No.
We're not learning the lessons. Because they don't even associate how Brexit looks. If you look at policy versus policy that we're trying to do with Project 2025, like Brexit. Like when I was debating the freedom of movement, I was like, yeah, this isn't going to go through. At least they won't let this go through. Yeah, they did.
And they were looking at, you were looking at them, and they were looking at us like. When Trump was running for office, he's never going to win.
Right, and they had the big balloon. Remember, they had the big balloon over some of those European countries. In the UK, that balloon was there a couple of times. The naked baby Trump balloon with a diaper. Like, I'm like, you motherfuckers are shitting on us, but you guys are fucking working towards a Trump-like president, or not presidency, parliament. Like, you guys are bringing all these people into these roles that are Trump-like. And then Trump is shaking their hands, telling me he's got the greatest ideas. He's the best candidate. No, that's not how he talks. He's the, whatever the fuck. But this shit was ridiculous. I was like, y'all motherfuckers floating a Trump balloon, but y'all got Trump 2.0 over there. Because he's smart. Trump's stupid. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's easy to influence with a fucking cheeseburger and a "you're the best president ever" conversation. He doesn't read what the fuck is being passed. The legislation that they're trying to push. He doesn't read. That one, what was his name? God damn.
I know his face because he has that blonde hair that always looks messy.
He always looks messy. Let me see. That dude is Trump 2.0. It's like he has the greed, but he also is very intelligent. So his thing was him getting richer and everybody else around him getting richer. Okay. And then the Labour Party was fighting against it. What is his name? Boris Johnson. There you go. Boris Johnson. He's trash. Boris Johnson's trash. And that one female, there was a female right before him that actually opened up the conversation. What is her name? Let me put down female. Theresa May.
The one
like these
with the lettuce, they got her out of there. I'm like, that's when you know these people in UK, boy. And I was here in a room. This girl Eunice. Oh my God, I love her rooms. She does these UK rooms, and she's in UK, and she streamed the debate, and their debate was really good. I mean, they get crazy.
They get crazy.
They get wild over there.
I could not stand Theresa May. I was like, she opened up the conversation and Boris Johnson jumped on board and said, let's go. And David Frost says here.
He can understand why his priest or his pastor wouldn't accommodate him. And I think if we're not careful, we slide into kind of a lukewarm state of Christianity.
Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, don't do that. Always guard your heart. The armor, the armor of Christ, put on the full armor. There's all kinds of pitfalls about being complacent. You don't want to do that. And Jonathan, we'll get to you in a second. Someone asked, this is so great. Oh my gosh. The Lord has shined up on us today. I started this whole podcast this morning with this very thing. So Spartan in chat says, where in the Bible does Jesus said, I'll just read it the way you should have written it. Where in the Bible does Jesus say, I am God, worship me? That's what you meant to write. And then he says the same thing. He says something that Jesus says when he confronts the devil. I'm not saying you're the devil. Interesting way to write that. So where it is written is what Jesus addresses. So I wondered often why people don't bring up Matthew and Luke more. I am. I have the water of life. Only God can forgive sins. As if that should totally be adequate. But why don't people do the temptation of Christ? Because he absolutely applies this verse to him. So if he was improperly applying this verse to him as deity, the devil would have been able to be like, oh, well, I'm going to have you crucified for blasphemy. He would have done that right then, but he can't, because the devil, how bad is that if the devil understands Jesus as God, but you don't? That's bad. Okay, so Jesus, full of the Holy Spirit, returned, and he goes on, and the devil tempts him, and he says, the devil took him up and showed him all the kingdoms. This is Matthew 4, verse 5. The devil took him up and showed him the screen that I'm sharing. Okay. Showed him the kingdoms of the world in a moment of time and said to him, to you I will give all authority and their glory, for it has all been delivered to me, and I can give it to whom I will. If you then will worship me, it will all be yours. And Jesus answered him, it is written, you shall worship the Lord your God, and you shall serve only him. And he took him to Jerusalem and set him on the pinnacle of the temple and said to him, if you are the Son of God, throw down yourself from here, for it is written, he will command his angels concerning you and to guard you. And on their hands they will bear you up and not let you strike a foot against the stone. Jesus answered him and said, you shall not put the Lord your God to the test. And when the devil had ended every temptation, he departed until an opportune time. So there's your answer. I mean, there's one of 20 plus answers, but how do you get, my question for you would be, how do you get around that? Like, you shall not put the Lord your God to the test. So throw yourself down, angels will help you. You shall not put your Lord, your God, the Lord your God to the test. He is absolutely applying this to himself. There's no way around that. That's the answer. I mean, there's plenty of other answers too, but there you go. And the fact that you don't see that, which I'm not watching the screen, but I'm just assuming you don't, would be where Jesus gets to the parables and says some people, this is God's good pleasure, that many people receive these parables as little children and they just get it immediately. While other people, they toil and trouble and they cannot wrap their heads around these simple parables. So I hope you don't follow that path, but